shahada. I am pure, you are unworthy. The self-love is self-perpetuating. The thing which creates the narcissist is not the particular religion, it's whether or not the religion provokes the person to introspection, which, like Isa was saying, I would say Judaism is useful in that way to not produce narcissism because of the first story, that it makes good and evil within the power of human, and they can choose, and you're responsible for your own actions. And then, it follows through with that with its legal system of punishing the wicked, right? And it has, methods of repentance, whatever. Meaning, the reason it doesn't gear towards narcissism is that you'll never be able to ask a Jewish source, am I okay with being me? The Jewish source will always say, well, are you following all the rules? And are you doing good things or not? So then, if you are, you should be getting blessings. And if you're not, you should be getting cursed. So it never pushes to narcissism because it's on you. If your life sucks, it's literally your fault.
I think in the same way that you've described this, I agree with everything you said. Hinduism, going back, for example, to the Diegos, Filipinos, like Buddhism, Hinduism, and all of these religions, coming from the East, they are more, yes, but it's a different type of way. But anyway, they are more reflective and more in sync. They are less about fighting for righteousness and more about flowing with the truth and embracing what comes their way, not fighting it, and I think that that acceptance of things the way they are is one of the things that maybe makes them less prone to create narcissistic behavior. Because one of the things about the narcissist behavior and the diagnosed narcissist behavior is that the inability of really blending into what's happening to you, be accepting of it and just letting go. They feel like they need to.
But it also comes from the culture, right? Like in the Philippines, you can't do drugs or they're gonna kill you, right? Like if you're a drug dealer, if you smoke weed, they're gonna kill you. So could it also have to do with that?
Law enforcement.
Well, I just think it's a strict. Law enforcement, they're the most vicious of all.
Yeah, so that's not empathy. If you think of empathy, you think of you don't think of that rigidity.
No, I truly think narcissism can't be blended into a Christian culture. I truly believe this. Nora, it's funny. Nora, I wrote yesterday, reading Matthew 25. This is what Christians do believe. It's that whatever you did for one of the least, you've done for me, right? Whether it's feeding the poor, helping the needy, that is Jesus himself, and that's what when you've helped the needy, you've helped myself. So this is what's preached to Christians. This is why I do believe that Christian societies are usually the best.
Well, we have the tradition of tzedakah. Judaism is built on the three principles of chesed, loving kindness, learning, and tzedakah. And in all cases, I should point out, the enemy of narcissism is deference to a higher authority, which of course is God. And it is a way of saying, no, we're not run by the ego, which is narcissism. We submit to God. That's the opposite of narcissism inherently. And I know I'm getting a heart from Princessa because Islam is the same. Islam virtually means submission or deference to God. Same thing with Judaism.
Tenets of Christianity like narcissism. There definitely are narcissistic Christians, but that's not the point. If you read Christianity literally, the problem is the opposite. It leads to antinomianism. Now, most Christians will nuance that out, but the problem is not that they take so much pride in themselves. The problem is they take so little that they say that I'm forgiven no matter what I do, so I can sin. The problem is the opposite way.
Listen, the potential problems go all the ways. People can always make narcissism. The general rule is any culture which is promoting introspection and personal responsibility reduces the amount of narcissism. And if you limit those dangers of human personal responsibility, self-introspection, if you don't promote those and you discourage those, then you're going to produce narcissism, varying types.
So how much does Christianity promote Which one?
That we have a savior. What are you trying to say?
What I'm trying to say
What are you
is
trying to
that
ask?
what I'm trying to ask is how much does it promote introspection? Say, I'll just pick Sunday morning and go to church. How did I behave this past week? How did I treat my wife? How did I treat my children? How did I treat my coworkers? Blah blah blah.
It depends if you're a Catholic or a non-denominational.
I
Catholics,
say
Catholics,
that.
yeah, Catholics without a doubt. Like that's what going to the priest in confession is.
If Catholics promote, more some of the other ones are more like Jesus will take care of
It
it.
just
Yeah, I don't
depends.
think
Or it just depends on the denomination of
No, I don't think
Right.
that Christianity in any of its denominations stimulates self-reflection. I mean, probably in Catholicism, a little bit through the confession act, because it makes you kind of like think about your sins and you need to tell them, but it doesn't really necessarily provide a platform to challenge things, to become self-reflective. We're not made to really understand scripture. And then you have all the tap dancers, like Keegan with their Protestant denomination, who think that they can understand the Bible on their own without the help and the guidance of the church. So, I mean, they basically just get versions, and they pick and choose what they want to believe from the Bible, and they believe that they understand God. Just
I think if you met and you talked to Methodists, Presbyterians, or Calvinists, or even Lutherans.
Yeah, but those guys take it serious.
I understand that those are some of the largest denominations in Christianity.
I don't care about how large they are.
Everyone looks at
That doesn't make them right.
and they go non-denominational. Let's look at them. But I would agree that those type of Christians usually tend to not really be Christians whatsoever, right? They just like the aspect of the community.
Right.
They would join a cult if it was other religions.
Yeah, but like Christianity has a better rep than your standard cult people pick up in the phone book.
Exactly. But yeah, so I mean, it just depends on the denomination.
Yeah,
but they're all tap dancers. I mean, you believe in sola scriptura, you don't believe in the necessity of the church, so really you're disregarding the guidance of the church that Jesus left to. Actually, he talked about the church all the time. He left us a church, not a book.
Yeah, he did. He did. It's true.
Exactly. And you are deviated from that.
Keegan.
The way that I've described it is when you leave a Catholic mass, people tend to have a somber feeling, and if something very weighty has just been experienced. When you leave a Protestant mass or whatever you call it, typically there's a feeling of joyfulness and energy because they just watched the show. There was a little bit of talking down to them at some point, but generally the show must go on and there's uplifting music that people eventually leave and they feel good.
Do the participate in Catholic Mass, or is it only the guy at the top?
Only selected parishioners participate.
Yeah, is it like the leader who's leading the hymns, or do they say like amen? Do they call and response? Like,
Oh yeah,
Yes,
we
yes.
pray, we say amen in response, we pray together, but it's more like a dance, it's a coordination.
Right. It is a performance. It is a regular performance.
A ritual.
We've all been trained in the parts necessary, and we participate, and we are observing at the same time. It's a play that we're all engaged in. Communal intent.
No, you said Diego as the fellow Catholics considered, and as I am the tap dancer here, what I do hear, I understand Peter was the rock that was built for the church. I understand that, right? But the thing that gets me wrong is that it's clear, and Jesus says this, right? This is from Jesus' own words in the gospel, that when one or two, two or more are gathered, his name, right? That the church is there, that spiritually.
No, he didn't say the church is there, he said
Yes.
my spirit will be there.
Matthew,
He didn't say, oh, if two of you gather, that will be my church. He never said that. He said, two of you gather.
church itself. The church is a spiritual church. And this is why, again, when Jews did this, right? When Jews did this in the Old Testament, where they were bound to rituals and engagement, it was never enough, right? This was the whole point of why Jesus Christ came, right? Because it was never enough. They were always going to be sinful, that all the amount of sacrifices that were done in his name, building the tabernacle, all these things were never going to be enough for Jesus Christ to fulfill all the laws, right? And then I think that Catholicism has decided to do what Judaism has done, which is create these rituals and practices that were never established in the New Testament, right? This was established by the church itself. And the church then became very ritualistic. It became a prophet. This is where you see all the corruption in the Catholic Church. And so this is where I think that they get this word for different. But there's a lot of Catholic Protestants, I do agree with that. But there's also a lot of Catholics who are not believers whatsoever,
Oh, yeah.
who touch a lot of children and are in your leadership.
Wait, let me ask you, makes that, is there a similarity between the Reform procession and the Orthodox one? Bomber versus Pappy? The rabbi in the,
in the Reformed Jewish communities, you'll find things that look more similar to like Protestant concerts, like Uri that you see here a bunch. I don't know what he's calling himself now, but he's a conservative rabbi, and he rips guitar. He sings his stuff, intonations.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was the case.
Yeah, and some people
I had a feeling that was the case.
Welcoming and happy at a conservative shul with a bit more theatricality than an Orthodox base where it's 10 guys that just showed up because they show up every single day and they know all the stuff we're doing it every single day whether you show up or not.
What's a Reconstructionist?
Reconstructionist is anarchists. They just want they're proudly declaring we're the pick and choose Jews.
So the like I mentioned before, I think you hadn't been in the room yet, but the narcissists in the show Seinfeld, what do they practice?
They're being New Yorkers.
So, but you don't think that's
Even take the conceit of the show. There's so many different characters that filter in and around that show. But in Manhattan, that makes sense. People would interact with them. And what do you do when you interact with that many people? You judge them all for being a little bit different. It's just like what Jerry and Larry David were doing constantly. And, good at it.
What about when Larry David gets to LA?
Then he realized
It
that
doesn't really fit in. It doesn't really fit in. If you notice that the entire premise of Kurt is him not really fitting in because he's an individual narcissist. He just can't. He never manages to fit into society properly.
And listen, where you find the humor on the right side. On the right, the conservative base, you'll find them critiquing the new, but the liberals can't because they don't have an age-old perspective to be cynical with. So they only have the modern perspective to be cynical with. So transgender is new, you can be cynical about it.
But aren't these two shows that we're talking about, aren't they not critiques, but rather self-deprecation?
No,
Yeah, well,
they're
there's
critiques.
people that are just critiquing all the time.
No, they're critiques. I mean, I don't agree with everything Seth's saying, but they are critiques of societal norms. Both the shows are critiquing societal norms and questioning them. Listen, Seinfeld doing it in a more typical way, of just like questioning norms. And Larry David is like, well, what if I just decided to be a complete narcissist and do my own thing and ignore society? How would that work out? But they are critiques of like social norms.
Like, I'll just throw an example, right? George picks up the half-eaten eclair from the trap. Is that self-deprecative humor, or is that?
I don't remember that scene, but he's questioning like we eat all
No, that.
like. My mind is getting this.
Come on, it didn't even touch the bottom of the trash. It's right there on top. It's floating.
But it's also a question of societal norms. So
Or is that,
my son went on for like a lettuce plant, and he took a video, and one of the women there were like waving at them, kissing her hand, and like blowing kisses. And my first reaction was like, gross. She's wearing gloves, but she's kissing her gloves. But we eat lettuce, and we eat all types of things that probably are far more germy than something on the top of the garbage. So it's like it's self-deprecating in a certain way, but it's like it could be, why is this now a problem? You didn't watch it before it went into the crap, right? It's like, so he's they're consistently critiquing. Now, you can't run a society that way, because there has to be a time that it'll be in a Descartesian rabbit hole forever. You have to have a side that say like, because it is. Okay, stop asking questions.
And that's what I'm saying. Larry
But that's
David
humor or works.
times people stop and say that's just the way it is. We're rolling with it, and he goes with that, but he writes it down, and then he just makes a show.
Isn't that what like most stand-up is, right? Most stand-up is that type of like critiquing social, society norms and like finding a different angle on it that you really think.
Well, that's observational humor.
Yeah,
That's what
stand-up's a performance. It's a one-man show, which is why you can't do dick and fart jokes and still be effective.
But
Right?
you could do puns, you could do wordplay. I mean, I think observational humor is the best type of stand-up, but it's one genre of stand-up.
Yeah. Got prop comics, music comics.
I love that Dave Chappelle abortion joke where he's like, if you're gonna kill it, then I get no pay with it.
That's a good joke. That's a good.
It's very observational, very hypothetical.
Right to the heart.
It's very tight. No fat on that joke.
There's no fat on that joke. Well, Jerry's favorite joke, Jerry Seinfeld's favorite joke is there's no fat on that one either. You guys know that one, right?
Yeah.
I guess the joke itself is that Keegan will not understand the joke. And the joke goes, you should say it all normal.
I have to have coffee first. It has to do with what Gentiles don't understand about life.
Two Gentiles walk down the street and run into each other. One says to the other, how's business? And the other one says, great.
Yeah, that's the whole joke.
Yeah, I actually don't get that joke.
That's part of it.
That's because you're the butt of the joke. You're not gonna get the joke.
Yeah.
You just get the joke.
The best observational jokes cross-cultural is when both. It's not a great joke, but I'll give you an example. He says, "Have you spotted someone from Canada in New York City?" He's the guy waiting at the red light, but no one's coming. So the reason why that's a great joke is because every New Yorker looks at the guy and is like, "Yeah, that's the idiot standing there." And every Canadian's like, "Yeah, I'm the guy that stands and waits because that's what you do." It's like both that's true. And I'm not telling you it's true. But if it is true, it's because of being saved. Meaning, if you could just be saved without inner works, that would be an atheist when it becomes atheist of doing less self-introspection.
I'm skeptical and hesitant to say that the rates of narcissism are orange. I don't know. I like the Jews. I think they're doing fine. But I think every culture has.
Isn't it because they're a Jew?
Yeah, and also every culture has narcissists. I don't know what the rates would look like.
Yeah, and I'm not. That's the reason why I'm saying that I'm not giving a totalitarian argument. Of course, there are narcissists everywhere around the world,
Right.
and in any type of religion. So I'm just saying that I feel that they are bred more into these two other religions.
Well, we just studied the nature of sin and bad deeds.
What up, Carolina? No.
Describing that
I don't know what you mean is this you, but I am
like
in a
Russia.
clubhouse room
But you made a good point
listening to
before,
narcissists
Jew-
talk about
Judaism,
narcissism.
I mean, you guys also think that you hold the truth, right? I mean,
Yeah.
but I do believe that in yours religion, it's not that you give necessarily the space for potential other religions to be true, because you do believe that you own the truth and that you are right. Otherwise, you wouldn't be doing your.
I don't know if you thought I was Elon
Yeah,
Musk, but no.
But I
I'm
also
Adrian
believe that
Dittman,
the type of
CEO of
discussions,
Tesla,
that you guys
SpaceX,
have
Boring
is
Company.
less dogmatic.
Are you bored yet?
I don't know if I'm right in saying that it's less dogmatic.
Well, also,
It could be, you're right. And if I understand what you're trying to say, but Judaism.
Right? We've had to interact with the new philosophies as they develop in Africa and Arabia. We had to develop with all of those and interact with each other while different communities were developing with different insights. So, yeah, we have to be a bit more open because we've been opened. Our state was taken from us.
So
Yeah, and I think that
Judaism.
just one last sentence, Maya. The fact that you guys don't go trying to convert other people, that is one of the very strong factors on why you're letting others study what they want.
Yeah, so I'm going to say it in a different way. Judaism definitely believes it is correct and solely correct. I mean, but it gives space for other people to be wrong, and that's okay. Meaning, based on the information you have, it's understandable where you would get to. So that's why you don't go to convert, because based on the message you receive, that's acceptable of where you are.
You're not trying to convince others exactly that they're
And not condemning others, which is a major difference. In Christianity, if you don't accept, I mean, Islam's a little more nuanced because they say if you didn't get the message, but once you got the message, but it's basically a game of name that God. In Judaism, it's a much more robust test, and that grace has to be given to other people to say, based on the information they have, that they're making the right decision.
Meyer,
and
when you
that's
say
okay.
Meyer, when you say correct and solely correct, what? That Jesus isn't the Messiah?
Right.
Tom
And
Cruise,
Muhammad
that was
wasn't a prophet, yes.
Okay, but what specifically?
That's
I mean,
those
that
were
correct
very
in
two
what?
those were very two specific examples. I mean, you want to go through all the tenets, the 13 attributes of what makes you I'm not sure you're
Even that comes later in time. You don't have that earlier. You have that during.
Okay, I'll say it a little more clearly. No,
But
it
you
didn't come
realize-
earlier, that's the thing. You're wrong about that. But anyway, I'll say it a little more clearly. The point is, when people, if someone is not Jewish and they're not believing that they are Jewish and they're not practicing the religion, that's not a definite condemnation on them. Because if they grew up in a society that taught against it and learned,
Carolina, have a good day. Take care.
given they are a good person, then it's not on me to judge, because it's a much more robust test based on you have to really know every part of the person, which is impossible for one human to know one another. But it doesn't mean to say that practicing a different religion is an acceptable form of practice. So that means that Judaism is saying, no, Judaism is the correct way, but God will judge you based on the information you have, and if you did what's quote unquote incorrect, that's okay in your place. Following?
Yeah, can I add something?
You can try.
Please.
I think religion
I think what she said makes sense if you don't understand
But
like
hold on,
the chosen one. What if
of course, he believes he's right because that are his beliefs. But so you believe you're right too. I believe I'm right too. We all believe we're right. Now the difference is made in the sense that he is not forcing. Jews are not forcing others to believe what they believe. They are on their own and they get along with
Yeah,
the
but
ones
they
that
do it narcissistically.
yeah, like we kill people, right? If they don't become Jews, we just kill them.
Specifically, like for example,
Like Christianity, they're just so nice. They just kill you if you don't accept Jesus.
What are you laughing at, Abby?
Let her try to define her.
For example, I recently learned that in the Talmud, and if you want me to specifically cite it, that the rabbis would say that Jesus was stoned to death and then put on the cross post death. That's in your Talmud, and this is something that
No, it doesn't say that.
it does, and I will cite it for
No,
you.
it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. Even if it did, let's just pretend it did, even though it doesn't. So
Okay.
that would mean
So
that
then
you got the punishment. Wait, you got the punishment of being stoned.
Hold on. So this is something that centuries later, your rabbis write about Jesus, about something that was historically known that he was crucified, right? But for whatever reason, the rabbis come in much later and want to like make it about them.
Or record their own.
Yeah,
Okay. So
it's very narcissistic, and I know that it's exaggerated a lot.
okay, so basically, this is basically what you're claiming is the Jews are narcissistic, and then when asked why,
That's an example. The principle of why they're narcissists is the idea that you're chosen and it's exclusive and it's only to you. Like that's why the narcissism.
Oh my God.
Got it completely wrong, and you
Understanding
also think that you're exclusive. You also
No, I don't.
exclusively.
No, I don't.
Okay, so you're telling me that the Jewish religion is just as acceptable in your culture as practicing Islam? So if I say,
Hello, everybody. How you doing?
What about jizya? Let's talk about that.
no, that's not about jizya. Let's talk about religion. If I say I accept Allah as my God, but I do not accept Muhammad, that's okay.
You can do whatever you want. Like
I'm
No,
saying
it's not do whatever you want. You guys
You're such
are
a liar.
a conqueror.
how am I
Put
lying?
this in your own hands.
And you know what? Takia, right? I mean, like, isn't it about lying in favor of your religion? That's exactly what's happening here. But anyway, so the fact that, I mean, the chosen one argument is just so stupid because, so you need to see everything in a historical context as well. So Jews are an old religion. They are living, let's say, the religion in the Old Testament. In the Old Testament, God refers God, not the Jews. God calls them the chosen ones. That doesn't mean they are that doesn't mean
No,
they're my favorite. That doesn't mean they're my favorite ones. It means they are the chosen people through which I am going to fulfill a prophecy. I am choosing them as my servants. They're servants of God.
actually demonstrate that. Like,
Your opinion that you
You
demonstrate.
must be loving this,
I
Abby.
demonstrate that in my conversations with people and listening to what they have to say, and wanting to better understand their point.
Your own judgment or someone else?
From others. I have others that can vouch for this.
Diego! I love you!
I agree with Issa that, listen, without Jews, we don't have Christianity, all these things. And I don't blame, I'm not like someone like, the Jews are just, they're just running off the thing. No, as I said, it was prophesied by Isaiah that there would be people who would deny the Messiah. Now, whether or not you believe Jesus Christ is Messiah, whatever, it's great. But that was prophesied. And so the Jews fulfilling prophecy is just how it was going to be always. So
But what does it mean to be a Messiah, though? What does that really mean?
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god, no.
What
I'm
does it-
sorry.
Can you please mock me?
Why? No, he's down.
why'd you guys kick him down?
I don't know, because he's deviating, he's taking us up to a place where we don't want to be taken.
Diego, I posted the Spotify link, by the way.
By the way,
You posted the what?
The Spotify link that we were talking about maybe an hour ago.
The interview of
I don't see it anywhere.
It's at the side chat. I couldn't tell it, man. I sent it to you.
I'm gonna send it to you.
Nora, did you watch that YouTube video yesterday?
I started watching it. I'm gonna watch it today. It's not very long. It's like 25 minutes.
Yeah, it's not long at all.
Did you guys see this thing with deep state? This is like big news.
Yeah, nobody wants to explain this to me.
Did you see how much it costed? It costed $6 million.
Explain it to you on the most superficial.
It's actually $5 million, but I can see why you chose. But yeah, basically, other than it's free, I believe.
No, they basically have discovered a way of using a whole lot less physical resources
Yeah.
to do the same amount of computing power. So think of it like what's it called in storage? Like when you consolidate. I forgot the term. Like when you're able to put much more information.
RAM.
Compression.
Compression. Thank you. So they basically figured out a kind of compression for computation. So that makes all the ancillary companies that are around AI making the hardware unnecessary and through the market utility. That's most superficial because that's basically all I'm up to. But I hope that helps.
Yeah. They've overcome financial and technological restraints that we thought currently existed.
Yeah, that's NVIDIA lost the most money that any company has ever lost in the 24-hour period. I think it was the 20
Yeah.
But if you look
I
at
sent
their,
you Meyer's link to the interview, and Meyer, I sent you Diego's Telegram so you guys can be there.
if you look at the 5-year chart of NVIDIA, it's a fluctuation that is, not that dramatic compared to the 5-year of the stock.
Okay.
I mean, the biggest drops actually happen in bull markets. This has long been known.
Yeah. Okay.
But it's still a huge hit on them, and whether or not I don't think they actually recover. I think that this is the arms race of our generation, right? AI.
Right.
It's great. It's great. It's great technology.
China just took a huge lead.
Well, it ain't over, okay?
Oh,
China came behind and came up with something
Something like
comparable. Exactly cheaper.
But Mike, you're one of the retard ones that keep thinking that
Wait.
China is following U.S. innovation. They are driving innovation. You are the ones following innovation.
Well,
You guys forgot.
Because they improved the algorithm slightly that Americans invented.
No, it's not about the algorithm. It shows that you don't know what this is about.
It's
The
about
whole thing about the AI is that they came up with a better version, a faster one, requiring less use of chips, the chip power, which means that all the microprocessors that are taking all of the energy to create AI, right now the Chinese have found a way of creating a
impressive advance. Does it mean that the Chinese are conclusively ahead? No.
Well, it's not
Does it mean
about only the functionality of it, but it's about the resource consumption. And that is the reason why NVIDIA crashed.
Okay, so but people still need NVIDIA chips. They
Yeah,
need
you do.
Europe.
They
Yeah,
don't.
Bitcoiners need it.
Forget
Yeah,
the-
you do. They don't.
forget the
But also, I mean, this is only a model of a certain scale.
Oh my God,
In
Mike.
order
Okay.
to build future scale models, there's still
Expert
going to need
AI.
exponentially more compute.
My understanding,
If you know the scaling laws, explain scaling laws to us, please.
my understanding is that I've had some meetings with some AI experts, and they said that like there's no such thing as an expert insofar as every 3 months there's an advance that changes out. Like sometimes it's prompt creation, sometimes it's RAG, sometimes it's this or that. There's like it's just changing too fast for anybody to be an
Of course,
expert
but
in
Mike
this stuff.
wants to be recognized as an expert. Maybe first you have to be smart, and then people need to respect you, and then people will call you an expert. You will not need to call yourself an
Let me
expert.
ask you this, did you read
We can
the
all
technical
compromise.
paper? I
Make
mean,
it artificial.
he provided a technical paper. Did you read it?
So
Yeah.
what? I don't give a shit. I'm not calling myself an expert, but you're proving that you're full of shit. So nobody, especially if you call yourself an expert and you're proving how dumb your arguments are, nobody is going to recognize you as an
I'm
expert.
not looking for
You calling
recognition.
yourself an expert
I
doesn't mean
have
that.
customers, that's okay.
Well, so what?
So,
I mean,
but,
only
you know,
us has also
DCP3 is nice. It's very cool.
Girls
You
in
know,
only
the
France
Chinese
also
have done
have-
well.
Wait, hold on. Let me ask you a
Girls in
question
only
here.
France
This
have
is
also
a
customers.
oh, here's a serious question. Is there contribution to compression?
This is gold,
Based
isn't
on-
it, Abby?
Like, is it partly because of their language? Like, characters are a form of compression of
The
information?
correct
Okay.
word is not compression, it's
Let's-
optimization.
Listen to the expert, Diego. You know.
Yeah.
These things actually have meanings. Well, specific meaning to these words.
They found
You gotta give it up to
optimization
Diego for
that
not
this
kicking me or
is
modding other
times
people who
50,000
kick me, you know?
times more efficient.
And I'm gonna create a new burner account. It's gonna be called Larry David. Because I'm the modern day Larry David. I am the third in line to the Seinfeld throne. This is it.
Right.
This is the new Curb Your Enthusiasm. This is the new Seinfeld. We found it, Abby. We found it. It's gold, Abby. Gold!
Since the beginning. So, you know, this is a regular thing that happens.
Exactly, Throbbing.
That 50,000 number.
Doesn't mean we're participating. It means we're recording. It means we're making a movie, a film, a TV series, something. We're creating, while these people are, we're meditating while they are pontificating.
So they found it efficient.
Use this as your meditation, Robin.
So you can train maybe with fewer GPUs.
Make them your meditation. Don't get angry. Don't cast opinions about them being garbage. Just use them as your meditational technique, your tool. You can do it, Robin. Don't get angry, because you will get angry. Cindy Gold. I know Cindy. But yeah, make the introduction again. Oh, yeah. Same shit. I know. It's all good. But utilize this, Robin. Don't get angry. Be at peace. Be still, Robin. And we'll wrap this up with some wisdom reading. Something that all of these people need desperately in their lives.
And, you know, will China lead some of those advances? Probably. Will America do some of them? Probably. I mean, it's a global effort where everyone is learning from everybody else, especially when they publish the details.
Thanks for
So it's not as transformational of a milestone as the press is making it out to be.
But then you're saying that the market is wrong.
Well, I mean, the market goes up, the market goes down. They don't want to read into this. They want to apply their narrative. They want to
No,
apply
let's
this,
use his narrative, which is
this
completely irrelevant.
geopolitical struggle narrative. You know, but that sells newspapers. That's not like that realistic.
Yeah, it's all a hoax. Yesterday, NVIDIA didn't crash, Diego. Stop reading the media. Stop trying to make sense of something that actually makes sense.
NVIDIA is up many times.
Yeah,
Now come down to chat. It's a buying opportunity, probably.
No, it's just a market correction, right? NVIDIA is still a valuable company, but the market believed NVIDIA was necessary in like a very big way for the next wave stack.
Correct. And it changed completely course.
And now that the company I like them much better.
There is something I would recommend to this room is to take Mike as financial advice and actually listen to the expert and put your money where his mouth is.
Well,
Yeah.
I can tell you a much better stock pick that's coming out because NVIDIA has
Everything
already
is
had its
first,
run
and
up.
my Mike is financial advice. I just want to make this.
Well, you're allowed to. It's perfectly legal to give opinions on stocks.
How much money
Not a
have you
financial
made
advisor.
Okay, wait.
I do wanna
How
say-
much money have you made on stocks, like last year?
All of the monies.
I've done quite well. I mean, the market has gone up and up and up for the past like 5 years.
That is the
But
word
not
of an
better than the rate
expert.
of inflation.
Up and up and up and
But
up.
I personally do index investing. I rarely buy individual issues.
That makes sense.
But I do look for specific ones that are really good. And there's one coming out soon called Cerebras Systems.
Why is that good?
They're about to do an IPO. They're a company that has built something even better than a GPU, much better than a GPU.
Oh, really?
For an AI processor called Cerebras. They have basically built a wafer-sized chip where instead of when they usually make microchips, they chop up the wafer after they print it, in essence. And in the case of this company, they don't. They make an entire data center on one single chip. And it is, in fact, 50 times faster than GPUs. And it's out now. They're actually on their 3rd revision, but they're about to go public.
What's the market say about them?
Well, they're not public yet. Because they have a large external investor. One of their biggest investors is in Asia somewhere. They have to go through this foreign, asset review board or whatever. They're going public very shortly. I think this is a stock that has every potential to 10x within 5 years, and is almost guaranteed to be acquired by somebody at some point.
It's a foreign language.
But their product is excellent. They're the best thing. And there's one coming out soon called and my money is on the giant chip, that's for sure. And I use it every day. I love it.
The giant chip.
Yeah, Cerebras Systems is what it's called.
I currently think of it as the giant chip.
Oh yeah, the giant chip is fucking awesome. It's the coolest things in supercomputers. But their new system, you can chain 2,000 of these giant chips together into one massive supercomputer, which has by far more speed than So what makes it slow is whenever the processor has to wait for it to load data from memory. So anything that reduces the latency, is going to make it faster. So this is not something that they can do. You can't make the system as fast as this giant chip by just adding more GPUs, because each one is in a separate package and it takes time for one to signal another. But this giant chip has a network on it.
It's a good lateral solution. It's a simple physics solution to an engineering problem.
Right. There's simply no other way to do it.
Wait, where did Issa go?
I don't know.
Diego, I have a quick
Because
question.
the computations are dependent on each other. But so how did DeepSeek get
Wait,
to
give
the
me a moment.
fact?
I'm asking Diego a question. Diego, is this an example of narcissism?
Yes.
What?
A little bit.
What's narcissism?
Like the wafer thinking. It could be the biggest chip. That's narcissistic.
Well, they shipped it. It's not just a feeling. They're on their third version. It generates outputs. Yesterday I was getting 3,000 tokens per second. So instead of sitting there waiting for it to think, you type in your question, you hit enter, you instantly get the answer. You instantly get your program.
Right.
It's clearly the way everything is going to go, I promise you. I've been doing computers my entire life.
I wouldn't say clearly because there are some drawbacks to the design, but I agree with you. It's not a step forward.
No, it's one of those things where once users get a taste of a 50x performance
Right.
increase, everything else becomes pokey.
I
Once
agree
the
with that.
software is on par,
Saying that
then you'll
the solution they drove upon, physically tighter, could interfere with the ability to advance, right? When you have everything laid out on a board, it's easy to just mix and match.
Well, I mean, every computer is the same, right? It's all binary math. So it's just a question of which one's faster. But so how did DeepSeek get faster? Well, basically, they went very carefully through the training algorithm and they found more steps that were independent. They redesigned the algorithm so that there's less dependencies. That way they can run more in parallel. So there's basically just less time that the CPUs are doing nothing. Which is most of the time the CPU is doing nothing, because its calculations happen really, really, really fast, but memory is quite slow. That's the issue. So it sits there, 950 out of 1,000 time slots. It does its processing in 50 time slots and then waits, 500 times that amount of time for the next bit of data. So squeezing more data into the chips, feeding it faster is the way to make everything go faster.
When I was 10 years ago, I thought that the best way to solve a math equation would be to use an application-specific integrated circuit. And today, I want to solve those math equations with the GPU. Because I'm interested in making money with Bitcoin.
Well, so Bitcoin does an algorithm known as, I think Bitcoin is MD5 or something. Either MD5 or SHA-1, I'd have to take a look, but yeah, I mean, it's just, it is a sequence of simple operations, addition, multiplication, but the answers are dependent on the previous inputs, so it can't be done in parallel. You can't make it faster. You simply have to just iterate through each computation.
Yeah. But do you remember that there was, we've had AI and Bitcoin competing for NVIDIA chip processing power, and suddenly NVIDIA is being dropped in the processor for AI. It's obviously not being dropped completely, but I'm just saying it's dropping relatively. And that computing power will quickly get seized up by Bitcoiners. So I think NVIDIA should be fine. But That's what that was my point.
Yeah, well, I don't follow it too closely. I mean, I'm not that big on Bitcoin, honestly.
How much will it have to go to? 500,000 before maybe you change your mind on that?
I mean, it could go to 500,000, but will it stay there? I mean, I don't, you know, it's like if something
stays the same.
Cash, the last thing any participant in the real economy wants from their cash is volatility. Volatility.
Oh yeah, well that's a difference.
They're actually using cash.
So it was when humans create was. That's right.
Money ended up being Bitcoin.
Where everybody switches to Bitcoin. I mean, it's just
I
like
agree.
it's just a casino. It's a
Well,
casino.
let's not trash the most amazing technology in the last 100 years.
It's not that. It's the most amazing Ponzi scheme in the last 100 years. I mean, most people lose money on Bitcoin. I mean, think about it. For one person to make money on Bitcoin, somebody else has to lose money. Real money, dollar money, because it doesn't produce any value. It just transfers value.
My Ferrari said otherwise.
No, a Ferrari produces the value of you getting to drive it.
But then could also go up in value if you buy a year or make that's like sought after, like supply and demand. Like my friend drives Toyotas, and like they go up in value somehow, like the FJ Cruisers and like certain colors and stuff like
There's a
that.
secondary market, but the secondary market is premised on a primary market, where the value is consumed in the primary market.
Let me ask you this.
Bitcoin does not have a primary market; it is only a secondary market.
What is the rule that the longer something has been, the more likely it will continue to be?
It's called the Lindy effect.
The Lindy effect. Okay, so if right now, after 15 years, it is the best performing asset of all time, year after year, at what point would you say, okay, well, the Lindy effect says that if it is the best performing asset of all time, it will continue to be the best performing asset of all time, and maybe I should
Well, first of all, that's
invest in the
impossible.
protocol?
What could you think about that's similar to Bitcoin from before that you could compare it to in the past? Like what could you is there a commodity like diamonds or gold or something that you could like compare it to?
I mean,
All right,
it
you asking?
doesn't actually make sense because the individual returns on the average person will lose money on Bitcoin. So it doesn't perform well for the average person. It's not like, say,
If they hold it for 1 year, the average person makes money.
But like wasn't the point of it was just to like use it
You have to
as a currency?
and a sell.
Like the point of it would be used as a currency to like buy stuff that people can't like track or whatever?
I don't know if that's what it was. I mean, you know, there's a difference between what the technology is and what people have envisioned it could be, and they've marketed it in that way. You know, they call it digital gold, or they call it, you know, digital cash, and I don't agree with those things. But if you hold it for 1 year, the average return is 150%.
Well, it just depends on when you hold it. I mean, Bitcoin has had massive crashes.
For years and years.
Happen again.
For like 5 years at a time, it would stay at a certain amount, or it would crash and go down like from 30 to 15, or from wherever it would be.
But as a whole, Bitcoin loses money. And let me explain. Okay? Say there is that for whatever reason there can only be 10 people who trade Bitcoin. And they only have $100 a piece. So the maximum anyone could pay into Bitcoin would be $1,000. The only problem is there's somebody else sitting at the table. Bitcoin allows them of it goes to the power company. Tomorrow, another $10. That $1,000 that everyone trading Bitcoin is exchanging with each other is decreasing constantly. So Bitcoin as a whole loses value. Okay? Now, so this goes back to the theory
I
of
think
money.
you're fighting
Well,
more than you can chew.
no. This is a fact about Bitcoin. Okay? So
Well, no,
why are
you're
people
saying
using money in the
fact.
first place? So does Bitcoin have value as a currency? That's another question. So, well, why did people create currency to begin with? Well, currency was an alternative to the barter system, right? So it's like when people want to trade something, one person produces one product, another person produces another product. They both benefit more when they trade with each other. But it's inefficient if you have to compare the relative value of specific products. That's why they created currency, where you can have prices. The prices can estimate the relative values. So can Bitcoin do that? Could you run an economy on Bitcoin? Yes, you could. But there's only one problem. We already gain value over time because people's incomes go up as productivity goes up.
No, but if I hold $100 starting in 1990 and I want to buy a hamburger,
This is like bad take after bad take after bad take after bad take after bad take.
Right. And there's a lot of reasons.
Mike is closer to the truth than some, but then he falls off the edge. And Diego's way the fuck off the edge, and Vincenzo's with. Danny's really far gone. That girl's really in trouble. She really needs to read a book. She's got like, I hate to say it, but she's very low IQ. I mean, she needs to like. I asked her yesterday, I was like, did you go to college? And she was like, I started, but I didn't finish. She really needs to take like a public she needs to take a public speaking course and then read books.
My parents would put money in a savings account. It would earn 15% per year.
Right, and where do you think
It was an investment.
that comes from? It comes from what's known as
Interest rates.
productivity. No, but what finances the interest rates? It's productivity. So productivity is when the price of a finished good exceeds the price of its inputs. That's why we make things like say take farming, right? You buy your seeds, you buy your fertilizer, it rains, the sun shines, your plants grow, you pick them, and now if you want to stay in business as a farmer, you for excess of the price of what the seeds and the fertilizer cost.
Okay, but you have to understand, why are you capable of selling it at excess and not at cost? That's because there is a disparity between people desire.
He's a self-taught economist, ladies and gentlemen.
Satisfy those desires.
Well, no, it's also because when the plants that produced real value, the inputs were actually fundamentally transformed into something more valuable.
I understand, but as a person who is competing with you in that same industry, if I can undercut you by a penny and my product is the same, I will take your business, right?
Right. Yeah.
So everybody's competing to bring the disparity between the cost of producing the good and what people are willing to pay for it. They want to have that meet.
Right.
Or
So
as an economist would say, be in equilibrium.
An economist? An economist will tell you that? Wow.
This is an identity of economics. Marginal costs are equal to marginal revenue. And that includes the cost of capital. I mean, that's just an identity of economics. But here's the thing. What the actual value is in what was produced, is in that finished good. That's what people actually want. That's what you live your life based on. But how you account for that doesn't change its value.
Well, wait a second. So 48 hours ago, people perceived a value in NVIDIA that today, apparently, they don't perceive anymore. And that's reflected in the price of the stock.
Right. Because
What changed?
Well, because the value of the company is not knowable to humans. We have
But the inputs are, and you said inputs.
Well, I mean, so NVIDIA produces products, right? NVIDIA is a chip maker, okay? You know, they design chips and sell them, right? That's their business. But it's like the true value of their company would be the sum of all their future profits. But we don't know what that is. It's like the future is uncertain. So people have to estimate what the future cash flows and profits will be. So that those estimates, you know, are an opinion of the future. Like nobody knows. We won't know until the future happens. And there's also issues of comparable prices. I mean, there's not that many opportunities to buy investments in really nice companies. So they traded actually what's known as a multiple. They traded many times the value of their future earnings. So yeah, I mean, when people perceive, we've learned new information. New information seems to suggest that these people's future earnings will be lower. Well, okay, then their current price, which is premised on those future earnings, we now believe is lower. It's that simple.
Are you a millionaire, Mike?
I mean, I don't like to get too personal. Like, I'm a millionaire on paper. If you added up the value of my businesses, like, do I have $1 million cash? No. Do I drive a Mercedes?
You have to keep
Yes.
going. Oh, you have a Mercedes? Is that do you take a loss on that?
I mean, I just pay I run nice, profitable businesses, and I just pay the lease every month. It's not a loss; it's a gain to me. I love it. But that's not through the business. Like, I don't buy my car through my company.
How do you feel about Tupac when he died? The group smoked his ashes in a blunt.
I support that.
Mike, you're the same guy that was in the room listening to the audiobook, right? You changed your name.
Nope, I always have the same name.
Okay, but you have a different picture. Are you the same guy?
I'm the same guy. The one and only Mike Frager.
By the way,
You can't just do that.
I mean, Adrian's recording. I just was gonna say a statement, but then it would like lead to more things, so I just stopped myself.
So Adrian was recording me live. That was very nice of that person, you know?
That's awesome. So Danny, you were talking about Bitcoin. Do you like you know more than I know nothing about Bitcoin.
Well,
so I can't even
talk
assess.
about like he made an example before about like the 10 and then the people and you're dividing it and moving it around, but like then you also have like miners, like people mining it. He said something about the electric company. I don't know if that's what he meant or if that's different.
Yeah, well, I mean, so miners are doing computations that allow Bitcoin to be transferred among the different people. And as they do that, the network allocates the miner owners a larger share of the total amount of Bitcoin. But then they have to pay the power companies. As they're doing their mining, electricity isn't free.
Oh,
They
it's so
pay
expensive.
some of their profits. They get Bitcoin, they sell it to somebody, then they pay the power company.
Did you see the school where some genius rigged like a school to like mine a lot of Bitcoin and they were taking the money, like, but the electricity was going through like the school eventually they got caught, but they got away with it for a while. I was like, what an evil genius. Like,
Well, at my company, we used to run Bitcoin miners on all the computers during their off time because the power wasn't metered and it went through the landlords, and like these computers would just sit there anyways. Mine's Bitcoin. Just didn't add up to that much, but I got a little bit.
is it chance? Like so if someone goes to like spend like $1 billion in Bitcoin and you're the one mining that, like, don't you get like a lot? Like, isn't it like kind of chance of like what you're like helping with, or am I wrong with how it works?
Well, I mean, each miner you get a teeny bit of Bitcoin as you mine. It's very, very, very tiny amount. Something like 95 or more percent of Bitcoin has already been mined. So there's only a very, very, very tiny fraction left. But there has to be some kind of equilibrium. If Bitcoin the price wasn't high enough for miners to profit, then the network will actually make it easier to mine. It has feedback processes in there so that it keeps the network at an equilibrium. But the real question is well, why do people even care about Bitcoin? They only care about Bitcoin because the price has so far made new highs. And that was the question earlier. Well, what if it just keeps making new highs forever? Well, for that to happen, you would need a world with an infinite number of people and an infinite amount of money. And that's just not the case. There's only a fixed number of people in the world. It grows very slowly. They only have so much money that they're ever likely to spend on Bitcoin. And once that level is saturated, that will be the final top for Bitcoin, and it will go down from there as people sell it.
So you think once it's mined completely, it's just over?
No. Once the speculative bubble reaches its top, once there's no more suckers willing to believe that Bitcoin will go higher.
I think I don't know. I think that they're not ready to get rid of it. I think that
Well, it will destroy itself because eventually that final top will come in and it will stop making new highs. Maybe we're not there yet. Nobody knows where that final top will be. If they
But it's like a currency,
make a lot of
right?
money shorting it. What?
It's like a currency, so if you were to like look at it and study it and try to like make money off of it, are you gonna look at it like a currency? Do you look at it like a commodity? Like what would it be considered?
Well, it is a currency. I mean, a commodity has a par value. It has it can be consumed for its own sake.
Yeah.
Oh wait, never mind. There we go.
And Stu been shooting a shot for me, but yesterday he shot a shot for me.
Yeah, I'm not seeing Jeremy on the list.
Really serves his country that well. He's just resting on his laurels.
Yes, but where it comes from, it's what you just read. It's about someone that accomplished something and now they're resting their laurels. But now it takes a different connotation, right? Which is like, well, they're resting in their laurels without deserving it, which is really what it means. Don't rest in your laurels.
Is it the rate of 9 people? Does anyone know? Maybe Mayor or said no. In Hebrew, it's the rate of 9.
I never heard that expression.
Norm, welcome to Oh My God.
I just heard a new expression
Thank you.
yesterday that I
Thank you.
have to remember it. It was like Bubalet Kisara. I never heard like confused like a hair. I never saw such an expression. Are you there, Daniel?
saying deze lanois als rest on like definitely leaves, but I would go get it soon. I'm walking around.
What's the expression? The bubal kisara. Floating in the wind. Yeah.
I've never heard of this.
Let me read it exactly. Oh, it got even worse. One second, I can tell. إما يشينا بشوكات مقبلة كسارة.
Okay, hold on. I've got a phone call. Be right back.
What is that?
It's like confused like a hare, and she's in bad shape. And they said my mother is getting more and more sleeping and quiet and confused like a hare. I'm assuming it means like floating in the wind. Well, I never heard the expression. But now it just got worse. I got another message that she's like completely non-responsive.
Anyway, I've been trying to go back to the conversation for too long. I think it's time. Did you guys speak more about the narcissism and the religions like that? After we left?
I'm flesh and blood. You could bring back the old conversations. I haven't heard it yet. So we're at the narcissism from the other room.
Yeah, we just came in the room where Diego and Princessia were, and they were talking about, oh yeah, and Kevin, they were talking about how Trump is a narcissist, or, well, Kevin was accusing him of being a narcissist. And so they opened this conversation about narcissism and what it means, like both socially and medically. And then somehow we ended up talking about which religion or what culture breeds more narcissism. And I said that, in my opinion, it was Islam that breeds more narcissism. Then probably Christianity, and the last one would be Judaism. And I think that.
Statement like that. More like just a fun conversation.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't have. This is all hunch based, of course, just observational theories.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then someone was saying in the chat that the Jews were the OG narcissists because of that believing that they're the chosen.
Every population thinks they're special. That's one of their survival moves. The Chinese think that they have a special energy called qi, which is what the name Chinese comes from. The Japanese, I'm sure you recall, thought that they were the superior Asian race.
But it's not even that. She was completely ignorant. She was so off the mark. All what I said was, were you in the room, Mark?
Partially.
So what I said was Judaism believes to be correct. It just gives grace to other people depending on how they received and the messages and the learning that they had. So it doesn't judge a person, although it still asserts religion to be correct. So she went off on that and how narcissistic it is compared to the other Abrahamic faiths, which was completely insane. Like everyone pointed out to her, because every Abrahamic faith is the correct religion. So she like skipped the difference between Judaism and the other two and picked on the one that every religion on this planet has exactly the same.
I thought you handled that particularly well. I thought that was a very insightful answer. That we judge somebody based on the knowledge that we have. I think that's a wonderful answer. Right?
I don't think she got it. She was so stooped in her bias, which is what she's calling narcissism. It's not a narcissism, but she's calling it narcissism. Like, so stooped in her bias that she was calling Judaism narcissistic, which was kind of ironic. Not kind of, very ironic.
Double
It's just
agent
like
tried to
they
assassinate me
took that
today,
one
but
statement like, oh
he
yeah,
didn't get
well,
the
he's
shot
a
in.
narcissist
So
because
funny.
of
I
this.
built up enough
And it was
goodwill
just
with
like
some of these
very,
people that
you know,
double agent doesn't have the
general.
equivalent or superior goodwill.
She's not shallow. I think it is.
Her thoughts have never left, to be honest.
You know she's gonna try to. I guarantee you she's gonna find this recording and listen to this analysis of her.
Hello, Samson.
What's up, man?
What's happening, brother?
Chilling hard.
What?
Chilling hard.
Chilling hard.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't think she was really into the conversation. Anyway, I would like to ask her. Mike always destroys the rooms. I don't know what the hell is going on with him. I was very tolerant of him before.
Is that his name? Adrian? Mike?
Mike.
Mike, sorry.
No, she's not talking about Adrian. She's talking about Mike Frager.
No, Adrian was just in the audience. Mike Franklin.
Adrian's the guy who's recording you.
Yeah, but he could be a troll and he could give nothing burgers, but he didn't do it. He was just mad. He just existed. Mike was giving people long soliloquies about AI and like whatever. It was very Mike.
I was putting things in the chat about narcissism and the mythology of narcissism, as well as maybe some of the symbolic signification of, narcissists. But yeah, I mean, everybody's different, and Mike is who he is. Everybody's on the struggle, or they're supreme. But I mean, if you're so amazing, chances are you're not going to be on this app.
Adrian, are you a narcissist?
Both statement.
I want to say I have a healthy ego, that I am capable of affection. But I, like everybody, I like to return what I receive, or I give respect to get respect. And a lot of people honestly don't know how to have conversations. They just talk over each other. It seems like they can't hear. So I think listening, or the symbol of the ear, is truly like the most powerful symbol, maybe more powerful than a tongue or or the lips. So, your ears are the canals to your temple, and some people seem to have a lot of fucking earwax in those canals.
Just log it at that bitch and like.
I never found earwax disgusting. I always found it rather charming.
Do you chew your finger after you put it in your ear?
I know, that's disgusting.
I don't know, because he doesn't find it disgusting. I was just wondering.
No, it goes on Q-tips, and I throw them away, but I feel like a little bit relieved.
It's interesting. We do disgusting things to feel cleaner.
Well, the disgusting thing is the maintenance. It's like, yeah, like,
Yeah.
I think I told you I used a Toto toilet, like with all the bells and whistles before, for the first time. I used them before, but never with all the buttons and everything. And it was like wash and dry, and it was an uncanny experience, really. I felt great.
I want to say something about narcissists. You could look at Jesus, Muhammad, Moses, Noah. You could look at any prophet, patriarch, or holy man and say that guy's a fucking narcissist, because they are essentially doing mania. And I've heard Megzad say, I have a God complex. I don't have a God complex. I'm interested in studying psychology, mania, neurotic behaviors, narcissism. So I'm just saying there is a correlation between mania and religious ecstasy. And, if you use it for good, maybe you'll do good. But if you use it for bad, then you end up becoming a sadistic murderer. And I think it's fair to say that there is a lot of criticism about Muhammad and about what he did and how he used God to essentially justify murder. And a lot of people do that. And it's happening today, right now, I'm sure, somewhere on the planet.
It sounds like you're opposed to sadistic murder, which is a personal bias, I think.
Yeah, I'm against murdering people. I mean, you know, you never. Anyways, I think I made my point.
At least you got my irony. It's all about me.
The whole thing with C.G. Jung in psychology is the Yetzer Hara, the Yetzer Tov, and incorporating the Yetzer Hara and eliminating it or extinguishing it by returning to wisdom. So if you read Dhammapada, a Buddhist book, or you read the Bhagavad Gita, a Hindu book, or you read the New Testament or the Old Testament or whatever, if you return to that wisdom, it should help essentially shrink the ego.
Adrian, have you ever heard the Talmudic story of how the rabbis did not destroy the Yetzer Hara?
No, I haven't read it.
Okay, so this is a cool story. This is a weird story. This is also, according to the Talmud, the reason we don't have prophecy. Okay? So at some point, the rabbis decided through their mystical rabbinic ability to slaughter the Yetzer Hara. Right? So they killed the Yetzer Hara for avodah zarah, idolatry. So people no longer care at all about bowing down to fake gods, right? That was considered like a success. But then they went one step further. They tried to destroy all desire for lust. And then the people stopped having relations with each other and weren't procreating. So they didn't kill that one. They let that one live. But the reason there's no prophecy is because when they killed the Yetzer Hara for idolatry, it killed man's desire to seek out God, and thus no more prophecy. Except there's always an except. The exception is children and crazy people. They still get involved.
It's interesting. So I mean, the Tao symbol, the yin and yang, like El Normo said, the chi. With regards to the Yetzer Hara, Yetzer Tov, Daniel in the chat said, you know, there's good people, there's bad people. So I do think there are good Muslims. I do think there are good Christians. There are good Jews, but there's also bad people. So the concept of evil in the world is really the action component. How do we, you know, act towards each other, or what decisions are we making? And are we conscious, or what they call mindful or aware of good and evil? And it is partly aesthetic, I would say, to a certain extent, but you know, it's inherent in the system. You cannot remove the Yetzer Hara. I mean, you need a Yetzer Hara to have a Yetzer Tov. That's what I'm trying to say, is that there's this duality between the two aspects of good and evil. And I mean, hopefully you're on the right side of history, and hopefully you survive. I'm just saying, on October 7th, they were not using critical thinking skills.
Those were not the good guys.
Well, thus they use Yetzer Hara from their documentation, from their interpretation, from their bias, from their programming, and they utilized it to do evil.
There seems to be a level of barbarity in this population, Adrian, that is excessively evil. Sorry to have to say.
I mean, weren't the attackers on October 7th high on meth? Weren't they found to have
I
ingested?
believe it's called Captagon, yes.
And I mean,
Yes,
which
I mean,
is,
that's just part of it.
I mean, the Nazis, as well as U.S. soldiers during World War II, a lot of the pilots were using methamphetamine to stay awake for 24-hour operations. I'm not saying that that's connected to evil per se. I'm just saying that a stimulant used in the acts of barbarity seem historically to be, you know, significant.
I went to a funeral for a good friend yesterday, a former student.
So Mixed, you know, how do Hasidic people rationalize premature death through the concept of souls?
How do you mean?
Meaning, you know, if your house burns down on Shabbos and the whole family gets wiped out, what would the spiritual rabbi say about the soul and with regards to these innocent lives lost or these premature deaths, which is a tragedy?
Death happens. Like, that's one of the primary reasons people turn to religion.
I know, but isn't the rationalization reincarnation? That's what I'm trying to get at, is reincarnation.
Reincarnation? Hasidim, they go into Gilgul a bit. Not really my branch of Judaism.
I don't know. To me, it just seems like a coping mechanism, which may be fine and dandy, you know, but it's still conceptual. But I have heard, you know, Hasidic people or very spiritually Jewish people say that, you know, when there's great tragedy, that this was their life. You know, it does seem like a destination or predestination rationalization.
I mean, it is, right? It is what happens.
Anybody afraid of you?
Do you enjoy the company of other men?
Where are you from? It took me 3 hours to figure out that F you meant Felix.
Felix Blessed, what?
Are they still going?
Buying from an exchange. You go to an online exchange, they take your dollars, and then they trade.
So since one Bitcoin is worth that much, would that then mean that there's a fraction of the Bitcoin that you can purchase? Excuse my
Bitcoin can be sold
Is this for real?
many digits of fractions, like 9 digits or something.
Okay, so now I'm starting to you know, wrap I'm like a math person, so I'm trying to like visualize this in my mind. And so is your name Isaac?
Yes, sir, Eagle.
May I say something? If I have a chance.
Go ahead, buddy.
Hi, I'm Manu. Nice to meet you guys.
Happy anniversary, my lady.
Thank you. He invited me to this room.
Brian is such a charmer.
But I'm trying to understand what your argument is, Bree, because I think what Isaac is saying is the idea of the medicine that. Let me finish because I did not.
Most people think a great God is gonna come from the sky and take away everything. He kicked me real quick.
Get out of my room.
Well, I'm so sorry, because he was asking about.
I'm not gonna tolerate having people that are supposed to be killing your faith as a son of Yah. And I'm not gonna support one second of Yah. And I'm not gonna support anyone that's against the heads of Yah. I don't give a fuck about their opinion. They can shove their opinion up their ass.
Yeah, maybe you can kick Carmen also because she doesn't support.
No, but she wasn't rude. She doesn't support it. She doesn't care about it.
No, I don't.
They kicked El Normo.
There you go. But this
to disagree. So the conclusion already was there. Like you're disagreeing.
That's very interesting. Of all the white people, interesting. Wow. Mm. Sandra, do you wash your chicken? You wash your chicken? Why do people wash chickens like that? You don't wash your chicken? You don't wash your chicken. You can get salmon.
Cat's gonna be outside doing, picking the fruit, picking the greens up, picking the corn, going and out there and picking the tomatoes, picking all the berries. Like I need us to stop with this whole thing of people don't want to do the work when it's people doing the work now.
Yeah, those migrants, immigrants, and migrants.
That's all people doing. That's all in the country all the time. What are you talking about? Y'all live in the city. Y'all don't know because y'all live in the city.
Who do you think picking the food in France, in Europe, in those countries?
European.
Is it the Mexicans? Are the Mexicans picking the food in France?
It's the Africans. The Africans go to France.
Guess what? If I go home right now to Louisiana with all this education, all these certifications, and all of this shit, and this career, my black ass gonna be outside with my visor on, picking that fucking food up, all of it.
Why aren't the Africans picking the food in America?
They don't need it because their education doesn't require them to.
It's easier
Oh,
for
but I thought they
the
were picking
Africans
fruit,
to get
right?
to France
That's what
than
I'm
it
saying.
is to America.
Because I'm in California, and the migrants, they're doing the work.
There are people that live in those rural areas that will do that labor. I need y'all to understand that. You're acting like this is being done in Houston and this is being done in San Francisco or New York. Those orchards, I came from Detroit, we have orchards everywhere. The people that live in those rural areas are willing and able to do the work. They're versed in it. They grew up doing it.
Then you gotta remember the demographics out here. There's not a high population. Well, where I live, the population of black people is not that high.
It seems like
Well, I guarantee there's no chance that will happen, but people believe that it will. That's actually a trading opportunity. Every time Bitcoin hits one of these tops, it's a great time to short it. So that means the people who believe this false premise, they can lose their money on that basis.
I made a lot of money, so I'm not really worried about that.
But where did that money come from? That gain was somebody else's loss.
Is it? I mean,
What does that mean? Does that mean dollars?
it means a nominal yacht appreciation.
But does that include your current position, or did you actually exit?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to
Well, the thing is that we're not going to need to exit anymore because that 121 was repealed, meaning that banks can now custody Bitcoin and you can borrow against it. So
That's not
I don't
gonna
need that. So
that's not going to change its fundamental economics because if the price of Bitcoin drops, your bank is going to hit you with what's known as a margin call, and you'll be liable for that difference.
yeah, well, that's a product that exists, but that's not something I'm planning on taking. But I don't have to
cycles because there's not an unlimited number of people on the planet.
I don't know what people have to do with anything.
Well, people.
Like, what happens is in teaching, the only thing that can go wrong is that you somehow like develop an inappropriate relationship with your student. Like, it doesn't make any, and I would just never be tempted by it. I don't know.
Yeah, intelligence is, in my opinion, much more important than socialization. So it'll get you further than social cohesion. And you can actually work on your social skills, whereas like you can't really. You're born with a certain amount of intelligence. You can't fix your intelligence. You can kind of fix it.
So what do you think about the idea of social intelligence? Like the idea that you have a social IQ? Just like the same inq.me, and the website is not one, because the thing is, it refers to the whole institution of healthcare. So you can always say that if my score is not accurate, you can always say, for example, that my score is not accurately measured to be 30th percentile by going and criticizing the MD PhD whose paper is cited to compute that 30th percentile. Now, they do rigorous science in the National Institute of Health, but the National Institute of Health is not like, it's not like rocket science, you know what I mean? It's like not literally rocket science, so they're going to be imprecise.
I mean, for me, socialization is more about culture than it is about actual, DNA or genes or your genetics or your ability to, So if you can find someone who is similar to you in your cultural beliefs or...
No, fair enough. I'm not trying to poke you.
Look,
in a stupid way. I just don't.
Can't believe we're still having a debate whether or not it works.
But, I think, there's emotional intelligence,
The price doesn't prove that that's the future. The fact that everyone is focused on
there's IQ and EQ, right? But I
Bitcoin
guess
is
you're
a
about
numerator and not a denominator.
SQ.
The denominator is the dollar.
Welcome to News Love and Dawn. Good to see you. Sorry, go ahead, please. Have you tried to work on your social intelligence? What does that entail?
Meditation.
I'd say if you're at relative comfort with your own being, socializing becomes super easy. And it's a relationship with our friends, our lovers, our employees, employers, neighbors. All of that is downstream from a relationship with our own person. And if you work using what sometimes referred to as meditation, but we have a slightly different approach to it. We call it dhyana. And there's nothing wrong about all of us having our own practice. That's wonderful. And the more and more you kind of go into that, I think it becomes super easy to additionally socialize. So yeah. Hey, Sage. It's easier to be socially on cue with someone if you share like some common interests or whatever. So you can bond over that common interest. It's like it doesn't matter if you're socially awkward if you're like sharing something that you both enjoy. Right. Absolutely.
But if you could go into like meditation and the concept of self, I mean, even if you don't have something common to bond over and it's the total antithesis of who you are or what your interests are in, if you have a confident concept of self, you actually realize that those opposite, non-common bonding things is like the cornucopia. So I don't, Dole and I agree with you. It's easier to bond with somebody if you have common interests. For example, the concept of meditation. If you're both interested in meditation, it just opens up all possibilities to being interesting, is what I'm saying.
And there's no part of that I disagree with. And personally, I'd submit that just to reset the room as well, they just we're just kicking this off here. The capacity of human beings to socialize eloquently, and perhaps the role of Dhyanam as a force multiplier, because at the end of the day, it's a skill set. And there's no part of what you said that I disagree with, Adrian. And if there's a commonality, that's fantastic. But the capacity to accept another human being, to listen more keenly, and to kind of partake in that process in some meaningful way is all about, being centered, and that's the Dhyanam project. So it helps if you both like cricket, but one of you likes baseball, the other likes cricket. If one is centered, then one would actually find the interest to go and hang out with them in a baseball game and try to learn the game, and then you make friends out of that. You perfect random stranger now is your best buddy, and so on and so forth. All of that happened because you managed to befriend this person with whom you never had anything in common in the first place. So capacity to build more relationships, socialize, and all of that. Now you have a key to that, and then you open up the window, and then you go further. And in my experience, Dhyanam has been so central to that, because it's easy for me to get lost in my own music. And when we are connected with who we are deep down, you begin to listen to somebody else's music. And that's opened up beautiful opportunities and experiences in my case.
Dolan, do you think that common or shared interests are really shared interests in words?
No, I mean they can be shared interests in just like subjects, so that can be displayed through action, can be displayed through more than just words. I mean, usually like sales, like when you go in for an interview or whatever, I don't know how relevant this is. They say it's much, much less of what you actually say and a lot more of what your body language is and what your energy field is. So, what you look like, and is very important.
Well, I mean, if you're saying like an aura in terms of like a job interview and them being attracted to you and they want you to join their team, I mean, it's a composition of subject matter expertise, personal hygiene, how you smell, how you look, what you say. How do you create that attraction with someone? It's a composite of effect. It's multi-layered. So there's many veils to creating attraction and wanting an employer or a team that wants you to join their team because they feel that you're going to bring that plus one plus two effect and hopefully not take away and bring negativity to that team psychology. Even here on Clubhouse, there is a group think happening, and there is a collective consciousness happening on this app. That might be the future of education, because if you think there's a real ROI on what taxpayers are putting into the system, it's just not there. It's essentially a housing institution, a housing organization, and an administrative wage or a salary or a job industrial complex, but very little education or real it's mostly indoctrination into, I don't know, it's so hard to know, like cultural Marxist or historical revisionism, I suppose. That's primarily what's happening, in my opinion. Very little math, science, physics, chemistry, biology.
Yeah, the key is how you make others feel about themselves and whether or not you're going to be accepted.
Yeah, but again, it goes back to what we said earlier, that if you are aware of the self, your relationships with coworkers, with family members, with lovers, with clown house netizens, it's downstream. So the truth is, the more you speak, the more you think, the further from the truth you're going to get. Stop thinking and your problems. That'll help alleviate a lot of anxiety with regards to relationships, I think. That's what I read in Taoistic Zen philosophy.
Hey, Merle. Hey, everybody. What's up, brother? How are you? I'm very well, thank you. That's good to know. All well, all well.
Yo, Floral, are you, as like, just, I'm loving Trump Day 8, or Trump Day 9, whatever day we're on, I guess it's 8, but I'm loving it. I feel like all that fighting on Clubhouse, like, we fought with so many people we never needed to fight with about Trump versus Biden or Trump versus Kamala, and I'm glad our side won.
But I want to take a step back to what Adrian was saying. I think it's such an important point because, you can't possibly build a relationship with anybody if you don't have a reasonable line of sight into who you are. And what that gets is clarity. And once you have clarity, you could easily make the best out of most circumstances that you even assuming they impose upon you. And the whole point of threat control and the capacity to reflect and sit still and, for hours on end. And it becomes a habit because you find yourselves testing your capacity to be still when you're driving, you're interfacing with a colleague and, meetings and whatnot. You're competing out there in a competitive world. Capacity to evaluate just how still we are all the time, that becomes almost like a project. And, in that process, you just end up building really beautiful relationships. And then now you're powered by the imagination of the collective. And there's no downside to that. And I guess that's what you'd refer to, the world would refer to as leadership skills, sociability, emotional quotient. We can use all kinds of words too, and we should, to describe that phenomenon, but we're quintessentially describing the same thing. I'm sorry, I'm also working, so I'm multitasking at the moment. Well, what's going on? How have you been? What's the end?
Good, man. Good. I'm thinking about going to DC tomorrow. I'm friends with some of the RFK guys who are with this campaign. And so they're arranging people to come for the congressional hearing.
Nice.
It starts tomorrow. It's open to the public, but they're getting a good gang of RFK supporters to meet up early.
Nice.
And go in. So, just thinking of driving to DC in the morning. Return to DC. This time I think I'll maybe wear scrubs and a lab coat.
Well, have you have you ever watched the articles from what Elon Musk said about DeepSeek? They're using much more chips than they officially announced.
I haven't heard what you said. I heard Vinny Kosla's son say that, but most of the other people are saying that it's real. So
like Elon Musk or beyond some of the people saying that DeepSeek is actually using much more chips than they actually officially announced. So Elon Musk, it seems not much concern about it.
Yeah, if that was true, Nvidia wouldn't have been down 17% yesterday. Okay, so I mean, if that's true, it'll bounce completely back as the news comes out. It's possible.
Yeah, for sure.
It's definitely possible, but it's just their version one was trained on they had like 10,000 A100s. Okay, so the people keep wanting to see, but they clearly said they didn't use those on the third one. And they used the H800 clusters, which are the older chips. So they come out open source and show the methodology of how to get to work faster. So
yeah, ever since then, we all talk about the DeepSeek, and I was kind of doing the research, and I personally does not believe what the chief science people says, even the government or the individuals or the companies, because they always lie. So that's my conclusion.
Morel, what do you think about this HPV vaccine, as well as other, vaccines that are marketed as being sort of, I guess, less, like the communication is different, but is the cocktail the same? And, the whole Bill Gates and PR campaign against RFK, I mean, it's all connected. So I'm just wondering, like, what if he gets in there, what is going to be the effect on pharmaceutical corporations, primarily the major distributors of, vaccines?
yeah, I think they'll have to prove their safety and they'll have higher bars to do that. So the more dangerous the vaccines will have trouble. I think the farm industry in general is going to crash because they'll be, Make America Healthy is like about holistic, taking less medicine. It's not about just treating everybody, letting everyone just be overweight, suck up all the goddamn Wegovy and Ozempic.
I heard somebody say there's 5 people in their family and they're on 54 medications. I was like, so everybody's on 10 medications? I'm like, or is somebody on 20? Like, how much is too much? Eventually, when do you get exhausted every morning or afternoon? Or, I mean, my uncle was taking, 20 vitamins a day, 20 vitamins. And he was like all into it. Like he was his own chemist or something. And I'm like, and he died prematurely from, various ailments. And I would say that his consumption of 30 vitamins and minerals a day was excessive. It could have played into some of his complications.
Yeah, RFK's the man. He's much smarter than most doctors, and that hurts the feelings of the doctor class. But I have difficulty getting behind this.
It's kind of funny how a lawyer can read himself into the medical, complex and be proficient and become a subject matter expert, because when you really do have that interest, you realize that a lot of it is just words competing against words, and you can detect when people are making, excessive comments, and they become, fabrications and lies. So Jeremy, you think the Chinese are fabricating their numbers?
Yeah, I think so.
They seem to do that quite a bit. Like annually, there's an American headline about some major Chinese technological, biological breakthrough, and it ends up being fake news.
Yeah, a lot of fake news. Yeah, they use that these days. I don't understand like what's the point of it though. Like sooner or later the truth will reveal, right? And I don't know. To me, they're kind of edge on the edge from the cliff. So that's what they're doing. Is because like what the Trump is trying to do is to removing the Chinese market from the this world trade. So and the economy in China is like extremely bad right now. If you guys have a source, actually.
Yeah, but that's like saying Nvidia is crashing. It still has a $2.9 trillion market cap. You know, I mean, I think you have to compare apples to apples. You know, and look at essentially the averages in major industrialized countries and compare that to China and say, you know what, they're not doing that bad. There may be 300 million people living in poverty, but still, there's 400 million people living in the middle class, or even more. I don't know what the actual statistical breakdown is of their population with regards to the classes, but I mean, for the most part, I mean, China's like doing phenomenal. Isn't that true?
Mm, you can have to there's a trap in the statistics. And for the GDP wise, we cannot really tell if the country is doing well or not just by looking at the numbers of the overall numbers. But recently, China has been kind of making the 5% growth by GDP by producing a lot. And production is one of the factors that includes overall GDP. So that's what they have been doing, but they're actually killing themselves by doing this because the price goes down, and even this massive production, nobody is really willing to buy them. What's the point? They're just making lots of waste. Or they're actually killing lots of industry from the other countries to Korea. They have been massively making this steel that all the other countries Japan, Korea, steel industry has been struggling recently.
Who are the primary purchasers of steel? Auto manufacturers, skyscraper manufacturing, or skyscrapers, shipbuilding, yeah.
Shipbuildings and constructions.
Mhm. Well, if the Federal Reserve keeps printing and the Chinese central banks keep printing, I mean, they can just keep growing the economy, like you said, at 5%, but they're killing themselves. I mean, I'm just wondering if there's going to be I get the feeling we're just going to keep this dance going. It's not going to slow down, or the oil's not going to get taken out. I don't know. I just think it's it could be really true that there is going to be this golden age of great growth and stability and peace, and there will be no more, shenanigans. But chances are, the evil in the system, those shenanigans are going to keep popping out like zits, and there will be conflicts and turmoil or natural disasters to contend with. The natural disaster aspect is always the most surprising when there's a massive earthquake or some other type of natural disaster that wipes out millions of people. I mean, and destroys major swaths of the economy. Those things just happen to appear like zits on the face of the earth, and you can't rationalize those or blame that on human error or malice or immoral behavior.
But for the natural disaster, I don't think it's just about the global warming or impacts, but a lot of times it's wrong this direction of the making policies in your country. I think most of the time, like if you guys have heard about it, but like there is a huge reduction in the assets for fire department in LA, and the major was kind of blamed for that, and I think I don't know understand like, but like somehow like you guys kind of building the housings with wood, especially deserted area like California. It's a kind of bad idea. Or the places like very vulnerable from the typhoon, like Florida or like Louisiana, somewhere like that. Is I mean like yeah, you guys should have built concrete buildings and just using the wood.
Well, you got to look at Turkey. You know, when Turkey had their earthquakes, those 10-story apartment buildings pancaked. And so I think in the 60s or the 40s or the 20s, they built with what they had, but they built also knowing that the earthquakes would cause significant damage to maybe a concrete steel structure. So I'm just saying it's not like they didn't, you know, fully take in and do a full assessment. I mean, I think they did what they, you know, had to do at the time, but it's also the geography in which they're building. It makes it very difficult. You know, they're building on all these slopes that they have flattened out over time. So I'm just, yeah, I mean, I agree with you, and I don't know much about really building and what can stand earthquakes and whatnot, but you know. Anyways, this is what's going up on Clubhouse.
Yeah, like it is more expensive, like to build a concrete housing. But like look at Japan, like they are like experience like multiple nature disaster in every field. Like they are experience typhoon, like very big ones in the summer, and like randomly they will experience an earthquake, like a high level magnitude, and like look at their buildings, and they're very stabilized, like not much damage to compare to like a wooden house or, you know. Yeah, I think like just building a concrete house is better. I think it would not be like much difference from like wood when it comes to cost as well. I don't know. We have to look it up.
Yeah, I mean, 1920s versus 2020s, I'd say there's, you know, probably pricing differences because of the amount of wood available, etc. But those tsunamis, you know, those tsunami videos will go down in history as being some of the most insane videos of all time. Because
yeah,
I mean,
maybe like Louisiana, Katrina, or
no, the Japanese tsunami videos.
Oh yeah, that was crazy. Yeah.
The ferocity and the scale of it, and also, you know, the video footage itself is really remarkable.
Yeah, we complain a lot about hurricanes, or you know, the other word for them, or whatever words. People have various words for what hurricanes are. We complain a lot about them in the southeast. You know, I grew up in South Carolina near the coast, and they are real. But I think statistically, the most like if you just look at a map of where these things, which are called hurricanes in some parts of the world, tsunamis and others, like these cyclones, just if you look on a map, I think they just occur with most intensity in Northeast Asia. I think that's just, you know, with people are saying that with climate change, it's been different in recent years for us, that we also experience extreme weather, but they say that historically those things have always been in Japan. Like really bad ones. Like they were always mild relative to what Japan had, you know, down here in the southeast.
Well, it's the population density, but I don't mean tsunami, but what is it called when the tectonic plate shifts and, like, you know, there's a massive earthquake?
Earthquake or what?
Well, the earthquake causes the amount of water to rush in because the plate rises.
Oh, it's like an earthquake caused. Oh, you're talking about something different. Then you're talking about some other natural disaster.
That's a tsunami, isn't it?
Is that a tsunami or a typhoon?
A typhoon.
A tsunami generally is triggered by earthquake.
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay, I guess I need to look at my definitions.
Yeah, there was a nuclear leak.
This is the meditation, Rabbi Alan.
Like the entire people on it.
Yeah, I mean, if Trump turns this really into like an energy economy, and they set up oil platforms in Hermosa Beach, Redondo Beach, Santa Barbara, and literally cover the whole oceanfront of California.
Nice.
I mean, that could be trillions of dollars in oil production. But let alone just the state itself. It is the biggest state you could possibly imagine, and there's so much energy
You
sitting
found a
there.
way to de-radicalize California. Congratulations, Adrian. You deserve a pat on the head. We need to de-radicalize the state. We need to cut all the liberals out of there. And that's
Well,
the way to
look
do
at
it.
Alaska.
Make it an oil state.
If you wanted to de-radicalize and not use the military, you could bribe everybody and say, guess what, everybody, you're going to be beneficiaries in this new oil trust, and you guys are all anticipated to get $15,000 checks cut each year. The population could be bribed.
Well, that's fair enough. Yeah, Alaska is less.
Imagine setting up. Well, imagine getting rid of all the illegals, setting up a trust, and issuing a minimum basic income from the trust. Everybody gets, 20% divvied up, and it's anticipated to be $1,500 a month. I think you'd have a lot of people voting yes to that. I mean, if we're going to regime change countries and take over the oil industry, I mean, let's regime change our own communist states first and issue, the proceeds back to the population. I mean, that's really what countries are supposed to do for their population. I mean, supposedly that's what Iran did when they got rid of the Shah, supposedly. But instead they utilized a religious theocracy of extremism to do it. I'm just saying we don't need to use religious extremism to do it. We can use science and technology and industry to do it.
Yeah, Iran is people always talk about Iran as if it's a retarded country. I honestly, when I talk to people from it, like sometimes people will come up to like from Discords will say, "Oh, I'm trying to get out of Iran. Iran is like North Korea. Please help us get out of Iran. I need to pass an English test." And they're like, "Oh, I got 105 on the Duolingo English test, and I need to get out of Iran. Can you help me get from 105 to 110?" And then I talk to them, and all they want to talk about is politics. They don't want to practice their English, and they want to. Basically, you can tell that they're just spying for their fucking mullahs, and they're trying to get they're doing it. It's like an approved. It's like a fake call, right? And I get it that it's a fake call, and I get that they're not as dumb as people think that they are, but they're pretty dumb.
Yeah, I would say apps like this, in terms of like creating a greater collective consciousness across the planet, through communication and raising IQ, EQ, this will probably.
So let me explain to you why the Iranian why they'll try to get me through Discord. So in Discord, the kid will be like, "Oh, I'm 19 years old and I'm on Discord," but you know that Discord is owned by the Chinese. They keep saying, "Oh yeah, Discord is owned by Tencent," and Tencent. So they say that basically they try to reassure themselves that what they're doing is like technologically safe. So and they just have some religious belief that because Tencent owns Discord and they're talking to me on Discord, that somehow it's actually that I'm the one in danger. That not him. He's the one leaking information about his country to me, and I'm like telling me all this random stuff he shouldn't be telling me. And it's like not generally known about the country. For example, we were talking about expelling Afghans. They have a huge population of refugees from Afghanistan, and the public, the press, says that Iran has expelled them, just like Pakistan expelled its Afghan refugees and sent them back up the fucking mountains. But the thing is, the Iranian kid told me no, they can't actually do it in practice. They can't actually send the fucking Afghans back. So, that's not even generally known.
Do you have your real name displayed on there?
No, I just put Andrew B. But actually on that Discord, I do what is called, have you heard of Balaji Subramanian? So Balaji Subramanian has some idea called the pseudonymous economy. So basically you should be mostly anonymous, but if you're purely anonymous, people just don't trust you at all. So you sometimes have to leak your details, but in a way that's discreet, that somebody has to literally put some effort in. It depends also on how.
You're saying that these are a lot of intel guys.
No,
some of the Iranians are operatives.
No, dude, like, he obviously could easily be an operative, but he's pretending to be a kid, so I can't treat him like an operative unless he, like blows his cover or something, you know?
I don't know what they'll ever release about that little rat bastard Michael Crooks, and who he was chatting with on his cell phone prior to the attack. If he was like in a Discord group or who he was talking to, or if that whole thing was like a giant setup. Or there's a lot of ways to analyze that, you know. But anyways, yeah. I mean, it's the golden age. So the thing is, like, Trump has become the collective conscious again. In a way, he's like the Joe Rogan podcast of the world now, or just of the country. And it's amazing how communication is, you know, upstream going downstream, getting pushed down. And I just love the fact that Trump's brain, his thoughts are now like pushed down to the collective conscious. And so like all the libtards on this app, all the libtards in the world, in the United States, and there's some of them are so aggressive. I just love how they have to contend with themselves, knowing that they get gaslit every time they hear Trump speak, and a lot of them are addicted to listening to him speak. It is the opposite effect.
No, they do, because it helps them to feel alive.
Right, it's their dopamine spike.
I'm an organism in this world. I'm listening to Trump speak. All I have to do is make my body come up with emotions that are anti-Trump, and it's basically it gives them an excuse to do drugs and smoke weed, because they smoke weed, listen to Trump, just come up with random bullshit that they don't like, post it on Facebook. Bada boom, that's a productive day for a blue state.
Yeah, I don't think it's that comfortable for them. The last several days has been very tough for them. As happy as we are about it, they're equally sad.
No, what I'm laughing at is that it is now 1,200 days of the Trump podcast, and all the people that hate the Trump podcast have to live with that. So, but on the flip side of that, if you are pro-Trump and you voted for him, you should now go back to a resting state and no longer let the political combat dominate your thinking, your speaking, your activities. I mean, now that the chief, the commander, is in charge, in many ways you can kind of depoliticize and go back to a more pragmatic, material, you know, just your life, as opposed to, like, for me, this is like the catharsis. I don't have to come on here and try to, you know, meddle in all of this. Now I can go back to going outside and raking my lawn and like doing all the day-to-day things that I've been neglecting because I've been engaged in this political communication combat for like a year now.
Oh gosh, yeah. That's what I was trying to tell Morel. Like, it finally feels like all that combat was worth it, because I sometimes wonder, why did I spend so many hours on fucking Clubhouse debating with people? Like, why? And then now, after like at least a good week, I feel like, oh man, that was so worth it.
You got on the Trump train when, like a month before the election? Or maybe
No, you don't get it, Morel.
You were telling me I was, I think you told me I sucked Trump's dick and all sort of shit.
No, dude, I wouldn't have ever said it that way. Or if I did,
you were always kind of ho-hum and you know about it. You're one of the typical Indian brothers with a high IQ who just want to maintain above the fray, and you know, the dumb white Trumpers.
No.
You don't want to really be associated. You're kind of like Arvin and the other snobby elites. I know you're not like that in your heart, but I think you have.
It's getting roasted.
You're an elitist, a little bit like, even though we're from the same background, you respect the people and the values, but I don't think you don't have any MAGA hat. You don't have any fucking donation to the MAGA. You're not like out there with any tweet about MAGA. You've never been on a stage banging these fucking assholes for the last 4 years, okay? So there was 2020 and 2022, remember, this is not a new election.
Dude, if I had 6 or 7 figures or however many, if I had even a room, I'm a student, dude.
You can at least push back against some jerks on here. Now, the fact you didn't is okay because you got to stay with the fray. But I, you know, a lot of people are popping up saying, "Oh gosh, we finally
No,
got
if you
one.
want
What
me,
the fuck have you
if
done
you
for
want
us?
me to take down, I'll take down anyone you want. I'll take down Roger
The
Redmond. I'll
time
take
for
down.
that just
I'll take down Arvind. I'll take down Arvind.
The time for all of that was prior to the votes being cast. And I, you know, Arvind,
Where the votes cast
I had my
depends on where you, which state you're in.
I've had my teeth in Arvind's ass for a long time.
Some people think, like, I feel really bad for you because you live in a blue state and your state shouldn't be blue.
Dude, what do you know about any of that?
No, I live in a solidly red state. And I didn't like it for the first 30 years of my life.
DC suburbs. We got the entire DC suburbs.
Yeah, can't you redistrict that and make that Maryland?
No, that's not how it works. And it's already swinging purple, as you know, with the governor, and probably going to swing over.
Okay, Glenn Youngkin is a fucking awesome guy. He's good.
So the time to bang politically is during the time when the risk is on. The risk is totally off, like Adrian said. You know. So it's time to just settle down, submit your applications to the government. I think, especially with
I want to work for Trump. I think it'll be fun. Don't you think it'll be fun to work for Trump?
Well, I mean, yeah, I've submitted my applications, but I mean, you're not interested at all. You wouldn't even know how to apply.
No, I could apply to work. I'm going to work under Marco Rubio, State Department.
You've applied already?
No, I haven't applied already, but you know me, I love learning languages. Do you think that's not?
It's not a joke. There's open applications.
State Department is not a joke, but it's mostly filled with people who
you're
learn
a joke
languages.
to LARP about joining these things.
I'm not LARPing. I have to have a tentative plan just to be a human being.
Yeah, that's just a LARP. That's called a LARP plan.
No, any tentative plan is you're basically conflating tentative plans with LARP plans.
Yeah. I mean, you're not really that interested in working for the government, right? So if you were
you would have
been following everybody.
No, you could get
seen
really.
the calls go out.
There could be some really good government gigs, like embassy, U.S. I want to work for a U.S. embassy in Germany. That's my ideal.
Yeah. I applied as a volunteer to work for Zero.
Yeah, but you have to know some German to survive in Germany. That's the whole thing. But my German is not good enough. The problem is a big problem in my life is that my German is okay but not good. It's not above average. I have like average level German for the amount of work I put in. It's not like worse than the average person from America who tries to learn German, but it's not better. The problem is that it's just not good enough to stand out for job applications. It doesn't mean I'm like dumb or something, but like.
I don't know what it is, and that Sudanese coon part of his bread just comes on. He just started forcing it all over.
That was amazing.
Yeah.
We need to take a moment of silence to appreciate the city. We need to recognize that.
Because Miss Parker, if you don't work and you don't have no W-2, you can't
No, listen, boo, because you got it wrong and they got it right. Okay? Now, what they do is they have started, because you can't not work, correct? So they will do some quarterly shit. And just to have enough they'll put all them kids on there, and that breaks that shit up to about 15, 20K.
Yeah, and they lying too, because you're right though, but just the deductions, like, because you only got a certain amount of kids you can claim before they stop giving you money. I forget the number. That's why them people with all them kids let other people claim it.
Before we break that down, let me say good morning to Trent. Good morning. And Adrian, come up as well. Do I have to fill out a form? Ibrahim, let me read something from the Torah, alright? Let's start with this passage. If you may agree with that,
Agree with what?
They said that, but they said also
watch the movie to look it up.
But I'm asking, yeah.
Hold on. It says Trump.
These days, like what race or nationality would you say the boat builder would come from?
All over the world.
French. They'd be French. Oh, what, you want him to take like 30%, like just take vacation all the time? Yeah, someone said Dutch, someone said Swede. That feels more realistic to me.
They used to be, but like now all the boats are like French made. It's the public producer recreational boats. America's maybe number 2 or up there. Maybe not 3, something like that. I mean, a lot of American boatyard.
Injecting people with an experimental poison.
I don't think it started like that.
I mean, like, correct me if I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm talking about as far as the syphilis.
Yeah. Because understandably, it's supposed to be help me say it gently, the virus from a sheep contaminated a man, and that man contaminated the bacteria of the sheep.
I mean, I'll say this. I don't know the backstory of.
If you allow me to finish real quick.
Go for it.
So, a man entered into a sheep, then went into a woman, and we know the shepherd and the sheep has been a thing. Somebody got some videos on YouTube right now today where men from overseas messing with the goats. We flew drones over there and saw that. So, and then they come back to give it.
What I was referring to was the Tuskegee Airmen experiment. How that poison, that this syphilis disease was injected into people, and now how they're claiming it to be something sexually transmitted. I don't know anything of that experiment having to do with anything dealing with a bestiality aspect as far as that being part of the experiment. That would be the first time that I've heard that particular experiment.
Yeah, I'm on the same page with you because I did hear the same thing about. I mean, I did my own research, and the whole Tuskegee experiments with syphilis, they were experimenting on black folk, and how egregious and disgusting as that was, they were playing way too much with that.
The facts here. No one reads that stuff anymore. No one's ever going to read those publications anymore. Yeah, it's a fucking shame. I was telling Arvin he needs to bend the knee and just flip before the election. It's just a crazy quest. I said, well, you're a writer, once you write one thing supportive of Trump, I'm working on an article. All right, man. A year later, there's no article. And, it's a total fucking fraud, which is fine. Most of us do that to ourselves at times. But, go out there writing or slapping your gums to other people. It's disgusting to regular Americans. This is the elitism. You're not the elites anymore. We are now the elites. We, the regular people. Trump is the elites. The MAGA are the elites. It's a fucked up turn of the tables. And it's not something that just flips back in 2 years. Right? It's a total change of the board. It's a new world order, essentially. So I think you're getting a replacement of the post-World War II institutions. And it's going to be really rapid. So they want the best people. They're not asking for a goddamn loyalty test. But they are asking if they're anything to do with the neocons. So they're letting people like Elon in, Sriram in, no problem. But well, Elon, of course, he came on board fully, but like a lot of these guys like Sriram had nothing to do with Trump. They don't even want to say the word Trump. The word Trump makes Indians sick because of all of the programming.
No, it's because so many of the people they capture at the border are from India these days. Like, there's so many illegal immigrants. Like, when we were growing up, we never heard.
The reason the word Trump makes Indians sick is because Indians are caught at the border. Is that what you're telling me?
Dude, in our generation of Indians, we didn't come illegally. I know, like, immigrants here. I know.
The question is, why does the word Trump make regular Indians like you sick?
No, it doesn't make immigrants like me sick. It makes immigrants like Rajaratnam sick.
It makes Indians.
No, it makes the law.
You're mishearing me.
No, it makes understood.
I said Indians. No, why does the word Trump make Indians sick?
It makes Fob sick. It doesn't make us sick. It makes us happy.
It does make
it makes us
sick.
relieved. It makes me happy and relieved.
Come on, man. Yeah, I know that you're like.
Dude, Trump 1.0, okay, the first Trump round made me sick. The second one is not. That's what I was trying to say.
Why does Trump make Indians sick? Go ahead. That's my question. Why does the word Trump make Indians sick? Go ahead. Like how it made you sick the first time around.
They just say, what do you think?
Sorry, what's the question?
I'm an Indian and I feel like the word Trump makes Indians sick. Makes Indians feel sick.
It's selective outrage.
They never came and supported him. They never opened their mouth to support him.
Why do you think so that the Indians have not supported Trump? And why do you think?
I don't know. I'm wondering why. I think they're sickened by Trump. I think they don't. I do have a theory. I don't want to.
It's a club morale. If you're going to base that off of clubhouse statistics, then you might be right. But there are so many Trump.
It only went up to 31. It went from 26 to 31.
That's the approval rate?
That's his voting rate. That's the voting rate for the Indians. From last election.
I think you're wrong. Indians love Trump.
Oh, they love him now that he won. Now that he won. Now that he won.
We loved him long before. You don't tell us what we, how we feel. We loved him long.
I know what you think.
We did. You know nothing. You know only what you think.
Have you ever spoken for Trump on this fucking app?
Of course we did. Of course we did.
I've never heard you.
You piece of shit. Shut the fuck up. You know nothing. You cocksucker. You know nothing. You fucking shit.
I never heard you once say. Go ahead, Teja.
Why do you think? Yeah, but why do you think
only now, Teja, only now after he won. Let me finish and then I'll let you go. Give me 1 second, I'll let you go. Only now after Trump won, all of you guys are coming and jumping down and doing namaskaram and saying, we loved you all along. Oof, that's not how I remember it. I've been watching the community for about 4 years. I saw no support for Trump prior to him winning.
But that's that's as per your memory.
That's the statistics.
My question over here is, why do you think we need your validation? Whether we supported Trump or not.
Oh, I'm talking about Indians.
Or why do you think that you think what does voters actually think or feel about Indians?
Yeah. That's a separate issue. Why Indians in India? That's a separate issue.
No, I'm talking about from the topic that you're talking about.
Yeah,
I'm not deviating from the topic.
Indians in general, yeah. I think it goes to both sides.
I'm talking about
disgust of
from
Trump.
the point of view of Donald Trump. Why do you think that the Indians need your approval or your validation? Or they need a confirmation from
the Indians. I am an Indian.
To tell them,
I speak for Indians. And especially, I don't know if you're here in America. I'm here in America. I speak for Indians in America. So I'm one of them. That's why I can speak about them. What do you mean? Validation. I'm wondering how you're so retarded that you never supported Trump before he won.
So are you talking about Indians who are living in the West, or are you talking about Indians?
Both sides.
Again, my question is, why do you think the Indians need your validation that we have spoken for it or not?
Indians don't need the validation; they need a criticism because it shows how chicken they are. That they are for nationalistic policies.
Criticism will come only if the validation is needed, right? You can criticize on anything.
Go ahead and make your point, and then let me respond. What's your question?
See, that's what I'm trying to say with this. Indians have supported for Donald Trump, be it globally, okay, or be it in India. But my point on a larger scale is, irrespective, you were telling that Indians have not spoken about it on the clubhouse, right?
Correct. In clubhouse,
how did you come to that conclusion?
It's not just in clubhouse. Hello. It's in general in life. Okay.
In general in life.
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you in clubhouse, on TV, on app, on written.
Since you stay in America, right? Are you talking about American Indians or the NRI Indians who are staying in America? Because I'm sure you cannot talk about the Indians who are staying in India.
Yeah, I'm talking about both.
That's out of your league.
I'm talking about both.
No, but that's out of your league.
No, it's my league too. I'm Indian blood. I can speak about you sitting there.
How do you know that Indians? How is it? That's what I'm telling you.
Let me speak my mind about you Indians in India. For one, please. Let me move you down for a second so you can cool down. I want to speak my mind, and I'm going to let everybody up. No thing also, I'm going to let you up. But I'm going to speak my mind, because you guys interrupt. This is the problem with fresh off the boats. You don't let someone else even finish. You start blabbering. So just listen to what I'm saying. This is why we've got an H-1B problem. This is an example of why there's an H-1B problem right now in America. Okay? This is an example of why people are complaining about H-1Bs here. Because no one knows how to fucking act. I can judge you guys the same way you can judge us. Number two, I have a distinct problem with Indians and how they've treated Trump. Let me tell you why. You guys will go and booty clap and jump up and down for Modi and for nationalism and for faith and religion in India, but over here, when Americans do it, you get scared because you're scared of Christians. So I know why you don't like Trump. You're scared of Christians. You don't like it. So, and from an Indian perspective, it's not surprising. I already know what it is. My main problem is Indians in America. Because Indians from India, like look at Siddharth. Have you seen Siddharth on Twitter? Making an ass of himself over H-1B? Go look at Siddharth's tweets before about Trump. He's a vicious anti-Trumper. But after the guy wins, he's fucking putting a picture of Trump after the shooting, saying fight, fight, fight. We love Trump. So this is typical of Indians. You will shit talk somebody, and the second they become in power, you go and do a namaskar. I've loved you all along, sir. Andrew was doing it earlier. We do it here too. It's in our DNA.
Dude, I don't just do namaskaram, I say Triyambakam
We're the same genetic material. We're going to have the same behaviors in a sense. So Indians in India is not a different Indians from Indians here. I'm the same genetics. I'm your brother. Right?
Definitely show your biasness, right, towards Indian, but that's perfectly fine. I mean, like I said before, I don't think NRI Indians or global Indians or any of the Indians in India actually need any validation or certificate.
Any other point besides the validation point? Some other point besides the validation.
But again, now whether you
need validation here. If you don't validate, I'll throw down. So we do request validation here with good points, or you will be thrown down and judged by an Indian, by an NRI nonetheless. Am I clear? So make a point, but stop talking about validation. You are under the spotlight. You will be judged. You will be talked about the same way we will be talked about by Indians in India. This is the nature of the global economy.
Statement first. Have patience first. Now,
I know
coming
with
to the
Morel,
point.
I think let me just say, Tejaswini, I think in your defense, I never expected that my cousins would, whatever shit talking they could come up with, would ever carry any weight in the real world. Because when I grew up, when I was 5 years old, and when I was 5 years old, it was only 1999, right? And India had no economic prospects in 1999. Did not have a good outlook. But because of Narendra Modi, or other leaders in India, obviously, it became a rich country. And now with my cousins, if they think I'm stupid, it actually matters. So I think Morel, some of it is we have to swallow our ego. I mean, I'm the one who's biased against my own cousins because I look at them as like dirt poor Indians, and it's my fault, right? Don't you think, Morel, it's also our fault?
And to top it off, Andrew, the historical event is so brutal that the whites have feel so superior that they look down upon the blacks and the browns and the Indians, right? Now, coming back to the second point, which you spoke about Christianity, why do you think we should like Christianity? I don't think there is anything to do anything great about Christianity. Christianity has not given anything great to the world. In fact, their history has been as brutal as Islam. It's just that today they are not killing any people. And talk about the Indian things. Yes, we are seeing what Christian missionaries are doing inside India, right? In the name of pastors, in the name of Christian missionaries, how they have, eaten up the schools, the educational institutions, how they are slowly converting and they're making people crypto Christians, right? Where they can't even say that they're Christian. But anyway, that's not the point over here. I can go on and on and on. But
Tejaswini, when you're done, I'd like to reply to what you're saying.
I'm sorry, let me finish my point. I have had so much of patience listening to this, whatever, dash. I don't want to say anything slang word. But I think coming back to the point. Yeah, have patience. I have listened to your nonsense before, right? So have patience to listen to me.
Move you to the audience to make you listen.
Yeah, you can move me down if you do not have to listen.
Can you make a point that I can stand so we're going to move along? It's time to
Yeah, because you need to mute yourself. Chris, you need to mute yourself. Okay, do not try to dominate over here. I know what I'm talking. Right? Second part,
you know what you're talking, you made a good point. You made a good point.
You want to finish your point.
You've made a good point that evangelical Christianity has rubbed
No, but you're a very impatient person. Let me have to move it.
You made a good point. Andrew, I think she made a good point that evangelical Christianity has made them feel a certain way. That's exactly what I said. I said that's your problem with Christians. Your problem with Trump is you don't like Christians. That's your problem. I understand.
No, but certain parts of India are very Christian friendly. It's not all part of
deal is there.
The only part of India that are anti-Christian, the only part of India that is really reliably anti-Christian in my experience is Uttar
Pradesh. Not even 10%. It's not even 10% Christian.
Unless you're from Uttar Pradesh, I don't think any other Indians actually have any problem with Christians. Only the ones from Uttar Pradesh.
No, dude, every single Hindutva on here has a problem with Christians.
No, they say that, but then they go to work and
they won't say anything to a Christian's face, but on Clubhouse,
you think if you sit on a flight, if you sit on a train or a plane next to a guy who is just like.
How many times have you heard the word rice bag on here?
How many times have you sat next to some? How many times have you ever seen Indians scream at somebody next to them sitting on a plane reading the Bible? Indians never do that shit. They just bitch about it on Clubhouse because they think it's the apt event.
That's right. But this goes to the point of why they don't like Trump. They're scared of Christians. I don't know why. It's less than 10% of your population.
Listen, Tejaswini is an angry person. I mean, she is incapable of having a coherent conversation because she.
Your typical managerial woman that'll just be yelling at you all day.
Well, she can't have a conversation. When you have a conversation, you don't talk over each other. You wait till the other person is finished and you politely engage. If you can't do that, you're incapable of working anywhere. You're a motor mouth.
But I've already invited you guys up. Come on back up. Tejaswini, Mahesh, no thing. Sejal, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning or good evening, wherever you are. I just want to ask you a question more. Why are people so worried about what Trump is going to do to India? It's your country. Trump can make any rule that they want to. So Indians out of America used to it. Similarly, we have a country, and we'll do whatever we want to do. That's our country. So what is this debate about?
My issue is the lack of support before the election. Then all of a sudden, hurrah, hurrah, hooray for Trump after he wins. It's very see-through for me. I've been watching carefully both populations before and after the elections. So Indians in America are doing nothing different. They're doing the same move as they do. Now, I'm not coming and trying to interfere into Indian politics, but I'm here to, what do you think? You're the king of fucking Rome? You're a royal class that cannot be spoken about? Oh, Indians in India, you cannot talk about us. This is ridiculous. This would be like me saying, as an American, you are not allowed to talk about Trump. This crazy talk, right?
We are okay to talk about Indians in America.
Like you can talk about us, we can talk about you. You agree? Yes or no?
I can talk about you, but does that make any difference? Doesn't make any difference. Is it going to solve any problem? No. Is it going to change Indians? No. Is it going to make Trump any weaker or stronger? No. So what are we discussing?
Why does anyone discuss politics? You think anyone who discusses politics cannot, every conversation around every kitchen table in the world cannot change politics?
Yeah.
So I won't bring what I bring to the table in the conversation is this sycophantic agreement with Trump when just a moment ago before the election people said fuck him, we don't really care about him. And Indians, and he's elevating Indians to high positions all over the place, several, and then one of them gets demoted, and all of a sudden everyone starts crying foul. Vivek, oh my Vivek. This is the last guy who got on board. He's an invisible guy for the last 12 years this has been going on, man. This is not a new struggle. For you all, it's new. You just caught on a year ago.
Look at Kesh Patel.
12 years ago.
He's about to head up one of the largest federal and most important agencies in the entire country.
We've got the powerful Indians around the administration throughout, some of which were Democrat. Trump doesn't care if he was supported. Sri Ramakrishnan was not a Trump supporter. But bottom line is, there's a lack of honesty, I think.
What I don't understand about what Tejaswini was saying about, her position or opinion about Christians. I read, Rami. I read all these guru books, and they're talking about Jesus as a guru. So there's a spiritual tradition which transcends across all major world religions. I don't understand why you think Christians are any different.
Adrian, the beautiful thing about what you're saying is there are some French academics who have looked into the early Christian church where basically around the time of Jesus' life, there was a very blurry distinction between Judaism and Christianity, right? Because, some of his followers accepted his message and some of his followers did not. Some of those who did not, they continued on in the rabbinical tradition, and they turned to texts like the Talmud, right, which is, of course, an interpretation of the Torah. Jesus knew the Torah, right, because he was Jewish himself. He was a rabbi. But Jesus is basically some people who look at this early church history, they look at the Dead Sea Scrolls, which only recently been, found in Israel, right? When people look at that early church history, some academics speculate that some of it was influenced by people from India. I can tell you, there's a whole article I've read about
It's well established. It's well established.
It's not no, bro. It's not well established. It's not well established, but King Ashoka sent Buddhist emissaries spreading the Dharma from India, not Hinduism, but Buddhism, to all over the world, and he sent some of these emissaries to the Greek-speaking world, right? Because by then Alexander the Great had already conquered a lot of Persia, so it wasn't actually that. Basically, there was a point where after the Greeks conquered Persia, like Greece and India were basically neighbors. It's hard to imagine.
You may not know that it's well established, but it's quite well established. We can have a room on it later, or you can speak to Wednesday.
Some people who are educated. Some people who are educated
carefully on this. I don't know if you read this too much.
I know, but
cut 3. I don't know.
The point is, if Satanjali or whatever her name was knew that good news, she wouldn't be in here all angry.
Usually they're actually angry. Usually they're not angry about Christianity itself. They're angry about colonialism, but they have misplaced anger.
Correct. That's fair.
I understand.
Some of these converters were pretty unethical. They just take
the whole point of the philosophy, though, is to be in the now. So that's why you see people jumping ship and praising Trump now or becoming Trump friendly, because they are reevaluating their shitty opinions and they're back into the now. So it is like people compressing or decompressing, but it's just that's the ultimate philosophy is there's only now, so people have to always rationalize with that and essentially reformulate their shitty opinions and try to, get back in the flow.
Politics today is not based on ideology, it's based on convenience. So this happens not only in the United States or in Europe or in India, it happens everywhere. I mean, the point is, it's all based on money, all based on economics. The same guys who maybe oppose Trump now understand that Donald Trump is at this with the US states of America. Now she is in control. How can every survive to go and opposing Donald Trump? Which happens in India also. I mean, there are people, there are a lot of money flowing in our elections. And there are people who will oppose some people before the elections. When the elections are over, they will change their stance and, become pro the government because there's somebody over here. And I think it's too early in America. It's too early in the world.
Yeah, some amount of it is normal. Correct. Agreed. People used to be not for it. Go for it after the guy gets put in. There's nothing unnatural. I agree with that. It's just the magnitude of the effect in the Indian community is what I'm talking about.
Well, nobody likes a hypocrite. For example, here in Chicago, there is a Hindu who's in Congress. His name is Raja Krishnamurti. And another clubhouse netizen, a conservative Trumper, went up against him. His name is Mark Rice. Yeah, he went against him and he lost. And so I was dating this Indian chick who dumped me. And she told me, I was like, she's from Schaumburg. And I'm like, so what do you know about Raja Krishnamurti? She's like, there are billboards for him everywhere. And everybody's brainwashed with his bullshit.
That's funny.
Yeah, this Indian chick I was dating, I really liked her, but she dumped me.
Sajal, the main meta point that I'm trying to make is Trump is the best friend to Modi that he could have. Kamala would have been a piece of shit to him, okay? It's as clear as day who the better candidate is, better choice. But people are still, 30% voted for Trump. It's disappointing. It's a fear of Christianity, fear of guns is what I feel is like a big part to play in this. People don't realize what Vivek said is true. Christian values, Hindu values are the same values. They're very good values. They're completely compatible. It's literally a list of the same thing that people would write down if you wrote down the values.
My viewpoint on this is very simple. I agree Trump is the best bet for India. I don't think it. The problem that happens is, most of the people, whether it's Indian or whether it is, any other country, they think Trump is going to defend concession at the cost of United States of America, which is not good. Now, Trump is bothered about the United States of America, which is his country.
Sweet, yeah.
After that, as long as his country does not suffer, he will support anybody
Anton LaVey from Timu? You're from Timu?
I mean, they told us that USA is the world power and it has been for so many years. Okay, it's now been challenged by another power called China.
Okay, we'll get another hour episode.
But Trump does realize it, that over a period of time, China has become a superpower, which can challenge the United States of America. So Trump has got to balance something, at the same time ensuring that the United States of America does not get hurt. I mean, I heard him say about Panama Canal, and I totally support him on that. I mean, the United States will build the Panama Canal, and Panama had no rights to actually charge tariff to the US ships or US naval ships. Okay. Similarly, when we talk of skills, she is right. Well, why should we give up something which is not good for the United States of America? So any country which expects that Trump is going to give concessions to that country at the cost of the United States of America will be the food. Okay. Therefore, it's very simple. That's how the world geopolitics goes. That country like, India is also, I would say, reasonable power now. And we got to negotiate with Mr. Donald Trump. And I do agree that he's the best fit for India today. Because when he stands for something, he really stands for it. I agree with you.
HK, welcome. We're having a conversation. I was criticizing Indians around the world, both in India and here, for their vote 30% to Trump, 70% Kamala. But after the election, Trump wins. All of a sudden, 80% are supporting Trump. And the other 20% don't even say the word Kamala. So it's unbelievable turnaround of the percentages. I call it full namaskaram. Has been achieved. And everyone's moving along. I have a little bit of a problem since I've been fighting the fight 12 years. I see people who were calling him a piece of shit a month before the election, basically, and this is online, and no one here. Major accounts, Indian accounts, just going full namaskar and throwing the picture of the Butler shooting and everything. And it's just unbelievable after an election changes. Such a way the point is natural. That's how it works all the time in politics. I think that's reasonable. But see, they put 6 Indians into the administration. Okay, Trump puts 6 Indians in. Everyone's clapping. Everyone's saying we like this Trump. And then Vivek gets thrown out, and all of a sudden, Trump is the worst. Trump is the worst again. It's being very results based, not having any values in my view, and it's disappointing. It's part of the H-1B debate.
I just only one little point. Why are we following the Indian? They are Americans. They are not on H-1B visa over there. They are American citizens. So they are Americans. But when you call Americans, British Americans, no. Because if American diplomacy also really about that, they are British. Okay, similarly, the Indians are born by the Americans. They are not Indians anymore. So,
the H-1Bs are Indian.
No. The H-1B visa, they don't vote, right? So they don't vote.
I know. They don't. They don't vote. Everyone can express themselves. So
you can express them in India. If you come to India and express yourself, you'll be heard, but it doesn't make any difference.
Yeah, I mean, the power of one vote doesn't count anymore. Having an X following with 100,000 followers as an H-1B is much more powerful than a one American vote. I mean, I'm sure you understand that.
No, I do understand, but if H-1B vote is going to be strong in America, then America is going to look after itself. And so how will this vote become so strong? I mean, it's only the government.
mean,
Well, they're future voters, and they vote in line with the general Indian population in America. The American citizen Indian Americans vote similarly to H-1Bs.
but Morel, isn't your, I guess, anxiety over the fact that Indians are very conservative, but yet they still voted very liberal and Democrat?
Yeah, I've been pointing out the dichotomy for a while. Because it's the same exact values, the same family-centered, faith-based. If you write down on a list, what are your values, it'll be the same damn list. So Trump and Modi, I think, will become best friends. I think they will. We'll never know how things will go, but I think that they will together really solve this to where there will be no hesitance next time around for a J.D. Vance, for instance. And especially with J.D.'s wife, that's the easy one. Since she was really the star of the show of the inauguration and everything else. So, yeah, I truly want it to be solved to where the Hindu community is not in India. My criticism is again, it's the same. They're going to vote the same exact way. If you just took the Hindu-Indian vote, if you took the Hindu Indians and did a poll, and then did the same poll with the NRIs here, it will come out very similarly.
What was basically the VP, Jaideep? What was he doing before he became vice president?
He was a senator from Ohio and kind of a young rising star in the Republican Party. He wrote a book about the Appalachian region, about the mountain poor area of the.
And HK, we should also know they didn't just write a book. He didn't just write a book. They made a fucking movie about it. So when they make a movie about it, it tugs at people's heartstrings. So for example, I was born in West Virginia. My mom loved watching this movie because it reminded her of her giving birth to me in West Virginia, and I spent the first two or 3 years of my life there. I don't remember West Virginia. I don't think I've even been there as an adult. But like I can't remember ever having spent.
The movie was made after he was a senator. He became very famous from the book itself. He was a thought leader about what's going on with the poor areas of America.
And so the book is called A Hillbilly Elegy.
Yeah, it's a pretty classic book.
Elegy is like a fancy word that people use. It means like poem, but he's trying to contrast the fancy word elegy, which is like an English literature term. Like something's high.
Andrew has enough on that. The main point is me and Andrew grew up in these areas. They're very key. They call it flyover country. And so a person from these parts that's made it up there is a big deal. To all the plumbers, even one plumber in Michigan.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty cool for him. Simply being a top 10 employee.
This is why of the labor unions. And Trump captured the vote of coal miners, steel workers, all these people who used to be 90% Democrat. This is a big way of how. Well, Trump already had that attraction, but JD pushes it over for them. But yeah, before that, he was Yale Law and military Marine.
Sorry, Carl.
Yeah, go ahead, Machi. Welcome.
Namaskar.
Namaskar. Hey, Sajid. So I actually saw a couple of videos of JD Vance, maybe 3 or 4 minutes each. I thought he comes across as a very bright guy, very sharp guy.
His debate was incredible against Tim Walz. It really, you could see the stark contrast in intelligence, optimism, and just like freshness, I suppose you could say. You know, he is very smart.
Sure. I'm a J.R. could change his name to J.R. Vance.
J.R. Vance. Oh. Machi, they got to swing the Indian vote around. I think it will.
but Vivek has been shown proven correct after yesterday's AI news. So Vivek went from zero back. He went from hero to zero back to hero in a matter of 24 hours.
How come?
Well, I mean, he was a hero. Then he went to zero at the H1B thing.
Yeah.
Because of he said too much. And then the Chinese revolutionized AI or shortcutted, cracked the code, kicked our ass.
No. Jeremy was making good points about that. Whatever.
Jeremy doesn't know, and he's probably wrong. Jeremy's
I deal with Jeremy a lot, dude. I talk to him a lot.
Listen, man, I talk to a lot of people. I talk to a lot of people too.
No, but Jeremy, who's typically in South Korea.
Let me explain to you why you don't have to worry about one Jeremy. Just go see what the stock is doing, okay? And then there's a million Jeremys and how they're moving their money.
When was the last time you spent time in Northeast Asia?
Ask Jeremy, did he buy the dip?
Muro, have you physically spent time in either Japan or South Korea recently?
How does that help you understand what's going on?
Because the whole fucking chicks war is about how these fucking chinks, basically, they can't get, they're having a chink war. The chicks war is a fucking chink war, man. It's these fucking chinks, they're just like...
Oh, cool it, Andrew, please. So, HK, plural, the Chinese kicked our ass yesterday, by all accounts, except a few that think it's a dream that they didn't do it, it's a fake. Okay, like young Jeremy, the friend of Andrew, but I think that they're out of line.
Hey, come on, man, bring him up, man.
The Chinese are kicking our ass.
Hey, bro, this is like you're a bully, man. Seriously.
The Chinese are kicking our ass. Vivek is approved correct.
Yeah, no one wants to hear all this bullshit.
And
I want to hear what Andrew has got to say.
Listen, Plural asked me a question. He didn't ask you or Andrew. So you both of you mute them.
Yeah, but where's the? Why are you trying to be a bully here?
No, I'm trying to answer Plural's question.
He's not bullying, JR. Andrew was screaming out C word, C word, C word, war, war, war. I mean, let's have a little composure here. Let's try to be grown-ups, Andrew.
Andrew believes his friend Jeremy, pointing out Jeremy's just a guy flapping his lips. If you look at the stock market, 1 million Jeremys are selling NVIDIA right now, okay? They're not buying it. And Mr. Big Mouth Jeremy asked him how much NVIDIA he bought today. If the answer is 0, he's just talking. So
I don't know why anybody would buy NVIDIA. 2.9 trillion? I mean, what is it going to go? 3 trillion, 4 trillion, 5? Like, how much is too much in market cap?
If you got the news that it's fake, go ahead and sell, borrow everything you can and buy NVIDIA if you know it's fake. Otherwise, you're in the boat with the rest of us trying to figure out what's going on.
I'd rather buy Google any day of the week over NVIDIA.
Well, the QPUs are harder than GPUs, and then you got the TPUs. But
that's all good, JR. But the point is that China's out competing us now. Well, just like what Vivek said before they canceled it.
They're not, man. They just copy pasted and they just built something.
Oh yeah, go open up the front page news.
I looked at DeepSeek.
What does the front page news say about every newspaper in the fucking world?
Yeah, it will all die at some point.
Okay, go buy the stock then, or make a wait.
It's not a multi-mode model, first of all, right? And this is doing a whole lot of things. Do you even know what ChatGPT or
I'll do a wager with you. Let's do a quick wager. Let's not do money. Let's do this, JR.
Dude, you don't want to get a tech
Why don't
you just take to your MD hospital medicine?
Let's do a quick wager. This will be fun for the whole group. Listen to this. I think NVIDIA will keep going down. You think it'll bounce back up. Whoever's wrong quits Clubhouse forever. You want to take the deal?
Dude, that's why are you framing it like that?
Because you're so sure it's a bullshit.
That's an all or nothing bet, Morale. I don't think many of these dopamine addicts here would be able to limit their dopamine production.
Dude, I'm the one who brought up QPUs. Why do you think I brought up QPUs? Because Google, I always said this. I said this a year ago that Google is going to outrun many of these companies. I mean, the moment you start putting QPU in, it's over.
There's no QPU. They did it without any QPU. They're outrunning America. That's the point of the news.
Yeah, but it's only doing text.
Why do you view hardware and these GPUs as being more valuable than an advertising network like Google? I mean, that to me seems, I know they're both hand in hand and perpetual, but the advertising industrial complex seems to be, to me, to be a better business than a hardcore manufacturing industrial complex.
Yeah, okay. My head's not working right.
Look, I think Google indexed the whole world for the first time. It's one of the very few things that aren't indexed anymore. And that becomes super valuable. And generally speaking, with that comes scale and capacities to articulate many other products because they have scale. And it's a great business, and if you get a chance to buy more, I'd definitely say yes to Google. But the hardware business is slightly different. I'd say it's a completely different world unless they want to feed their own servers and their own data centers, which is entirely conceivable. I'd say it's a hyper specialization, and we got to look out. I would submit that the world of tech is so turbulent, it's been so forever, that the next best thing, the next big thing is just down the road. And you look at stupid ass examples like fax machines and whatnot. Out of the blue comes this new piece of tech, and it just wrecks the entire stock market. It's nothing new. The question is, can the Chinese AI, because I use ChatGPT, I have this $200 a month enterprise subscription that I just picked up a week and a half ago. And I found it to be extremely lackluster, frustratingly painful. And I wasn't impressed at all. Just try doing a piece of financial modeling on ChatGPT. And give them instructions, revenue assumptions, sheets up to sheets. I nurtured this baby for 2 hours. It was giving instructions. Can you believe it, HP? You might actually be interested in this. After 2 hours of trying to get her to do a financial model for me, all I get is junk data on itself. Can you believe it?
I mean, what you should have done is you should not pay $200 for it. Cancel the subscription, use DeepSeek, it's free.
Yeah, you should check it out, bro. The problem now, you'll be giving everything to the Chinese government a little bit, but if you're okay with that.
Well, you know what, I hear you, but the only reason why I'm a cat on the wall on this, bro, is because after this whole Indian guy who got slaughtered, this Balaji guy, his whole problem with ChatGPT at all was that copyright violations.
Which Balaji?
This kid that got slaughtered.
Yeah.
Sachin Balaji, yes.
I thought you were talking about Balaji Srinivasan.
No, sorry, Sachin Balaji. Yeah,
Okay,
that guy.
Sachin.
Yeah, and his whole angst against OpenAI was that, if you recall, is that, well, they're committing copyright violations galore. And I look at that, and then I look at the kids in Silicon Valley saying he deserved it, he had it coming, this is like the best company ever, it's going to disrupt the world, and what do you have? You have to shoot the copyright violations, really plural. And I'm like, on the other side, I look at the CCP, and I'm like, is that really such a bad thing if all that ChatGPT does is to, get it's going to do his data mining business, and then they're feeding the machine? Would it be so bad if the CCP does exactly the same? That's the only reason why I'm a cat on the wall. But due to this ChatGPT, right? So let's say you give them a bunch of revenue assumptions, and you say, okay, I want this, do me a P&L, and then do me a balance sheet, 5-year projection. Here are my revenue assumptions. Go get me cost structures for this business. Do some research on secondary data that's available to this country, and then feed that all into an Excel sheet. 2 hours of questioning, and she was like, okay, Plural, you want me to do this, you want me to do that, do you need this, and all of that. All of that was exciting, right? And I thought something will actually come out of it.
I think
But it gave me doubts. There was zeros and ones on my fucking Excel sheet.
I think for that you kind of need to use Copilot. I don't know how to use it, or maybe Jeremy.
I see.
Copilot is people who they use Copilot are people who pretend to code. People who pretend to code say they use Copilot. I've never heard anyone say else they use Copilot. People who pretend to write software say they use Copilot. I don't know anybody else.
But that's the whole point of AI. You don't have to know how to code. AI is supposed to help you code. Isn't that right, Andy?
That's right. Mark Zuckerberg is like saying that, yeah, we can fire the top bottom of 5% because, like, you know, they don't write code good. Yeah, you're right, but we don't know yet. It's kind of unconfirmed, isn't it?
Right.
For me, Copilot, I'm not a coder, but I mean, if you want to make basically PowerPoint presentations, or you want to do an Excel model, or things like that, shouldn't Copilot be able to assist you with that? Isn't that what it's supposed to do? I mean, I've not used it. I just don't know how to use it as yet, but I need to figure out how to use this thing. But I thought that's what it's supposed to do, like runs Office 365 and assistant for that.
So I changed the room title and I put a YouTube link in there because there is some type of criminal investigation going into Sushil Balaji's murder, not his suicide. So I don't know if anybody's concerned or interested in this, but I mean, Microsoft, Bill Gates, Sam Altman, and you're talking about billions and billions of dollars. I don't know what Sushil Balaji, why he was killed. Maybe. Anyways, just putting it out there.
So who do you think killed him? I would bet, honestly, I would bet Chinese Communist Party.
But Adrian, did you get a chance to see his mother's interview with Tucker Carlson?
No, I didn't see that. Let me find it.
If you get a chance, watch that interview. I was going in with a relatively clean slate, and I had no idea. But that woman, man, she just poured it out, and I was like, what the fuck? Because even the investigation subsequent by law enforcement authorities were so wanting, to put it mildly, and so wishy-washy, and I don't know. It's super murky for me.
So there is, Elon Musk is Adrian Dittman on X, and he regularly talks about how he very much dislikes Sam Altman, and he doesn't want to see him get billions of dollars from, changing from a nonprofit to a profit status, and I guess the IPO or the Microsoft acquisition. So I posted the link to the Tucker Carlson interview if you want to see it. There's also the news reports, which I've been told not to speak of because Sam Altman's sister is supposedly crazy, schizophrenic, and she's an online sex worker, but she's also suing Sam Altman because she claims that over a period of 10 years or so, he sexually molested her and raped her many times. So there's a lot of, it could be fake news, but when you look at, anyways, I'm just putting it out there. Could just be all hearsay. It does seem like Sam Altman is hiding his identity or his, thoughts. If you look at his X account, it's all, and plus he made a statement. Everybody's flip flopping on Trump essentially, saying after listening to Trump for a couple hours, I've reflected and decided that I am now with the Trump train.
Does China have a nuclear power plant?
Yes, of course. Of course. Yes, so that's true. Trump was trying to, apparently at Davos, this is one of the things he's talking about with Trump, is Trump was trying to get China and Russia to scale down the nukes, but apparently they think that's not, he specifically has been trying to ask them for those two things. But some people actually think Trump doesn't really hate China, it's all fake, but this is all stuff that you read in the Financial Times or something.
Trump is so mercurial, he hates and then he doesn't hate. Then he'll change that. I mean, he will change minute to minute, hour to hour, depending on the circumstances, and that's a good strategy for anybody that wants to obtain success in life. Is constantly change to your adapt to your changing environment. So to think that he hates China or hates this it's ridiculous. He hates essentially what has happened to this country. I mean, having him in power is pointing out all the fucked up shit that is happening and has happened in the United States of America over the past 20 years.
Wang Satellite Technology Company.
Tell us about it.
So it's a new, I thought you would know more about it than me. So I'm going to just Google it. Wang Satellite Technology. There we go. It's a commercial satellite company, and it sets a 100 Gbps speed record. I don't know if that's fast, slow. I mean, you guys are tech wizards. But
I'm looking at this. This was a month ago, but I'm reading about it in Indian news, the Economic Times, but it says, sixth generation stealth jet now accompanying Starlink with 10x faster, 100 gigabyte Gbps space ground laser transmission. Wow.
Yeah, I don't understand what they're doing, but it seems pretty high tech.
Thanks for putting that on my radar.
Yeah, nuclear power plants and data centers. That's the way to go. Oh, fuck. China is 55. Fuck.
China's going to have what?
Nuclear power plants.
To the US?
US, I'm still calculating right now.
Why isn't there a company that partners with nuclear power plants to install, Bitcoin mining, auxiliary warehousing, or why aren't these nuclear power plants partnering with big tech or software developers to essentially harvest Bitcoin? I mean, I know they already are, but I'm talking about directly as opposed to servicing them as a customer.
I think the main reason they don't have an excess, they feed everything straight into the grid. Whereas some of the crypto startups have been for gas, for the off gas from oil wells, and then abandoned gas plants that weren't producing enough for electric power, but still produce a substantial amount of gas. They can off flare and just have a steady stream. Another example is hydroelectric, where you can't capture everything. Yeah, it's a good question. I think there's a lot of people in it. If there's a way to do it, they probably would. So another theory is that you don't need the power lines anymore, so you could have a nuclear reactor or gas well or whatever in the middle of the Ukraine or the middle of some mountains, and you could just have it simply mining Bitcoin with that energy. You don't have to transfer the energy anywhere with the power lines. So it could revolutionize these remote fuel sources. You don't have to build a structure to transport it. You can just mine Bitcoin.
Yeah, maybe it just doesn't make actually any sense to do that, because if you decentralize it across a huge swath of millions of computers, I guess that would be the optimal way to do it, is to use, I don't know if you know.
Well, right now the price of the Bitcoin is basically the price of the electricity it takes to make it. So it's pretty close.
Well, there are malicious, viral infections within software that can essentially act in the background to mine Bitcoin off of your cell, your PC, your desktop, etc. I think there's millions of computers probably doing it, if not hundreds of millions.
Okay, US is number 194, China 56, damn. India 23.
Those are nuclear. What about coal plants in China versus coal plants in US and India?
Why do you want coal?
Because coal is the one that is always labeled as the biggest, greenhouse emission thing. But I think with the modern coal scrubbing technology, the emissions are very minimal. But coal is the biggest polluter. I don't know if you've ever been on a coal train. When you get off that train, your face, your nose, you're covered in coal soot. You inhale a lot of coal.
China is the highest, 1,161. India 285. US is only 240.
See, that's a lot of Chinese emission.
China is the most polluting country on the planet. HK, get the fuck out of the place.
They produce everything for the whole planet. That's why.
Well, it's 1.3 billion people. Without those coal plants, you'd have hundreds of millions of people living in darkness.
No, but what Morel is saying is, let's say you need an hour of coal production, right, to produce, I don't know, let's say 50,000 shoes. And those 50,000 shoes are sold in, I don't know, let's say Sweden. So Sweden buys those 50,000 shoes. So should that pollution be apportioned to Sweden, or should that pollution be apportioned to China? I think that's kind of the question. Which
well, the fucked up part is that U.S. taxpayers are paying for Al Gore's bullshit carbon tax scam, and so these offsets are paid for by taxpayers. I mean, we need a revolution against the way in which taxpayers' funds are being spent on scams, which is, carbon tax offsetting.
First step of the revolution, put Al Gore in jail. I don't know why, but that's my suggestion. Just at least straight up put him in jail.
Well, the thing about AI and Bitcoin is that if all of this energy production is going towards, the AI generation of images and videos because people are addicted to their cell phones, or it's going to miners, I mean, I'm just saying that the human race and the way in which we conduct ourselves, it really is doggy dog, and it's the taxpayers that get fleeced just 24/7.
Only 3 countries supply nuclear plant-based power to the grids that indirectly serve data centers or directly serves. So it's US, UK, and France. Damn. So US, I think with this whole deal, 600 billion or whatever that shit is, Oracle and SoftBank and OpenAI, yeah, they will be building a nuclear-based. Long term, we're looking good, Morel. Come on.
Yeah, isn't that what the Trump administration put out? That in conjunction with building new nuclear power plants or new energy plants, that the industries tied to those plants will be connected like directly, so there's no delivery. Gotta give it to Dr. Bill Gates. He seems to be always in the know. How is that possible? Maybe it has something to do with his name. He's a gate. He lets things come in, he lets things go out. He's got a super powerful fence. He has a massive castle house. I mean, Dr. Bill Gates seems to always be at the threshold of problem, reaction, solution. Does he create the problems out of thin air and create the solutions out of thin air so the taxpayers can pay for the thin air?
Speaking of someone who should be in the prison, Bill Gates. I think they probably have tapes and tapes of him in Mar-a-Lago. They've got the tapes, the Epstein tapes of this fellow doing God knows what. So he's their little monkey to do what they need now. With the CIA admitting this came from Wuhan Institute of Virology last week, finally people are waking up. That it wasn't conspiracy thinking, it was not misinformation, everyone was correct the whole way. When they said it came from the lab, when they said it had furin cleavage sites and all of that. And you know, when I think back, the people who were furiously wearing masks, washing down the grocery bags, they knew that this is a bioterror weapon or an accidental leak. Everybody knew. But it was play acting at first. We had to play, oh, pandemic, oh, pangolin, oh, thank God, Dr. Fauci, tell us it's a pangolin. Tell us it's a pangolin. And, you know, I think everybody knew, well, most people knew, and then maybe 10% of the people spoke up and said that they were worried about it. But, yeah, this is the fact it was intentional is going to be hard for people to grasp. It's the next logical step that people will eventually make.
But even if the lab leak theory is true, that doesn't mean that it was going to spread all around the whole fucking world like lightning fire. Not going to happen. And so all the videos out of Europe, the fucking people on their apartment things, banging their pots, everybody's in a jumpsuit. The whole thing was mass hysteria, collective consciousness, propaganda, and the reaction and the response using the ZAV, or I don't want to say the word, that Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, AstraZeneca, GlaxoSmithKline, and 150 other manufacturers of these ZAVs, that reaction response was the problem, not this Chinese lab leak. Like, that was a low-grade bioterror weapon, but not...
I think this is a conspiracy theory that people don't realize, because you didn't work the pandemic, you weren't in the ICUs, you didn't see what happened inside for the first wave, second wave.
Yeah, that's very true.
And like, I was over a nursing home, I gave everybody ivermectin. We lost only a couple of people out of 100. My friend's nursing home, just one county away, they had 100 people. Nobody took ivermectin, vitamin D, any of it. And just 70% people out of 100 died. So, and that was a more typical, that was the same experience around the country. So,
but you attribute those deaths to the actual Chinese lab leak, really?
Man, what else do you think it was? You think it was a guy?
It was a nursing home. It was a nursing home. It wasn't a college dormitory full of healthy, young, spriteful people.
Yeah, I know, but it's still the virus killed those people. So, and it was half of the nursing homes got killed off.
I mean, it's influenza, isn't it? It's a low-grade influenza virus.
Adrian. This is the Midas and fucking this is the black people's theory, okay? You've been hanging around with these guys too much.
No, I mean, I heard Dr. Burks.
Let me explain it to you. They get a certain type of pneumonia called ground class pneumonia. You swab every single person for flu A, flu B, COVID, and flu A, flu B, COVID, and bottom line, everybody gets swabbed with all three every time. And so you could say that there was a conspiracy and they swapped all the tests out or some shit, but if it was just flu, it would have been flu positive. everybody who's sick gets a flu test. None of the flu tests were positive. They were all coming back COVID. So it takes 5 or 6 logical leaps. So if you're going to take that position for a moment, that it was nothing much of a virus, well, how are people dying? Okay, from a different type of pneumonia and symptoms. Plus, not only the ground glass in the lungs, these guys had all sort of other things which were weird, like giant balls of COVID.
Okay, okay, so
and, myocarditis and skin rashes that were unique.
I get it, but how do you?
Strokes.
I mean, if we were to form a statistical.
It was a new disease. It was a new constellation. It was a new group of disease. It was a new group of symptoms.
Okay, but statistically, what had the more detrimental effect, the response or the spread of this virus?
In the early days, absolutely the spread.
I know, but I'm talking about large numbers.
There's no question about it.
I know, but
you're strawmanning some other argument.
I'm not. The now is all important. So what was the final outcome now?
The problems with the response, you need to put that to the side for a moment.
I know, but what is now?
It's a totally separate issue.
What are the numbers now? I don't want to go back to 2020.
What do you mean? What the fuck what are the numbers now mean, Adrian?
That means when we look at VAERS.
We're talking about a lab leak and the disease that was inflicted upon all the people from that, which was massive.
I know, but what I'm saying is the response.
It was just a little virus. It was a little nothing. It was probably the flu. Is what you
But
started
when
off
you
with.
look at that movie 12 Monkeys and you see how it was aerosol sprayed and brought around the world, by transportation, how is some little Wuhan thing in the mountains going to spread like wildfire to the whole fucking planet?
Dude, is it not? It's just a few flights. I mean, it's the same way flu would. And by the way, it wasn't overnight. It took it was a good 6-8 weeks. Slowly.
That would mean that it's the most infectious, super infectious thing.
The R value was way higher than other viruses. That's correct. Hey, you remember the Seattle choir? It's like 2 of them had it, and then they go in to sing in the choir, and then they come out, and out of 250, 220 had it. So the original strain was wicked.
So how do you, I mean, I guess like based on the host, the person who gets infected, the stronger you are, obviously, the better your outcome. I'm just saying, like, when we.
That's with everything.
Yeah, so how do we really
That's
look.
like saying the sky is blue.
I know, but what about the numbers then? Like, the adverse reactions to the ZAV versus the infection. Like, what are the numbers really saying? Which one was more detrimental? Let alone, I mean, the ZAV has other implications outside of having a pneumonia type response to the infection, the original infection. I mean, I don't want to say the S word, which is, ends with an ization, but I mean, is there something in those injections which is causing birth rates to plummet?
Could be, or it could be the COVID itself. Certainly the birth rates are plummeting. It's probably the spike protein effect. Sure, the immunizations may not be so great for fertility, but it is what it is. The initial death was heavy, so the reaction was warranted to try to get a vaccine out. And whether it was all pre-planned and they had a plan to put a bad vaccine out there, or a money grab, or lockdown grab, these are all highly possible. The problem is Event 201. The one piece of information that people will eventually start to get concerned about is Event 201. The John Hopkins Bill Gates Foundation prep meeting a year before COVID-19, they practiced a novel coronavirus. What would happen if the coronavirus got out? And the leaders of the countries, leaders of all the media met together at John Hopkins. And the videos are out there. The syllabus is there. Everything's public information. But for people, now that you have the CIA admitting it came from the lab,
that gets us across the bridge to where we can now say, okay, because before that, everyone still says it could have been pangolins, and Fauci was right, like a crazy person. Even though 20 people have leaked it already. But now that it's official that it came from the lab, you have to ask, is it leaked intentionally or accidentally? So right now everyone's going with the accidental thing because we're being friendly. But the truth is, this is the reason Fauci was pardoned. So this was intentional. It was practiced, it was programmed. It's sick, but it's obvious once you look at Event 201. It's what a coincidence. That Epstein Island guy is having everybody come together for the big move. But again, they should just take them all to Guantanamo Bay and torture them, in my view. But the smarter way to play it is to use them at a free run, which is what's happening to Zuckerberg and Bill Gates and all these people right now. They're being brought to put their knees down and have to be a tool of Trump now.
Yeah, well, they're not. They may be getting down on the knees, but it doesn't mean that they're not also, working back channels and plotting all types of mass misinformation communication. This whole RFK confirmation. The thing about RFK is he is like the source center of all of this because he has been documenting, researching, writing books, knows all the players, and if he gets in charge. And he can issue warrants for arrest. I mean,
no, that's not how it works. RFK doesn't send warrants.
No, I know not, but he would go to Kash Patel and say, "Here's the body of that." He's a lawyer. He's basically a criminal investigator. They're terrifying.
Yeah, but Ellen, everybody's known about this for 3 years, so
yeah,
everybody knows. Everybody already knows what it is what's interesting here. No one's going to prosecute these people. Zuckerberg probably had to come down, turn over his administrative keys and everything to the system to Trump's guys. So, prior to taking away all the controls and allowing free speech, I mean, these people are under surveillance now.
Zuckerberg was meeting with Fauci on Facebook Live daily, weekly, and promulgating and talking about the ZAV and the research of it and when it's going to come out. It's just basically doing publicity for Fauci. And then after the whole experience is over, him and his wife in Chicago create the Zuckerberg Inflammation Institute to research ways to get rid of inflammation in the system, which is caused by long COVID / the ZAV. So they know they fucked up, and they were trying to make reparations by creating a new scientific research laboratory to figure out how to, solve a lot of the complications as a result of getting the Pfizer, Moderna, J&J ZAVs.
You started off by saying that the virus itself was just a itty-bitty virus, not a problem. It was probably the flu, correct?
That's the way I. Yeah, I mean, I hate to be compared with what's his face.
It's a natural feeling when everything else is faked out, but the virus was real and it was a killer. So.
No, I mean, I'm not disputing that, but to me, it just the whole thing seemed like a psyop to get the ZAV injections, and that the problem was just.
It feels that way. It may well be, but the long-term goal of the vax is who knows what they want. Probably should make a ton of money.
It's a money grab, but when you hear the Bill Gates talk about that, Depop, you're like, well, this isn't just a conspiracy. Like, they really did it. I mean, they did it. Like, they've won. So that's it. If their goal was to severely, lower the population to 3 billion, 2 billion, 6. I mean, it may not be now. It's not instantaneous, but over the next 100 years, we could see the population just constantly trend down because of this mass injection event.
Well, the population is already on a decline, aging. I don't think that neither we're nudging anymore. You look at the world, India, for example, is aging faster than we thought she would. South of India is already at 2.1 replacement levels, TFR, that is just above replacement levels. And the north of India is somewhat better. And the whole world is growing significantly older. And I think we have the opposite from maybe in 100 years.
Well, it takes 2.1 to create a replacement population. So I'm just merely pointing out that even if it was already in decline, we were still at somewhat of an equilibration around the planet. But this event, they injected the Western countries primarily. India too was heavily zapped. So was China. But like Africa, they couldn't get into the heart of Africa and really get a mass distribution in that continent. So they're not having the depopulation effect, which is they are having 3 children, per person in Africa. But anyways, I'm just saying that it does seem to me like a huge money grab, a huge scam, and a huge depop event. That's what it feels like and seems like to me. And I think
I'll be honest, it seems like I'm not a trained scientist on this at all, so I don't want to come across as I'm learning from people like you were the first, and it just feels an awful lot like good science, bad security. I can see that happen, right? In so many places, people are lackluster about security. The moment you begin to sound alarms, they're like, dude, why are you going all beast mode white boy on me? This is not a big deal, just let it go. You keep seeing these kind of, standard operating procedures being violated all the time. And anybody that, tries to remotely pull these guys up automatically ends up being mocked. We see this across the world. And that, in my mind, is way more likely than a population decline, Bill Gates kind of thing. Respectfully so. Sorry, Molly, you want to go?
I mean, the Depop is an issue, but when you see young people, basketball stars, soccer stars, croaking out on the field, and they got the injection 2 weeks ago. I mean, there's an X account called Died Suddenly, and they're documenting many, many deaths all the time. It's just the deaths from these injections are still happening, and they're still encouraging people to get the injections all the time. I mean, it's just not stopping. I mean, maybe it has stopped now that Trump is in office, but I'm just saying that it's impossible to see the Depop because that is 50 years from now, 30 years from now, 20, it's not immediately happening. And I'm not saying Depop is maybe it's not the worst thing in the world. I mean, maybe bringing down the number of humans on this planet is, not the worst idea in the world, but it just seems immoral and creepy and evil. And I do think Morel is right. We won't see prosecutions because this is legal. I mean, it was legally done. So it's like, what are we going to do? Unwrap the whole thing? I mean, it's not going to happen. Trump moves forward. He continues. There's no going back in time. I'm just merely pointing out that, I didn't like getting an email saying, hey, if you don't take this app, we're going to fire you. What?
It's a bad cheating plural that they did. To now come and say sorry, and after the election, now suddenly CIA says, yeah, it really did come from the lab. Yeah. So everybody who abused intelligent people for 3 years, badly abused doctors, fired the doctors, got them fired from the boards of medicine, shut down accounts for mentioning this. It was really obvious for a couple of years. There were some Indians who made a paper early about the furin cleavage sites. It's a mark of bioengineering. It was very clear from the beginning.
Right.
And they fooled everybody. It was just a science. And the fact that Fauci was calling for a pandemic 2 years before, for the 2 years before, it's coming,
And then the fact that they had the preparatory meeting a year before called Event 201, it's really disgusting when you put the picture together here. It's a shame. And it is clearly made with the U.S. and China essentially are culpable. The story where Trump is going with, they say it's China, the China virus. And it's a joke. This came out of a lab actually in North Carolina. It made its way there, fully funded by our government. And it was done in Wuhan because we don't allow that type of research here anymore. So even as an accident, it's a disgusting story. But the fact is, it's definitely not an accident.
I help you understand that what kind of a lab would actually pick out really dangerous. Sorry, Andrew, so quickly ask the question.
That chance it was not an accident. Based on Event 201, and that Fauci was talking shit about it before. Also based on the pardon of Fauci goes back to 2014. Okay? Why would you do that?
So, I have a question to follow up.
The funding of the lab started in 2014, that's why.
Well, I have a follow-up question, if that's okay.
Sure.
So, what kind of a country would build a lab which is so contentious at the dead center of a massive metropolis in China? Why would they even do that? This is give them, you know what I'm saying? Let's assume that these guys built it and it leaked out of a lab. But what kind of an idiot would have such a problematic lab? That's normal. What did they say?
The best one in the world's in Atlanta.
The next great mind virus.
You want to have all of the support staff that get everybody clean before they go in, and then they go in, and you have all of these techs, highly skilled employees. You only get that in the city. So the idea of the thing leaking out is never considered. It's not possible in a high level lab.
I see.
They're built that it doesn't happen. There has been no other lab leaks, but you're not supposed to monkey around with these viruses. So on a basic level, if you just say, look, they were just trying to make some cures. They were just trying to help humanity, and they accidentally leaked out what they were building. You could say, well, we should stop building viruses like this anymore and move along. But then you can just still say, why did the government hide the information so long? So for everybody in the spectrum, from left to right, everyone is disgusted now. Well, the right side, we already knew what it is. We're sitting here and saying, I told you so the whole time. What's wrong with you guys? But for moderates and for people on the left, they're shocked right now. They don't know what to really do. Because the government lied to them the whole way, basically, including the Fauci, the priest, who was pardoned like a dog, like a fucking war criminal. And he can't walk in a street or an airport anymore. He's so widely hated in this country. The guy cannot show his face without personal security. That's the situation with Anthony Fauci right now.
Dude, his demeanor wasn't that inspiring, to be honest. Something sly about this guy. The first time I remember watching a video of his, just after the pandemic was declared and whatnot. Something about him, dude, some vibe-related stuff. He just didn't come across as a decent person. It's a terrible thing for me to say, but I don't know, something about him that's off-key.
I'll have to say I was suckered in at the beginning. I thought he's our guy. I was ready to do what Dr. Fauci said. I took Dr. Fauci's ouchies. I took the ouchie myself. So later on, it started to not make sense with his actions. He was more concerned about we shouldn't call it the China virus. Let's not make fun of Chinese. Yeah, the fellow's a strange guy. You know, he's 81. It's really, yeah, he looks very young, but he's an old man. Fauci's he got grilled by Rand Paul, and once the information started coming out in Congress, the lies started coming out. They subpoenaed his emails and subpoenaed his phone records. And so at that point, we started really learning this is bad. They knew very well that this could be lab leak, and at the same time they're writing the journal's articles saying it's definitely Banklin. It's an article called Proximal Origins of COVID. It's like the Nature, the first article is by a guy named Christian Anderson, Fauci's best friend. So the whole world of virology is Fauci, Peter Daszak, and Christian Anderson is some of the top names. And they're all having their little stupid email chain talking about how some of the guys think it's lab leak, how do we respond? And he's telling them let's all just mount behind this natural source. And he basically had Christian Anderson write that in an article. Made no sense then. It makes, it's a fake article to suit the population. There's no other explanation. I mean, you could say it's just they're trying to suit the population and lie to us. That's a benign explanation, but yeah, these people need to get brought in on war crimes. They need to have a Nuremberg trial. They need to have a Nuremberg trial for these people. There's no other answer to me. Again,
I think some around 80 or whatever, and then 75 at that point in time. I'm guessing it was $80.
If they can hang him by a rope at old age, it'd be just as delightful.
But dude, why would you do something like that? Some 20-year-old guy having a break, something. But what could you possibly want more?
Why did he do it? You're saying?
Yeah.
Because there was a lab leak and he funded it illegally. This is all documented. Okay, so let's just leave zero conspiracy out of it for a moment. Well, the fact pattern is that Fauci illegally funded the gain-of-function research, which caused the pandemic, and he was covering his tracks. So full stop. I see. So and that's all clearly documented at this point. It's so well documented, he required a pardon by Biden. So the illegal research that led to COVID is the check is signed and it's shown. It's shown as a U.S. check to Wuhan Institute. Xi Jinping is the lady there who was doing the bat research. We know exactly what the research was. The horseshoe bat stuff they're doing over there. They may have had a benign reason for it. They did have a good reason for it. They wanted to immunize the bats in the caves. Basically spread this around the bats and gives them immunity to COVID, so they won't spread COVID around each other. It's an air spread vaccine essentially, if it had worked correctly. But it doesn't make sense. So it's targeted toward mammals, number one, and this is called the ACE receptor. So that's a problem with that theory. Yeah, this could have just been a mistake, and Fauci covered for himself. Mm-hmm. And that's the end of the story. But even that's as a government official, he's doing a lot of stuff with foreign governments at this point and foreign agencies, and coordinating with elements outside the U.S. lying against us. I think even on the simple case, you could make a case for treason and just bring the rope out and make it public, and really put it on the television. It should be televised. If they did it, I would go the night before to stand in line with a little tent.
They're not going.
But they want unity, and I think Trump's going to play for unity. So he's just going to take these people and twist them, and it's typical Trump psychology. It's straight out of one of his books. So why make a mess when he can just use these people and bend them to his will? And use all of this information and evidence as leverage, like a blackmail, over all of them. And Epstein, why give any information about Epstein? Simply take the tapes, hold the tapes over all of these guys' heads as long as they're alive. What better use of power, right? Than to have a guy like Bill Gates. Like Bill Gates is Trump's dog as long as he lives now. And I think that's probably the play they're making. I don't think Kash Patel will issue arrest orders for all these people. Of course, if he does, it will be my dream that morning when we wake up and they say Kash Patel has sent out warrants on Bill Gates, Hillary Clinton, Barack, all of them. That would be amazing, but that's just not realistic. It's not really useful either. We'll make a big mess. So, yeah, there's a lot of conspiracy that went on behind COVID. Exactly what happened is not clear. It's the nature of any conspiracy. Similar to JFK, there's no way to easily say who and what, because it's such a network of people who are operating in secret. They're not writing down their thoughts, and no one's speaking about it out of fear of losing their life like Suchir. So everything's not a free democracy here. It's not like a pure meritocracy where the rule of law is paramount. It's just a human country where people do a lot of deceitful things. But yeah, my gut feeling is it's intentional plural because of the doing the practice session is just so damning. You can make the case, it was just a coincidence. But out of all of the different diseases they picked a novel coronavirus. And the whole thing, there's just too many coincidences. It makes the chance that this was a coincidence is very low. And they had all the world leaders of the health associations there. They had all of the major media leadership there. They were carefully practicing how to roll out the messaging. So,
do you happen to remember where exactly you were when it clicked in your head that this is a pandemic?
Yeah, I figured it was bioterror. Me and my brother saw the TV. We were in the doctor's lounge in the hospital. There was about 6 doctors in there. We were watching the TV. And, it's like the videos of the people falling down dead in China. And me and my brother immediately looked at each other and said, this is bioterror is the word we use. Really? But I think the fact it's a lab leak or a pandemic was clear really early. So the fact it was a pandemic was clear very early. A lab leak of some kind or a man-made, it became, we guessed that could be it early, but then when the paper by the Indian fellows about the furin cleavage sites that came out March 2020, I think.
What are you laughing at, Ted? You're the fucking brainwashed moron. You're the moron, Ted. I hope you know that. You're stupid.
Clear as day.
You've been stupid for a long time. You'll be stupid for even longer if you stay stupid. You're stupid. Welcome to the truth, Ken. I'm the one? No, you're the one. I said it first, Ken. You can't say what I said against you. You have to come up with something original. You're too stupid to do that, though.
Terrorist attack.
Ha ha! I win again, 10. You're a 0. You're not a 10. You're only half of a 10. You're that 0. Clubhouse hero. 10 is a 0. You lost, 10. We beat you.
Trump. He was way ahead of everybody. And the Democrat field produced Biden, who was a stumbling idiot.
That's what you are, 10.
And then by the time the summer came,
you won? What did you win? You won nothing.
And it became a mail-in vote. Biden won for no other reason than the mail-in vote. So, in my feeling, unseat Trump. I think they're sick enough to have, these sickos they could have had several motives to unseat Trump, number one. Number two is world lockdown powers and start establishing those. This one world government, Davos agenda. Depopulation, sadly, is also looking a lot like that's what it is. Because the TFR rates, they didn't just continue to drop in a linear fashion. It went off the hill, never to recover. It keeps going down. So, but in India, it's perfect for you guys. It went from 3 too high right down to 2.1 perfect. But over here, it went from 1.9 a little too low to 1.5, and some of these, some of the other Asian countries are in really bad shape. Europe, Hungary, Romania, some of these places is awful. So people are could be this guy, the Jay Bhattacharya, another one of these great idiots who have been put in their administration. He's an interesting fellow. He's not political at all, but he came out with some stances against the lockdowns early that made the left cancel him. He's a great doctor, but he's going to be the chief of all of the National Health Institute for Trump. But I saw Jay. He was saying that the lockdowns are the cause of the. Oh really? Not just the fertility, but the death. Yeah. Another big question is there's excess deaths keep occurring after the COVID went away. More people are dying than usual. And a lot more people.
How does he make that case? Sorry,
he makes the case that there was not any health. Number one, everyone had poor diet, a lot of weight gain, and poor health during the COVID. Number two, they didn't have any health maintenance. No one had any appointments. No one did any screening that they would usually do. And then the depression, loneliness, and all of these second order effects that happened because of the lockdown. He says that that's caused the excess deaths. I worry that a lot of it is spike protein. I think it's a hard case to make, but he makes a pretty good case. A reasonable one that the lockdowns are the key killer. Lockdowns have killed more people than COVID, essentially.
How would you evaluate the quality of the Indian vaccine law?
Well, the experience is different there because of the sunlight. It's different climate. Generally, like in Africa, it didn't kill that many people at all, despite no vaccine. India, did fine until that Delta strain, right? And then all hell broke loose.
Yeah.
For a brief moment, for a summer, I think, with the oxygen crisis. But after that wave, everyone just got back to business and did fine. I feel like that there's natural immunity there because of the thin Indian lack of a cigarette. Bottom line, the Indians are thinner, and COVID tends to kill fatter. And Indians are in a hot sunlight, which is also against the COVID virus. And so the vaccine efficacy is hard to judge for India in terms of how much did it help. I don't know if it helped at all, to be honest with you. By the time you guys got vaxxed, the Delta was already had run through and killed everybody was going to kill. Like you didn't have 3 bouncing waves of COVID deaths like we did here.
Right.
You guys just had the one big spike, the Delta. None of these later waves killed anybody anywhere, basically vaxxed. Because the virus continued to mutate and become weaker non-mRNA, right? The Covax.
Yeah, both AZ, although AZ is not Indian as you know, but they got it done in India. And then the other one, I forget the name.
Is Bharat or something like that?
Yeah, Bharat Biotech, yes, thank you. And yeah, I guess both of them are non-mRNA. As a technology, would you say mRNA was a problem now looking back?
100%. Without a doubt. He was well called out by the Sam Malone, one of the inventors of mRNA. A lot of people were calling out. The problem, it works on paper, great, but what if this gets out into your DNA? What if this gets out into your other tissue? Oh, no, it'll stay in your arm, and then it's not going to go anywhere. The spike proteins don't go anywhere. They do the animal models. The spike protein has gone throughout the body. It's a fucking mess, dude. They said no, if you're pregnant, get it. It'll help your baby. You had miscarriage rates go out the roof. And they act like they don't know what happened. There's no way to prove it is the problem. It's just retarded hysteria is the only benign way you could look at it. I just can't, I don't think that's possible. It seems completely coordinated. One of their main goals is depopulation. I mean, the thesis, the strength of the theory is very strong, in my view. And I lean towards the election of 2020 being the key motives they had, number two, depopulation. At first I thought it was just to kill off the older Medicare Americans, because these poor fellows, they're not working anymore, they don't make any money, they just sit in a nursing home. But when you do the numbers, it's not enough money to do something like that. Just to save $50 billion or $100 billion, it would never be worth this. Each Medicare person would cost roughly $350K to the U.S. government. So even if you kill 1 million of those people, it's not worth that much a figure. So I took that off the table myself. But yeah, the Malthusian economists, these people have been very influential. They've been very influential in America. They've been very influential since the 70s for a lot of these climate change people and the environmentalists. They believe Gaia, Mother Earth, and we must live in harmony. And we're over the number of the harmonious number. We're choking mother. And there's no solution. What other solution do you have? And it's mainstream, essentially, by these Davos people. If you read their curriculum every year, it's available. Every time it's the same shit. Sustainable equity, inclusion. Let's make sure that we go through in the world and we're all equitable. Get our population down. Communism. Yeah.
America is, we like to think we're the greatest, but America came out of Europe, so there is this psychological connection where one of my last days at this important meeting, somebody was like, we got to be really careful of the left, and so people here in America in leadership positions are very concerned about the left and their influence in this country. But basically Bill Gates, that's the thing. It's we're still connected to Europe. Even by familial lineage. So whatever Davos and WEF and these large, basically organizations which are think tanks and operators, conspirators, it's real. So if you're an American, you like your liberty, your freedom, your independence, and not being manipulated by external, powers. But it really is a global world now. I mean, it's 2025. I mean, it's all connected.
Clubhouse was amazing, by the way. There's some of the real pioneers in this. Pierre Corey, he's a doctor, Koury. He was on here. And then this other guy who was so spicy, who went on the Red White Scene show. He was on here all the time. Some of the, God, his name's evading me. But one of the first people to show the spike protein went into the tissues. This is pretty early on. The doctor's saying, look, you can give hydroxychloroquine. You can give ivermectin. These were used in the lab against the original strain of SARS and seemed to work. Okay, let's try that on the patients. And so there's this big battle for information going on in 2020 and 2021. So there's a lot of arguing on here and trying to figure out what's going on, looking through the information carefully for a couple of years. And
Yeah, and you got Dr. Copeland, an army captain who's delivering vaccines to combat positions in Afghanistan, screaming at everybody here to get their zabs. So, and now it turns out
you had the other transplant doctor, who was the Dr. Priya, unbelievable propagandist. So you've got people on here that are saying, if you don't get vaxxed, you should die. You should not even be in the hospital. I deserve to be in the hospital, not you.
Noam Chomsky said, if you don't get the Zav, you should be starved. You shouldn't be allowed in the grocery store. You shouldn't be allowed in restaurants. And so I don't know if you follow Noam Chomsky, but he's on YouTube creating new videos, even in his late 90s, mumbling and stumbling and talking about how the world is falling apart. It's like, no, you're falling apart. We're all falling apart.
It's simple. Basically, they could have said, look, guys, make an informed decision. Do what you like. But as doctors, we suggest you take this vaccine. That would be the proper way, but it was anything but that. It was a hysteria about the misinformation. We started using new words, plural. We invented a word called misinformation. And that wasn't good enough. We invented the word malinformation. Disinformation has been used before. Misinformation and malinformation are fucking new words. Malinformation is my favorite of all the words. It means a true information that you use in a crooked way. Malinformation. It's absolutely from one of these fucking George Orwell 1984 dystopian novel. So it was there was a time to battle for it, and now Trump's in charge. The time is for him to do what he needs to do.
See, the thing, he was the president in March of 2020 when this broke. And, do you think he ever looked at Fauci and looked at Dr. Birx and looked at everybody who was coming to him? Don't you think he was ever, second guessing? I mean, he couldn't fire them. He couldn't stop them.
There's already reports of all of this, of Peter Navarro coming in with a stack of papers and slamming it on the table. So, yeah, Trump has a lot of pit bulls on his side. You're much more vocal than I am, or you could be. They were yelling at Fauci in the face. Navarro said, you're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar, Anthony. Like that. Right to his face. Over the travel bans. Remember, we were trying to keep the planes, trying to ban the travel, and Fauci was against it. So, yeah, this is an ongoing thing. Why did he let them go forward with vax if they're bad for us? That's the question we'll have, but maybe he didn't figure it out till later. He took it himself, supposedly, anyway. So, and plus he doesn't want to say this vax is evil. It will cause a vax hesitancy for all other vaccines. It will cause problems with other diseases. But now that we've got RFK, we can get the unnecessary vaccines out. They've always been causing trouble here. Vaccines have done more trouble than good in America for a long time, plural. Because of autism and behavioral issues. But we don't get the simple good vaccine schedule like India. It's like a goddamn
all you can eat buffet. It's like 30 shots. They used to be filled with mercury in each shot, way over the toxic limits. And they're wondering why, they did ban some of the substances, but still they put aluminum. They need to have something that irritates your body and makes reactions. So they put some metal. It's you need to have Jay Bhattacharya in charge. Then we get a new schedules with RFK and Jay. Simplified, good vaccines for all the people. Boom. That's all everybody, everybody can unite on that. So, fluoride out of the water. That's a controversial one, but red food dyes out of the food, toxic products out of the food. Raw milk will be allowed. Direct farmer milk will be allowed. A lot of great ideas from RFK. He's a genius. He's been doing this like so much longer than there's so many young doctors. They'll come like the 30, 35. RFK's a fool. RFK's a fool. This guy's been working on healthcare issues since before the young doctor was born. RFK's 70. He looks young when he's 70. And he's been fighting for a clean environment and for the health of kids for a long, long time, since the 80s, very openly. So he deserves it more than anybody that's been put forward in the cabinet. It's amazing, really. The healthcare system here is so fucked. Everybody's got chronic illness, and nobody's got. Everyone just takes a bunch of shots and is sick.
Laurel, Adrian, Carol, how you guys doing? All right.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. What's that?
Say hi.
It was a little bit of a bummer, but I'm
sorry about that. How are you keeping, bro?
Good. And just off
Talk about no complaints.
Did you know it was my birthday 3 days ago?
No, I had no idea. Happy birthday. Happy related.
No, you're good. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was so much fun. Celebrated it like it was the last day of my life. Yeah. So what are you guys talking about? The next great night.
Well, I'm getting a point.
What's that?
Yeah. Morning was speaking about the vaccine travesty, the tragedy that vaccines were. And I'm just trying to get
my views on COVID, how they changed from when it started. It's been a long road. How much I love RFK. I was thinking of driving tomorrow morning to DC for the hearings.
I see.
Maybe one of the greatest moments in American history about to happen, plural.
Oh yeah.
Get this guy in.
Tell me about it.
He's RFK Jr.
Yeah.
So he's a Democrat. He has great qualities. They've tried to push him out for a long time. And he's basically against the corporations and for the health of the country. Like nobody else you've ever seen.
Sounds good.
He's extremely anti-war and anti-military complex.
That's awesome.
He's just a great guy.
I'm so.
Do you know Augustus on here? Do any of you guys know Augustus?
Augustus on Clubhouse?
Yeah.
Yeah.
UFO rooms, kind of crazy rooms.
I met him in Miami. I hung out with him for a weekend.
Nice. Yeah, he's a stand-up guy, man. Who could have thought? I used to yell at him. I said, RFK's a plant. He's trying to hurt Trump. Fuck RFK, right? And then he said, no, man, he's with Trump. Wait and see. I'm like, bullshit, Augustus. Bullshit. Look out. The first thing I interested in it. Apology.
So have any of you guys met any people on Clubhouse, like in real life?
Yeah, the guy that Morel's talking about, he had a room here called it was called Preservation of the Human Race, and so he was doing the marketing campaign with his now fiance and working on Kennedy's campaign. And it's just Morel, isn't it amazing how the stars align? It really is amazing.
Yeah. And he's a little bit out there with the UFO stuff, and at the same time, we all, with the Prashant and these guys' rooms, they may be on a different trip, but at the end of the day, everyone is the same pro-America, pro-health as a nation. I think that's.
Well, Morel, I think the best way to look at it is whether you choose to talk about Jesus 24/7 or you talk about UFOs 24/7. It is your chosen art. It is how you want to represent or create content. And if people take it literally and they can't see that it's art, well, they don't understand art.
Good word again, yeah. Like, I've been thinking a lot about this stuff recently.
What have you been thinking about?
No, art, but also, message.
Go ahead, tell us what
interplanetary messages. Okay.
You're just going to interrupt control right now.
What are you saying that, Marlon? Why do you think that?
Trolling, I'll throw you down to the audience. Would you like that?
I mean,
I think you'd like that. Yeah, Augustus is a really legit guy, but it took me for, RFK to jump on board to understand that this was probably planned all along, you know what I mean, Adrian? I believe now fully that this was planned for him to jump across like that. But Augustus said they're going to meet up about 8 a.m.
Yeah, you should go. I mean, go.
It's a 4.5 hour drive. It's
We'll try to bring somebody with you. If you know of a good friend of yours, take a good friend of yours. You'll need a battle buddy there.
Yeah, I'll be fine. I go find Augustus and introduce myself. I'll just stand there in line with the magats, the mahats. And I was thinking I may wear. I don't know if they have a strict. The dress code is what I'm trying to look up, but I figured it would look good if I wore my lab coat.
I don't know. You'll be calling attention to yourself if you wear a lab coat.
Yeah, you're not supposed to call attention to yourself. Is that fair? I've never seen anyone do it before, but since it's for the health secretary position, it would be maybe outrageous since I'm not.
Bring it. I mean, I bet you you'll get introduced.
Yeah, well, and I thought it would be a good prop essentially. If I can make my way in, it'd be a hell of a prop to just be sitting there with the scrubs and lab coat, and my overcoat would fit over top of all of that and look professional. It would look legal enough to get into the building.
The thing about
and then a white coat underneath, basically.
Well, I wouldn't worry so much about how you look. I'd be more concerned about security threats at that event because Kennedy literally is like the conjunction, he has got to be the most dangerous. He's got to be because you're talking about collective of trillions of dollars in market cap.
Yeah.
So many people want him to disappear as if he never even existed. I mean, I don't want to bring up negativity, but he comes from a family that continually keeps getting shut down because they keep saying things that you can't say. There was something, some article I saw where it was like during Bush's administration, there was some press conference and some documentation going into the pandemic response, emergency response plan. And that documentation that came out showed that Fauci and CDC and NIH and Big Pharma were essentially pandemicking. And, then like basically, I mean, it was the perfect moment. I read something also that it was going to happen even prior, but they weaponized it, to bring down the Trump administration. And the whole thing was going to happen even prior to Clinton taking over. So if you don't understand that this whole thing was was engineered from beginning to end, but the response is the ending, which is the Zavanation, and
that's where that's where the actual horseshoe bat virus and which bat and what cave it come out of. It does make it'll help you give you clarity on that the time frame. Because it has to be post SARS 1, so it could have been done years ago under Clinton's not accurate. This prior to SARS 1, well, it was right around SARS 1, but SARS 1 came out of these bats. Then they go in and capture bats in the Hunan province and grab the backbone of the COVID. They run that through rodents, make different changes, make it more effective, 100 a series, until they get one that really pops. And you add little cleavage sites in the areas that you want to be more powerful, which are particularly the binding site for how it binds. You were asking the question, how the hell did it spread so quickly? Well, they juiced it at the binding site. And so for the train of events for that to happen, that bitch Xi Zhengli for her to get her hands on the bats and then start running through animals, that started under Fauci. Project Diffuse, right after Obama gets out. Obama makes a ban on gain of function research, and Fauci pushes that project over to China. Because the mRNA, also mRNA only got invented later. After, so just to give you some dates, I think it was 2016 or something like that, 14, 16, and then it started getting used much later than that. So, it was planned to be done eventually anyway. I can agree with that.
See, what I'm saying is, like, for having no experience in this whatsoever, I just don't think people realize how big the business has been. Like, I know big tech, and I know how big Microsoft and Amazon, Microsoft and Apple, but prior to the emergence of big tech, like big pharma was like the big tech of our time, and it, say what you want about it, but it's like 30 injections for a baby. What the fuck? I'm telling you, this culture, the society, like we are a bunch of Terminators. I don't know what's wrong with us, but we love to seem to terminate.
What you're going to see now is people are going to get depressed over it because they're just not finding out about this. The regulars, which is unbelievable to me, that they had their head in the sand this whole fucking time, and they need this the news channel to come and tell them last week. It's my dad's similar. My dad's one of the smartest doctors you ever met. He's incredibly high IQ and a high street IQ too. But you've already set your life believing the Wall Street Journal and believing the trusted sources. You can't break that trust later.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Like, I followed that guy A.G. Huff, and so like Augustus and I kept trying to get A.G. Huff to come on Clown House because he's basically a whistleblower. I mean, you can look him up on X. He has a book. It's called The Truth About Wuhan: How I Uncovered the Biggest Lie in History. Dr. Andrew G. Huff, former EcoHealth Alliance VP, senior scientist. Seems like a straight shooter to me. So he was like big and breaking this, but really the whole thing is Kennedy, because he is the subject matter expert and he organized all this, and his whole campaign, I mean, it's just, again, like stars aligning, but it's very dangerous because if there's assassinations, then not only does that validate conspiracy or at least, inflame it. And it's like,
He's got Secret Service protection at this point, and he is going to be in the heart of the Senate chambers of the administrative building. So I can't imagine something's tried in D.C. But you will have probably fake supporters coming in, and you get people dragged out of there protesting.
those are always entertaining. And I gotta say, I like the anti-war ones, but even they are cooked. Like, everybody's cooked, Like, I'm telling you, the events of 9/11, like fucking George Bush and his father. I don't know what the fuck, Like, I understand, but like, anyways, the whole.
It's not going to get declassified, unfortunately. Epstein Island also, they'll keep all of that secret of it until everyone's out of office.
Well, if you know what my dad.
We got a ton of guys we need to vote, like Lindsey Graham, that are sitting there. We need them in place.
My dad, I texted my dad texted me something surprising. He's like, after Trump won, he's like, I really want to find out who killed Kennedy.
Yeah.
So like, if you were of that age.
Everyone good wants to know that.
Well, I mean, I texted my dad. I said the things that I read is that you see a lot of conspiracy with regards to Israel and LBJ, or you see things about the mafia or the CIA, but a lot of it seems to have to do with the Federal Reserve and the CIA. But Kennedy, when he went,
it's probably just all of the above.
Yeah.
Probably the answer.
But Kennedy went on the Bill Maher podcast, and Kennedy is so dynamic, When you listen to Trump is like a comedian. Have you ever seen a stand-up comic do the same performance twice, and you're like, oh, this is a waste of my time?
Yeah.
So that's the thing, is Kennedy is so hyper dynamic, so engaging.
He's like a lawyer speaking to another lawyer.
Exactly.
He speaks properly.
Yep. So the powers that be, they have a lot to lose and a lot to fear here, and other senators are keen, but the lies and anyways, everything is well here. I hope you have a great day, Morel. It's been great chatting with you.
Yeah, you too.
Instead of just making up some fucking erroneous fucking claim.
No, there was a case where a lady stole $180 million from the Navy under a fake charity. I mean, the U.S. government loses a lot of stuff. There was a case where Keys was still done from the Army, and then they considered it in New York. I mean, money or
wasn't there 2.7 trillion missing on September 10, 2001? The Senate was talking about.
Are you listening? You're
No.
moving the goalpost. Weapon of mass destruction versus money. The same money that they print.
2.7 trillion.
How big is the nuclear bomb?
Depends on the size. Which one?
That's what I'm asking. Like,
Suitcase nukes, and then you got like intercontinental ballistic missiles.
Or the ones that they lost were about the size of a.
The nuke itself is very small. It's the delivery payload that's large.
How important is that? What are we talking about? Like a basketball?
Are you talking about the nuke devices though?
Let's ask the IO.
Bomb itself, not the delivery system.
Sorry, what's the question? How big is it on IO? How big is a modern tactical nuclear warhead? Like a suitcase, like a briefcase suitcase, very small. Like, in fact, North Korea was working on a hand grenade nuclear weapon, so just think about it.
Like the big, giant thing you see that you think of a nuke is actually just its casing. The nuke is very small inside.
It's like
a
a
very small
basketball
rocket.
size. was the two scientists that were working on a nuclear weapon and they accidentally allowed the two cores to slap together and they all got irradiated?
Well, it's one guy actually, Demon Core guy.
Yeah.
The sacrifice actually helped advance the weapon.
That guy was such a fucking moron. Using a butter knife to wedge the two pieces together, and then you were just doing it by hand, freehand. You deserve to die. I'm sorry. In physics class, you can't fuck around.
You gonna kick out 3 accounts? There's no word about getting recorded now.
Not law school, though.
We can't be doing this every day. Come on, guys.
I guess
It's crazy.
Matilda Mama told Miss Honey, oh, you went to
There
college.
you go.
Now, that was just derailed by the trade derailment, no pun intended. He offered support and hope, just like I saw the president do this past week. It was a purposeful decision by this president on his first domestic trip to go to North Carolina and to California to visit with Americans who were impacted by Hurricane Helene and also by the deadly fires. A red state and a blue state, both of which feel forgotten by the previous administration and the federal government. That is now ended under President Trump. He will continue to put Americans first, whether they're in East Palestine, in Pacific Palisades, or in North Carolina.
Thank you, Caroline. On California, could you please clarify what the military did with the water last night as referenced in the president's Truth Social post?
Water has been turned back on in California, and this comes just days after President Trump visited Pacific Palisades, and as you all saw, applied tremendous pressure on state and local officials in Pacific Palisades, including Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, to turn on the water and to direct that water to places in the south and in the middle of the state that have been incredibly dry, which has led to the rapid expansion of these fires.
So could you clarify what the military's role was, where the water came from, and how it got there?
Again, the Army Corps of Engineers has been on the ground in California to respond to the devastation from these wildfires. And I would point out that just days after President Trump visited the devastation from these fires, the water was turned on. That is because of the pressure campaign he put on state and local officials there who clearly lack all common sense. And I will never forget being at the president last week and hearing the frustration in the voices of Pacific Palisades residents who feel as though their government has just gone insane. Before President Trump showed up on the scene, Karen Bass was telling private property owners that they would have to wait 18 months to access their private property. So this administration, the president, and this team that's on the ground in California, we're this great crisis, and will continue to put pressure on Karen Bass.
She want to throw everybody on out. Everybody that's blue, she's throwing under the bus.
Part of it. These residents want to take part in their own clearing out of their properties. They should be able to do that. It's the United States of America. What happened to our freedom? Clearly, it's gone in California. Not anymore.
You know we hearing something, right? Stop trying to talk.
Welcome to the Freedom Lecture. Several questions. One of the problems. Will minority serving institutions, preferably colleges and universities, have those monies held back temporarily at this moment?
Again, I have not seen the entire list because this memo was just sent out. So I will updates as we receive them.
The hell?
Also, secondly, when it comes to immigration, there is a southern border focus. What happens to those who overstayed their visas? That is part of the broken immigration system. 2023, there was a report by the Biden administration, Homeland Security Department, that said overstays of visas were 3 times more than usual. Will there be a focus on the overstays for visas as well?
If an individual is overstaying their visa, they are therefore an illegal immigrant residing in this country, and they are subject to deportation.
And also, lastly, as we're dealing with anti-DEI, anti-worker efforts, we understand this administration could, speaking about
no such thing as anti-DEI. There's no such thing as DEI.
As far as I know, this White House certainly still intends to celebrate, and we will continue to celebrate American history and the contributions that all Americans, regardless of race, religion, or creed, have made to our great country. And America is back. Christian Bacon.
Thanks, Caroline. Just real quick, you mentioned the inflation executive order the president signed, but egg prices have skyrocketed since President Trump. So what typically is he doing to lower those costs for Americans?
Really glad you brought this up, because there is a lot of reporting out there that is putting the onus on this White House for the increased cost of eggs. I would like to point out to each and every one of you that in 2024, when Joe Biden was in the Oval Office, or upstairs in the residence sleeping, I'm not so sure, egg prices increased 65% in this country. We also have seen the cost of everything, not just eggs. Bacon, groceries,
Bacon, gotta be bacon. Shut up.
Inflationary policies of the last
Bacon ain't go up.
As far as the
Ain't no bacon prices rising in my neighborhood.
Administration and the Department of Agriculture directed the mass killing of more than 100 million chickens, which has led to supply in this country, therefore lack of egg supply, which is leading to the shortage. So I will leave you with this point. This is an example of why it's so incredibly important.
She's about to leave, guys.
Swiftly to confirm all of President Trump's nominees, including his nominee for the United States Department of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, who is already speaking with Kevin Hassett, who's leading the economic team here at the White House, on how we can address the egg shortage in this country. As for costs, I laid out the plethora of ways that President Trump has addressed saving costs for the American people over the past week. He looks forward to continuing doing that in the days of portals down in all 50 states.
Somebody just mentioned the Medicaid portals down in 50 states, but she already walked off.
We need a minute to just gather our thoughts. Just.
All right. Drink some water, guys.
We should probably do a queue, or people go one by one.
Yeah, because and no, he has no control of his microphone, so.
You want to start with Bonnet?
And now Omar want to come up after all the shit he was talking this morning.
I'll start. How you doing, Belle? So,
Go ahead, go.
hey Omar. So two things. The first one was the birthright citizenship argument. It was insane. He said that illegal immigrants are not subject to the laws of the United States. So if you're an illegal immigrant and you go into the 7-Eleven, steal all the taquitos, all the Slurpees, all of the Reese's peanut butter cups. This is a Latino Nigerian. And then you whip out your behind and shit on the counter. And then you piss in the eye of the workers. According to that lady, you're not subject to the laws of the United States of America. In what world does that make sense? It's a good thing that these press conferences are in no way binding. They have no power. They can't be admitted in court or anything. I just want people to sit with that for a second. Who here believes, let's see, we have Trump supporters, we got Norm, Omar, Al, and others. Who here believes that illegal immigrants are not subject to the crimes of the subject to the jurisdiction of the United States, the laws of the United States? Okay, that was the first thing. That was kind of strange. I'll leave it there. I have other stuff that stands out, but I'll leave it there. Silly shit. Oh, that was the second one. I will do it as a follow-up because the Latino Nigerian. Donald Trump told people that they were going to get the violent criminals out first. This is what our intrepid embedded reporter Trent told us, who not only is on the front lines, but because he works in the car industry, he gets information faster than the CIA and the FBI. Cool. Okay. The man said that half of the people that they rounded up one day the other day were not violent criminals. I saw a story of a man who was a big Trump supporter in Florida. His wife was deported along with 2 other people that were in and around the house. He's on crack. He wants to work out a deal with Trump. He gone, right? A horrible story for the man.
don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. We don't, in fact, if you interrupt me, I'm going to block you for a week, Infinity. We're in the middle, we're going one by one. We just listened to the press conference. Do not interrupt me. You do not get precedence in every room, bro. Do you understand that?
I wasn't interrupting you. But go ahead.
I will go ahead, and you will not interrupt me. Thank you very much. I lost my point. What was I talking about? Oh, and so now the children are also the criminals, because what she said was anybody who's here illegal is a criminal, which is true. And so now we can stop saying Omar and others, that they're coming for the illegals first. The woman that went back to Venezuela, I forget her name, she was a homemaker, she didn't do anything. She was actually in the process of going through getting her illegal stuff because she had the appointment because they got married. She's been deported. That's all over. So now what we need for this space is for the Trump supporters to stop lying and telling the truth. The election's over. Let's get to the real deal, to the factuals. I'm done speaking. Anthony, don't interrupt me again, bro.
Let me know if you want me to offer a view on this. Go.
You may go next.
I'll be very brief. This is now devil's advocate because I'm not in favor of deporting people who are not criminals, or saying that the justification is that they're here illegally and then automatically designating them criminals. Rather, the question is, if one member, and I think this is what we're looking at, if one member of the family is a criminal, or the parents are criminals, then what is to be done with the kid? Or let's say the father is a criminal, what is to be done with the wife and the kid? What is the compassionate response? To break up the family or to send them all back? That is the devil's advocate position. Not saying I advocate it, but I at least provides another perspective to the conversation.
Yeah, that's a slightly different one. This woman, she was married to citizens, so she was the only so-called illegal in the family. So it has not. So they broke up the family by deporting her. So it goes the other way too. But that's fine. Who's next in the?
I just got a little beef with the Iron Dome. I just want to say for the record, I did not vote for no Iron Dome for the United States. Like, that is silliness. I don't understand it. And I'm glad she kind of clarified, but that Iron Dome stuff is crap. I will say this, but I think we were overreacting with the snap thing. We gotta let these things play out. I know we like to have these, these reactions and stuff like that, but everybody's gonna get their snap and things like that. And let's give the press secretary some grace. She's 27 years old, and we had many rumors about this. Gen Z don't have bars like that, so she's very direct in her communication. And let's show the young, press secretary some grace. That's all.
By saying that birthright citizenship is unconstitutional, we should give her grace. Anyway, I don't.
Yeah, give her some grace, man. She's young.
I don't think they're very right. You did think I was wrong with it.
So what we did was, she's a DEI hire based on age, so we should give grace, even though she's not qualified. We wanted to diversify by age, but it was okay for a white blonde woman. That's what you voted for, Omar. Let me respond to the Iron Dome thing. Trump ran on the Iron Dome. He ran on it. This was in his campaign. He said he wanted to get an Iron Dome. It's not going to get an Iron Dome. There's two oceans there. And we have some Iron Dome missile intercepting capabilities, but he wants to think like with Israel. Israel's like essentially landlocked, and he's just not very smart. You have an Iron Dome. It's called the Atlantico and Pacifico. Ocean sense, that would be the Iron Dome. It's a blue dome. It's a watery dome. Those two.
But it's against ICBMs. He's talking about a nuclear shield when he talks about the Iron Dome.
I know what it is. It's Star Wars, Ronald Reagan. I mean, like,
yep.
This is not a thing. Yeah. But Omar, to the point about the SNAP benefits, you may think that, but I'm looking at the Meals on Wheels CEO. They have some drivers who aren't delivering meals because they don't know if they're allowed to. I have a friend of mine who owns a adult daycare and a series of adult daycares. They're freaking out about meals for the day and whether or not they can take patients tomorrow. So just because the lady says something doesn't mean it's true. I'm done speaking.
Yeah. When they say Meals on Wheels, that kind of frightened me too, man, because there's a lot of adults that need, these services and stuff like that. So yeah, I didn't vote for that either, but yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's literally what you voted for. Who's next in the queue?
Yes, Omar, you will be saying that a lot this year, in the next 4 years.
So respectfully, an ocean is not a defense against a missile or missiles. Well, missiles come in the air.
It's based on this vis-a-vis Israel. It is. There's a reason why we don't need to have the same kind of capabilities that Israel has, and most of it is geographic.
You know, the Patriot, Raytheon Patriot missile interception system, that's the American component of the Iron Dome. We already have developed this, and we protect much of the world with it. 17 countries have the Iron Dome in addition to Israel. My elementary school buddy from 6th grade actually wrote the software for it.
If you don't think that having two oceans between the United States leads for a substantive difference in its missile defense requirements, then we'll just disagree.
I do. But that's a surface defense, not an air defense.
But I have a question for Bill. Do you think the old adage, campaigning in poetry but governing in prose, do you think that applies to this administration? Do you see how that could apply to this administration?
I think it could. But unfortunately, we had the pros. It was called as opposed to Project 2025. And we know we had it. It's what they're doing because I don't know if you saw the story. When they've been releasing their memos, they do them on Microsoft Word. Anybody who writes on Microsoft Word knows that when you go to properties, were written by authors of Project 2025. So they also campaigned prose. But you told us that because Trump said he wasn't doing Project 2025, that it wasn't true. Turns out, based off the metadata and the executive order, 75% of which line up anywhere from partially to fully with Project 2025, shout out to Gad, that he did campaign prose. So that's another lie that people should stop
When you say
saying.
he can't, what do you mean he campaigned in prose? Did he campaign in the language that mirrored or reflected the T Project 2025? Because I know there were some differences.
Well,
Between what he said.
He's actually running America First Institute project platform. I'm putting in the chat. But that's what he's actually doing. But it's very similar project. I'm putting in the chat.
He's saying
And Trump just didn't like the fact that they were trying to put an albatross around his neck. He didn't fully vet Project 2025. And, I'm sure there is a lot of alignment between the America First vision and whatever Project 2025 was articulating, because the Heritage Foundation is a very conservative think tank. And to me, it's not so amazing that there's this alignment between the two visions. But when you throw an albatross in someone's neck, you paint it as a white supremacist manifesto, and you throw it on someone's neck. Yeah, I haven't even read the thing. I don't know what it is. So don't throw that on me, because I don't know what Project 2025 is.
So how are you running on a platform that
I can't hear both of you in the sense.
Hold on, I just told you that we have metadata where the authors of his executive orders were the authors of Project 2025. Do you know what metadata is?
Yeah, you're saying that they did some kind of digital footprint. But I know what you're talking about, the author on Microsoft Word. You're trying to tell me that the same people who write the current memos that are coming out of the White House are the same people that wrote Project 2025. Is that what you're telling me?
That's correct. Authors of several of the executive orders, because they take their names off the property, and people with metadata, I'll put it in the chat, they see that they're the same people. What was next in the queue?
I didn't get your, wanted to get your impression on Karen Lovett, Marine Lovett.
I think she's terrible. I think of the 4 Trump press secretaries. He is leaps and bounds
course, Press Secretary Melinda.
When you say she doesn't know what she's talking about, why? What do you say? Everything that she said seemed to be pretty straightforward. Operating from the president's position on the issues. Why do you say she's ill-informed?
Did you not pick that up?
Did you hear what she said about birthright citizenship?
Well, did you pick that up though? Like he said he didn't know anything of the presidency or their agendas, and then all of a sudden you know everything about their agenda. All of a sudden, it's the constant gaslighting. But
Did you hear what she said about birthright citizenship? She said that illegal immigrants are not subject to the jurisdiction of American law. Let me ask you a question, Infinity. If I'm a Latino Nigerian and I go to the 7-Eleven and steal all his focus, all of the dogs, all the ho-hos, all of the good things, and wash it down with Sabia, then I shoot and kill a man in the store. Am I subject to the laws of the United States?
Yes, you are.
Then what the fuck was she talking about?
I think she was articulating the He was articulating that if you have a legal opinion that is opposite of theirs, that's what's going to get sussed out. And that she said that, I remember her vaguely saying, there is a legal opinion that says it is unconstitutional to hold this
Did you hear
opinion.
what she said about foreign illegals not being subject to the laws of the U.S.?
No, I don't remember that specifically, but I
That's what
know
I'm talking about.
in the Constitution it does say subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
So let me ask you, are illegal immigrants subject to the laws of the United States?
Yes.
He said they weren't.
He's talking in reference to citizenship.
Saying stop doing the African accent. It's offensive. Thank you. I'll stop with you. I'm trying to trigger my boy Bodie, but everybody's so uptight you can't even have one on the app. So I'm just.
What did you say, good? I wasn't hearing you.
What did you say, good?
No, it was a man. It's a person in the chat saying I should stop doing my Bodie accent. It's offensive. I'm literally trying to have fun with my friend, but you can't do that. You've been doing it for 3 years, but people get offended. You do. I'll stop.
can I respond?
So anyway,
No, you can go where I was finished.
Subject to the laws of the U.S.
I think she's referring specifically to their access to citizenship. That's the issue.
Excuse me. Is the illegal immigrants subject to the laws of the U.S.?
Yes, they are. But she's challenging the access to citizenship.
No, she's not. He said they're not subject to the laws of the U.S. That's what I mean by he doesn't know what she said. I can give several more instances that I'm talking about. I don't want to think.
Okay.
Can I get in on this code, the 14th Amendment?
We can have a discussion before the amendment. That's not what I was talking about. I was talking with the press secretary. What she said was wrong.
Yeah, she said it wrong. But so we're talking. The 14th Amendment is what provides for birthright citizenship. That we agree on, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, of course, absolutely. All right, and there's a phrase in there, I believe, subject to the jurisdiction of the laws of the United States. I'm not sure to have it exact.
Subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
Subject to the jurisdiction thereof. Okay, so that's the part that is questionable. She
administration to finally take.
descendants, but also free blacks too. But yeah,
True. That's true. Well, I personally thank God for this administration to have the fortitude to take a hard stance on the issue. It's not easy to take these public positions on these issues. It's very controversial. And it's now going to go through the court system, and we'll see what happens. But I thank God personally for an administration to take tough positions on these issues so that they can get meted out in the court system.
But
I'm
all
looking forward to seeing that.
administrations take, what is so peculiar
We'll
about
see
all
what
administrations
happens.
take hard, all administrations take hard positions, it's just you agree with this one.
No, no previous administration, like the Bush administration, they didn't. For instance, the Bush administration did. I can't hear you, sir. I can't hear you while I'm talking. I said no. The previous. I don't know if the Bush administration ever took this issue through the court system that it can be finally settled.
They took other hard issues, like the Iraq war. I mean, you said so you're talking about this issue.
This particular issue, the birthright citizens.
Hold on, the reason why most administrations didn't is because they didn't have a sound legal theory to do that, because it's plain.
Well,
It's plain.
It's not plain. Then why is there a legal
The
challenge
federal
now?
judge just said it was plain. Did you see the case? They've already gone to court.
Yeah, but that was at the first level, but it's going to go above it. It's going to go all the way to the Supreme Court. Because they said they're going to challenge it until it gets to the Supreme Court if they need to.
The Supreme Court's going to take it.
Well, because it's a very relevant issue in the many American
Okay,
audience.
so how does the Supreme Court choose it? I need to know.
I know that they have a process by which they reject and accept. What is I don't know the specific process.
So let me tell you,
Mhm.
you have to have at least 4 justices agree to take the case.
Mhm.
We don't know if there's.
Well, I believe that there's at least 4 justices that agree that birthright citizenship should be, Thomas,
Why do you think that? Well, look,
Scalia.
what declares
Leah's not here anymore.
hopefully
I'm sorry, Alito.
this jurisprudence makes you think he believes what the Trump administration believes?
Oh, it's an understanding of the philosophy that he's articulated in and out of the court.
That's what I'm asking. When?
Yeah. I'm sorry. Which actual court cases?
Thomas on this.
Well, not specifically birthright citizenship. I can't give you specific. I just have.
Let's go to the next jurist or justice. Who's number 2?
Alito, Gorsuch.
What have you read? Hold on. What have you read about what they tell you makes you think that?
It's very. I don't know the details. All I know is that they have a very conservative view.
Carnival! Skyler! Walter
I was
White!
thinking he was appointed by.
Dude! Where's the money, Skyler?
You know what that is?
Yeah, he takes the Constitution literally instead of he goes by the text of the
So
Constitution.
how would a textualist read go in your favor?
Because that phrase that you said earlier, subject to the jurisdiction thereof, that's the wild card. That can be interpreted
Immigrants subject to the jurisdiction thereof.
as it relates to citizenship. As it relates to citizenship is the question.
Relates to citizenship. Let's read it.
Well, just let me cut you short, but I thought that the Supreme Court in One King Act clarified.
Hold on, Odie, we'll work our way there. No, let's read it. We'll work our way there. He doesn't know what he's talking about, but you know what? I'm taking the pretty word that you're talking about. All persons born
Take the brick of words, 215.
are citizens of the United States and of the state where they reside. Okay. When it says subject to the jurisdiction thereof, it's not talking about citizenship.
I always wanted a brother. I always wanted a brother. I always wanted a brother just like you.
Citizenship as A, but instead, citizenship is P. Do you understand that?
I understand the point that you're making, but I'm also. I hope that you understand that there are legal minds that disagree with your reading of it. I
Yes,
understand
there
that.
is you, is what I'm saying. And you said that there were. Hold on, bro. Let's just go point by point. You said there were Supreme Court justices. Where have they ever said that? How do you know that?
Well, I don't know what's going on in based on face value. No, I don't know what's going on with them. I think this is a case.
You said there were at least 4.
Well, I would, yeah, because we already. Let's not be blind to the idea that we know that this particular Supreme Court has an inclination to conservative views, right? As a whole.
This is not a conservative view. What you're saying.
Okay, so that's where we disagree. I think it's conservative.
This is not a conservative view.
Right. Well, why don't you do a poll of conservative, self-identifying conservatives?
Reading in conservative jurisprudence for 25 years.
Been reading conservative jurisprudence for 25 years.
No idea what
Is this guy like 50?
Because you're basically saying it's ridiculous to assume that a Supreme Court that is mostly conservative wouldn't take this on. And you don't think it's a conservative issue?
I don't think. No, I didn't. I said what I don't. You said there are 4 justices who will take it. Who's the 4th one, by the way?
Brett Kavanaugh.
Or
Have you ever read any of Brett Kavanaugh's opinions?
I'm not basing it on his opinion. I'm basing it on his.
Oh my.
I'm basing it on.
Loyalty
I'm basing it on the fact
to Trump, he's saying. Loyalty to Trump.
You mean the same Brett Kavanaugh that allowed was it Kavanaugh or Gorsuch or
25 years. 20, where's that comment?
You mean the same Neil Gorsuch that in Bostock wrote the opinion and included gender and sexual orientation? That Neil Gorsuch? What is he talking about?
The only way I think they could try to argue this would be subject exclusively. They'd have to insert the word exclusively to U.S. jurisdiction there and argue that.
He kicked me. I knew he was gonna kick me with that comment that went through. Apparently, it went through. Kosian reads 25 years of jurisprudence. Oh my gosh. Did they. Am I blocked? We'll see. I don't know if I can find it now. Where is it? Holy shit. I think I got lost it. He's sitting there looking at the chat. Son of a bitch, I can't view it now. Oh, fuck, I can't find it. Fuck. Alright, we'll have to go to another room.
Okay, that's all I'm trying to explain to you. So the more you give power to the word, the more it'll affect you.
Right. No such word exists. Thank you.
Don't break my brain today. Stop it.
No, there's
Greg, we erupt out of quietness to debate Steve Miller's Joker. Someone needs to pass around like a joint or a blunt or a bomb, something.
There should be a TV show where you have really strange lyrics that people think they know the words to, and they say, "Okay, say it."
That used to be a game.
Oh, really? That was a show?
It's called Polygon, right?
Because then they would say, no, the song is actually the following, and they show it in the screen. And the
boy, y'all might as well be a duo because everybody keeps saying that shit.
Jazzy, right over here by the highway fence. Okay, nothing.
So you didn't get buffed to Kamani?
What?
I don't know who Kamani is.
Who is they? Who is they?
Pay me a Sunday. You gonna pay me money?
Chicken, did your mama
You gonna keep up the night?
begging her for money?
You gonna keep up the night one? That your mama putting out there. That your mama putting out
Chicken, did
there.
your mama not tell you stop begging her for money?
Yeah. Your mama knows she ain't bumped up faggot. Your mama ugly. poison that we had left over in the back down the fucking drain. And I was like, I'm not doing this shit. You got me fucked up. So she would see all this, and I said, so what did that perfect attendance do for you? I said, nothing. I said, that's how they program you. You're a perfect little puppet. And she's like, I never looked at it that way. All this shit. Her dad was a truck driver, worked for the company like 30 fucking years or something. Same shit, never missed a day, went to work sick, stayed after if they needed it.
We're in the old school.
Those boys made business.
That's how the guys, men were in the old school. They were gonna miss a day of work.
Yeah, but do you know when he died on the job, okay? Not at home from drinking, on the job, working. Do you know what momentum it gave the family for his tenure at work?
Don't tell me.
A gold fucking watch, it wasn't even real gold.
Oh my gosh.
You know, he was gonna get this in a few years, so since he passed, we thought we would honor him and give it to you anyways. Like, they went out of their way for their $49 watch. And I was like, that is so fucked up on so many levels.
Yeah. No, you're right, man. I don't know. You do it off your honor. I guess that's a testament to your character. But I'm like you. I'm like, nah. You don't appreciate me. Touche.
Yeah. No, I don't care. I'm trying to get shit situated because what I wanted to do was have Diana at the farmhouse.
Oh man, some people say bullshit on this app, you know.
Did you know that if you shrunk the Earth down to the size of a billiard ball, it would be smoother than a billiard ball?
Oh right, you're
Like
so
the
right.
features,
You're so
the features of the Earth are so like basically non-existent.
Yeah. You're so right, man.
It's like a perfect sphere, but like more rounded off.
What's your name, by the way?
God.
No, the other dude.
God.
Hey, what's up, Green Nazi?
You can call me Master.
Stop calling me Nazi. I'm not a Nazi.
Yes, you are a Nazi. Yes, you are. You're a fucking Nazi.
That's not Hitler, though.
Who is that?
That's Mr. House.
Looks like the Pakistani Hitler.
No.
It's like Hitler Patel or something, right?
Yeah, he could have been in his cabinet, no problem.
That's Mr. House from Fallout New Vegas coming.
I'm finding who that is. He's Hitler. So Hitler it is.
No, it's not. It's from a video game.
Stop about Hitler.
That character is from a video game. How dumb can you be?
How dumb can you be that it looks like Hitler?
I don't give a fuck.
Hello, I would like to follow up with what Roiva said earlier about if we were to shrink the Earth to the size of a cue ball, it would be smoother than the surfaces of a cue ball. Is that theoretical or conceptual? Because how would we actually shrink the size of the Earth to the size of an 8-ball or a cue ball? Thank you, Roivas.
You pop it in the dryer. Pop the Earth in the dryer.
I've seen him in another room. He always does this shit, man. He's a shit.
Are you projecting on me, you Nazi green-headed fucking loser bastard?
You know, there have been Hindu Nazis. So
I'm not gonna talk to you, bro. You're a waste of time.
Then do not talk to me. You just talk to me, you fucking loser guy. Why are you such a fucking loser guy?
You fucking mother code.
Mother chode.
Hey, Earth, do you have other accounts?
Motherfucker and
Hey, Earth, do you have other accounts? It's pronounced Earth, not Earth, you fucking loser moron guy.
You remembered me from last time, didn't you? I got your.
I don't remember you. I don't think about you. I don't care about you. You're a fucking loser, motherfucker guy.
Listen, you know exactly who I am. This is not your first motherfucker guy. Hold on, this is not his first account, guy.
Okay, tell the police. Complain about your stupid PTR, which means nothing to nobody, fucking guy.
No. What's gonna happen is, Earth, I'm gonna get you banned again. I think you have to open.
It is pronounced Earth, not
People like that, get the fuck out of the room, bro.
I hate snitches, bro.
I'm just gonna say that. I'm just gonna report you for terrorism, I guess.
If you're gonna be a snitch, get the fuck out of here, you
Hitler
fucking
never snitched, bro. Hitler never
I'm messing with you. I don't do that. No, let's talk about that.
There's a little bit of truth in everything.
Bro, you don't even joke like that. Being a snitch, like, there's nothing wrong with snitching. I'm a god. I know your intentions. There's nothing wrong with snitching. And you're a fucking snitch. So, okay. So if you saw me selling drugs in the neighborhood, you're gonna snitch on me? Nope.
Not if you cut us in. If you don't cut us in, we're gonna threaten you.
Why the no wonder America is fucked.
No wonder why you are fucked, sir. You're fucked. You are fucked.
Hold on, stop for a sec. Why would you snitch on someone? You're selling drugs.
Because he's a bitch. He's a fucking bitch.
Hold on. Your life was ruined without drugs. So what the fuck? A good citizen, that's what a good citizen does. So
go stand in front of Walmart because they sell drugs too.
Good citizen, self-deport. Go back to your mother country, Mother Chord.
I'm actually for the drug dealer report. You got fucked up. So, dude, if I would find out you would report me, I would have fucking cut your fingers off.
No one knows what the word shows. Not really.
You mean fuckers, because like Ben chose, Mr. Fucker, Mother chose.
Because
no, it's totally in the space in between your asshole.
Do you know what the problem with snitching is? That you're snitching a drug dealer for another drug dealer to come into the same shit. People want to buy.
You call this house, okay, drug deal goes wrong, right? So
Hold on, let me explain. The only reason why criminals put the word snitching is to prevent, their evil being found out and not being reported. So it's not snitching, man. It's not snitching. Whoever told you that is a liar.
This guy's a part of a neighborhood.
This motherfucker's the goody good that doesn't like his mama.
This is a waste of our fucking afternoon even listening to this fucking guy.
We have a snitch on stage that tells on fucking little dime bag drug dealers because he feels good about himself because he's a good part of the community.
He's got nothing else to feel good about. He doesn't know anything. He's like a dumb guy. Oh, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Don't get so angry and start shouting over me when I am trying to tell you that this fucking guy is a fucking loser guy.
This motherfucker, Pablo, you keep on stating how he doesn't like it. He fucking hates his mama. He hates his dad.
He thinks that this clubhouse room is like a complaint room, like 1-800-complaint.com. Motherfucker, this is not the complaint room, motherfucker.
You are motherfucking now?
No, I want to complain about your complaining, motherfucker. You see how complaining works? Once you complain, you'll never stop complaining, motherfucker. Kick this fucking guy out. Fuck you, fucking guy.
Fuck you too, you both.
Fuck you, motherfucker.
Or by accident, bro. You're falling apart on your cuss words.
I'm just saying, Clown House is not the place to complain. Go to 1-800-complaints or complaint.com to submit your complaints about complaining about everything all the time, motherfucking guy.
Finish what you have to say, Carl. Just ignore this piece of shit.
No, he agrees with me. He thinks you're just complaining.
He don't agree with you. Who are you?
It's with or with. It's not with. Learn how to pronunciate English, motherfucking guy. It's not earth. It's not truth. It is earth. It is truth.
You don't even have a working toilet in your country. What are you talking about?
Ooh, that is true.
A working toilet? Your mother's mouth is my working toilet, bitch.
Is that accident break down?
Say everything you want about my mother. I already told you I don't care. I don't care. What a good citizen doesn't like his mama.
Somebody gotta care about your mom.
Somebody laid down the pipe with your mom to create a bastard little son like you. No wonder why you don't like your mother. Because you're a piece of shit guy. Therefore, your mother must have been piece of shit woman.
You can come up with all the cuss words you want. I don't care about you and I don't care about them.
So maybe you should go pray to Jesus and learn the truth of the earth.
That's why you're so angry. I don't need an Indian dude
Motherfucker, I am a Maharaji in India. I have a fucking castle, bitch. I got 100 toilets in my fucking mansion, motherfucking loser guy.
You think every time you walk in, so bad.
Nobody cares.
I have 10 people that hold my penis while I pee in your mother's mouth.
No one cares what you have. No one cares. Nobody asks.
I have 10 servants that wipe my ass and use your mother to take the garbage to the trash can in the fucking alley, fucking guy.
Nobody cares, my friend.
Nobody cares about you. That's why you keep saying nobody cares.
I didn't ask.
You don't care whether you ask or you tell. You're a fucking loser guy, mother chod.
I don't care, okay?
Fuck you, fucking guy, last time.
What you should do, my friend, is tell your government to make sure that there's working toilets in India, okay?
Got it. Keep collecting your welfare check and sitting in clown house all day long, fucking guy.
I work, idiot.
What do? You clean toilets?
Yeah, I do know.
I knew you were a janitor type guy that cleans up dog shit from the fucking urinals. Because you keep talking about India's toilet problem. You love toilets. You're a shit guy.
Yeah, of course. You're so smart, man. I knew Indian people were smart. Jeez. You're so smart, man.
Thank you very little. We'll call you. Don't call us, fucking guy.
Oh, that's a horrible accent. Just don't ever come here, man. People like you aren't.
Where do you live? I will come there right now, fucking guy. Where do you live? I'll come right now.
Yes, don't tell you what I am. Don't ever come here, man. People
Where are you?
Don't want it here.
He's in Mother Russia.
He's not in Russia. Don't ever.
These fucking losers in some shit little town outside of London.
In Russia, you don't last as a snitch.
He's just on the outskirts.
Snitches get stitches, bitches.
And then they bury themselves in ditches.
You sound like a racist making fun of me, you fucking racist asshole loser guy, toilet cleaning, mother hating chord. You hate your mother. You hate yourself. You're a fucking loser guy.
I'm not a racist. I love every race. As long as they're not near me, I'm good. Okay? I love every race, but there has to be limits. I don't want every single type of people around me. I just prefer to be out. Hey Prince Habibi, why don't you take that rifle and shove it up your ass because you're too much of a pussy to do anything with your pussy rifle, you big fucking pussy guy. You think you lift weights? Look at your dad bod, you fucking pussy guy. Take that rifle, stick it in your ass and pull the trigger till it goes click. Sharmuta batecha, mother chod. I know you, I know where you live, we're going to...
Break, that 4-year break, he needed that so he could come back and, hopefully...
This is a prank call show. Brian doesn't like a prank call show?
That's right. Wait, don't forget your thought. I'm just gonna say really quick. That's what Smurf, even though I'm not talking to him right now, but that's what he said too. He was saying that it took us 4 years because that was like the COVID. I mean, like the pandemic, all that, like whatever, everything was.
Whatever.
You only get 2 chances. You don't want to be running it when everything's crazy. So come back when everything's cleared out. Now you can do what needs to be done. Like fast.
You hear this, Abby? You think you're stupid? Listen to this one.
Saying he's fine, like, okay, boom, this is happening, this is happening, this is happening. What if the people, because Biden was not the only one in this craziness. What if the people that, quote unquote, support him are part of it too? Is he still going to stand on business? Or because they coddle him, like, oh, we love you so much. That's really going to happen. Like, what if that is the case also? Because nobody did this alone. Like, no one single-handedly did this alone.
Facts. Right, and he's been incoherent this entire time. Y'all gotta think about it. For the last 4 years, he's been super incoherent. We've been trying to figure out who was running the country. We got Obama and his wife behind him every single time they see him. So I believe that Obama's gonna...
I love how people have clown house conversations when they're like at large gatherings. You think like the people listening think it makes them more important or something?
Because even in our own, just it's the only reason why, but in our own area, there's multiple realms that we can't even grab or enter unless we have a certain tool to get into it, like a Oculus or game development that I do. There's that reality. We that's not our realm, but we can enter it if we do a certain have certain material to put us in it, in the coordinates. And I believe.
Yeah, well, it was too much fun to tell her.
Did you want to put naked cupcake without makeup?
I mean, it was literally just a picture of a cupcake. I don't know what to tell y'all. And then we just swiped on a few. The best part is when the person has like mutual friends of hers, so sure she's been stalking a few people for clout.
Wait, that's a very valuable point right there. Would you want
Pac-Man killed Bubblegum!
that you're friends with
I'm reporting Pac-Man to the FBI. He killed Bubblegum.
that are on that app?
You really have no choice because it's like Facebook or Meta. It's dating. It's meta dating.
Pac-Man killed Bubblegum. He's gonna get away with it too.
Just for clarification.
Where is Bubblegum, Pac-Man?
Of love.
What did you do to our beloved Bubblegum?
According to Ruben in the chat, is a nonce word, meaning it's just made up for the song and has absolutely no meaning.
That's one of the main issues.
It was just
like the airline.
I love the fact checking in this room. We can get down with it.
We get really high, and we're coming up with a song, and we speak of, and we come up with pompatus, but we're really high.
It's not.
See, this is better media.
Still on Steve Miller?
Yeah, why do they want to yuck our yum? What's the point? Why? Why do you burst my bubble? Why?
I'm not trying to burst nobody's bubble.
Not you, but Ruben. Ruben is, yeah, the reality.
Oh, Ruben.
Oh my God, Ruben.
You better fucking run, Ruben.
Start now. Go. 5-second head start.
I love the name of it because it is like the bigness, the greatness, because it's like pompous,
Right.
Pompacity.
Pompatus. Yeah.
But yeah, it's bombastic. So it's like all of those things combined together. I love it. I love the word even more now that I know it has no.
It actually comes from the French word pompatouche, which means to fuck an ass.
I always knew it had no meaning.
Analingus, back to the
figure
game.
out what he meant by it.
We're just gonna reset the room back on analingus off from Chad's house. It's clothing optional coffee. I'm wearing clothes today.
So we didn't finish the lyrics, people, of the song. We got stuck on one word that doesn't mean shit. I'm disappointed.
Okay. That's it for me. I hope you enjoyed my morning meditation podcast. This is AdrianDittman.com. Keep smiling. Nothing is miserable.
Oh boy, I can show you. I'll call you, don't call me.
I'll call you, don't call me.
Abby needs your help.
I'm here to help.
Don't talk to me right now.
How many wives can a Mormon have?
Shut up.
A Mormon, one. Fundamentalist Mormon, there's no limit. Joseph Smith had like 70. Or he had 49.
49 wives. Imagine.
40 million.
I think a lot of them are just removed.
Were you thinking positively? Yeah, I know, because Princessia and Diego popped my fucking head one day talking about.
Why are you laughing at this? I was like, oh, I was thinking it was something I can explain to you.
Yeah, that's what happens. I mean, it's amazing. Even listening to what did you think about their conversation today? It was amazing.
No, it was horrible.
Well, it's like that every
I was
day.
laughing about your side of narcissists. Talking about what narcissists are.
And listen, my theory is that if you think enough and you speak enough, eventually you become a hypocrite. So, they're just the perfect example of hypocrites. Princessia really is stupid. She really is searching for information, but I think she has limited brain capacity. I think that's her biggest problem.
And then Danny is like, are you? No, sorry, Nora is like, are you a millionaire? Like, why? You want to cheat on Diego?
Yeah, I think she needs to get her fat ass on a dating app and go to a major city where she can meet men that have a lot of money, if that's what she's looking for.
Oh no, man wouldn't want her. Like you said, her chin is too flat.
She's got a flattened out chin like a boxer.
Like a man.
Anyways, I don't know why you hate her so much, because if you hate her, that just means.
She's an Arab.
Well, if you're not making fun of her to laugh, because the whole point is this is not personal. This is just making fun of people to laugh for comedy purposes.
Also, of course, in the end of the day.
Yeah. So but I mean, it seems to me like.
Still wish you would go to hell.
Yeah, but how could you wish hell on somebody? Because that's stupid.
Why not? It's an Arab. An Arab is an Arab. They wish hell upon us.
Well, so that means you want hell for her right now, right?
What did you say?
You want hell for her right now.
For all the Arabs.
Really? You want all the Arabs to feel pain and suffering?
Yes.
Why do you say that?
Because I hate.
Well, maybe you should go spend some time with them, and then you'll be like, you know what?
No, I already did that. I already tried to be open-minded. I
Really?
already open my arms and be like, okay, let's try it. It doesn't work.
See, you know what?
They inherently hate us. We hate them back.
Well, A, you're a woman, and B, I think if you look at Andrew Tate, as being the alpha male, Islam is actually up there in terms of alpha male theology because of the polygamy aspect. So, Mormons are also super based like that as well. And I think that if you are anti-Arab, what you really are is anti-Muslim, because of essentially the lack of female freedom in Islamic culture and society.
That's not what my issue is. It's just that they inherently hate us and they want to destroy us.
Yeah.
And also just think about that. When you give a lot of money to groups of ethnic people, imagine what the Arab would do with the money they have. Now you can see they have a lot of oil money. How do they invest in the world? A white person would invest in philosophy or research institutes or anything that will improve the world. Whereas an Arab is gonna make a fucking snow paradise in the desert because they wanna build they wanna have something there that's not really natural to that place. And they wanna have penguins around, so these fucking rich fuckers can go to that park instead of, go to Norway or something.
Yeah. So wait,
So
are you?
yeah, I mean,
I didn't know you were part of the complaint cartel. Oh, I forgot. Never mind. You are part of the complaint cartel. I already forgot about that.
No. When it comes to Arab, I will be, but normally I'm not.
Oh, really? All I do is hear you complain on this app all the
No,
time.
it's not. I'm a woman. Stop.
Oh, I see.
And I'm also Dutch.
I don't even know what that is.
We like to complain about the weather all the time.
Okay, here's Brian in all his glory.
Shut your mouth. I will.
Well, I'm not gonna shut my mouth because if I was stupid, I would shut my mouth. You keep running your cocksucker.
I got rid of the dog. He's.
It's alright. Yeah, I know.
Sorry, man. I had to do it.
These men, some of these men, not y'all, of course, but some of these men out here, I really need some of y'all men to step the fuck up and be like, shut the fuck up, you big dumb bitch. I'm so tired of having to fucking speak.
You know, shit in, shit out. If you're gonna use vulgarity and be nasty, it's just an indication of your everyday life. Why don't you try reading some poetry or doing meditation? Anything other than sounding like a loudmouth piece of trash or... Good for you.
Listen, what book are you guys currently reading right now? Let's hear that.
I'm making a movie, not a book right now.
I'm reading a book called Project 2025, How to Deport Them All as Soon as Possible.
He just wants to be. He records us, by the way. This ruined it.
That's the only thing people have to go on is when there's nothing left. They don't even want to bother attacking me. They just scream, "He's recording us, kick him!" Because they know they got nothing. Okay, well, I'm going to leave the complaint app. I think this is pretty much a 1-800-complaint app. As you all well know, we come here to complain all the time. So, I'm going to go to the gym. What do you think? Did you fall asleep yet, Abby? Did we put you to sleep?
No, I'm here.
All right. Well, I hope
Go
you...
do.
Go! Do! What are you trying to say? Go!
I'm telling you what you explained to me, what you teach me before.
You're a fast learner. Go! Do!
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Think about that.
Contemplation.
I was thinking, think about that. And I heard my father think about that in the background. Hi, Christian. Are you Christian?
Christian Lamar ran for Congress, was it? Yeah. He gets upset sometimes because I have a recording of him talking about 9/11 truth, and he's like, "Don't bring that up. That'll destroy my chances of ever getting into politics."
What? What did you say? And I didn't remember. That's not correct.
Such a fancy suit. Did you like start JP Morgan Chase or something? Jesus, are you a banker?
No, I'm not a banker.
I know, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I mean, I was liking all your stuff when you were running or whatever. I mean, I hope you keep trying to get into politics and you get elected one day. I think you're a good man.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, my job's done. Trump got reelected again, second time, and a lot of the rhinos now have to live up to their expectation or the things that they ran on. So my job's done. Right now, I just like sit back and just watching all the Democrats and the rhinos lose their mind.
Yeah, it's like 1,200 days of heads popping. Like every day in every way, whatever Trump says and does, all the Gosians of the world, all the politically correct, all the people that have for years just never even really criticized Biden all that much. Anyways, we are living in glorious head popping days. Prepare to see heads explode.
Yeah, that's true. Very true.
It's like the Trump podcast, but he's so big, he doesn't even have like a YouTube channel. It's like he is the collective consciousness. And It's amazing how when Biden was the president, he is not the collective consciousness and everything is operating unbeknownst to the Americans. But now we finally have like the brain, the head, the speaker, glorious speaker.
Yeah, and I mean, you have all these so-called Republicans that are on Trump's coattails again. I don't, any of, none of these people really live up to um, what they ran on or what they did to get into office to get the seat. And, and nobody's going to remember any of those people. I mean, Trump's name is forever cemented. I mean, I think it's surpassed just about everybody. He's right up there with Abraham Lincoln, especially with the two assassination attempts and just everything. So all these so-called politicians, Republicans, and the Democrats. I mean, nobody's going to remember any of those people. And that's how I kind of, or I do view it that way. Just because they just haven't done anything. What have they really done since they've been in office? And all of the results that Trump gets. I mean, what happened with Colombia over the weekend? I mean, like that would never happen under a rhino or a Democrat. And it's just, I just wonder when Trump is gone. We're gonna go back to the John McCain's and the Gavin Newsoms and all these people who just don't do anything while they're in office.
Well, they resist. Yeah, I mean that's the thing is him getting into office. It really shows the stark contrast, and even the DEI initiative. It's kind of funny because it's like when you think about it, we're doing word hypnosis because there's no such thing as DEI, and so when we say he's anti-DEI, we make it seem like DEI is a thing. It's a little bit like taking ownership of the word gay. It means happy now. It doesn't mean FAG.
And I guess I get the whole.
Can you give me an H-1B visa?
Why do you need an H-1B visa? You can just come on Clubhouse to talk to Americans all day. Why would you even want to live here?
How am I gonna live in Chicago in one of your rentals? You said that you will give me a rental for 600 something per month.
Yeah, I could do that for you.
Yeah, that's why I need an H-1B visa.
And I don't get the whole, and I guess I don't get the whole DEI thing because I just look at it like it's.
Don't worry, I'm white.
And it's just, I guess I just look at it kind of like LGBTQ, whatever. I don't even I don't even view DEI as DEI. I just view it as LGBTQ because those are the people that are typically benefiting from that. But the visas, now that should be interesting because Trump suspended all alien entry. So I'm hoping that
Yeah, I think that's a lot of people think that DEI is just about getting black people and Latinos or Asians jobs or something. It's like employment affirmative action. No, it's not just employment affirmative. It's about making sure that trans and gays are placed over just regular people who aren't trans or gay. To me, that is like the stupidest hiring reason you could ever possibly imagine. Not merit based, but basically orgasm preference based. Explain that one to me.
That's what I'm saying. They don't, because I remember again in 2020. I know the news cycle goes 100 miles an hour, but 2020, 4 years ago, when all these companies were putting on their televisions, on their advertisements, and all these statements about black workers and blah blah blah, Black Lives Matter, blah 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 blah, and I'm like, okay, all you companies are saying BLM and Black Lives Matter. Okay, how many of you are going to take a bunch of black people and replace them in the positions of all of the H-1B, H-2B visas? Because they're talking like they care so much about black people. I'm like, well, okay, put your money where your mouth is. Hire a ton of black people and take the H-1Bs out and hire black people, and that would be totally constitutional because you're supposed to be hiring U.S. citizens over the work visas or the visa workers anyway. So to replace the visa workers with regular black U.S. citizens, and of course they didn't do it. But and that's why I just say they say DEI, I just say LGBTQ.
Yeah, it's true. I'm a veteran and I did get a government job, I'm pretty sure because of my veteran status. There was a large push within the federal agency that I work at or worked at, um, that they hired veterans. And I could see that that is like a DEI policy because a lot of times the veterans they hire aren't necessarily qualified to do the job because they don't have the experience. So there's this huge ramp up period, and let alone not everybody has the willpower or the reading comprehension to become proficient in a new, a position that requires a lot of research to carry out, the objectives of that role. So, I could see that, but see, that's like benefiting those who, I don't know. Anyways, you see how hiring preferences based on points and veterans getting points, like why some people find that annoying that they can't get a job that they're super well qualified for, but a veteran, because he has an extra point on his application, is able to get the position or has that hiring preference versus somebody that's worked in that industry for, however many years.
Yeah, I mean, and the only reason why we have this kind of visa output or U.S. visas being issued in the first place is because of the Immigration Nationality Act of what was that? Let me see, 1965, and then there was another one in 19. I can't remember the 50s and the 40s, but definitely 65 and 1990, or maybe it was 1990, because I know it was Ted Kennedy that was doing it. But that's the only reason why we have that, and Congress could easily just get rid of that. All I gotta do is just repeal it. It'll be an easy vote that they can do, or at least just take away the funding for that crap, so that we're not giving so many visas out. That could be a simple majority vote, a budget reconciliation vote for 51 votes to just stop that, because it's just it takes away money. What was that?
I took your message, Ryan. Sorry, Christian, go ahead.
What was that act, or what was it called?
The
guy Republican or Democrat?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Republican.
Did you vote?
Yeah, of course.
Did you vote Kamala Harris?
No.
So you are in Arizona.
Yes.
And what about the border crisis? Do you know the three-step plan of Diogenes Spooner? The three-step plan of Diogenes Spooner?
Three-step plan of what?
Diogenes
Diogenes.
Spooner.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, maybe on Friday come to our room around noon and you will get to know. If you're
He's a white supremacist neo-Nazi that this dingbat is in love with, who wants to mercilessly kill border crossers.
No, he's not.
Yes, it is. Why don't you tell him the three-point plan of your favorite white supremacist neo-Nazi on the set?
Step one. Come on, Adrian, you can do it.
No, you go ahead. You're in love with the man.
Secure the border with lethal force. Step two. Charge with prejudice. Step three. Try for treason. What do you think about that, Christian?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really see a point in any of that because you know you would have to charge millions and millions and millions of people, and I don't think that we really need to do that. We just need to deport and then keep people out, and those two things are very easy to do, which we're doing right now, and we did do under Trump. But now it'll be with a little bit more emphasis because Trump is designating a certain aliens to be foreign terrorist organizations or individual terrorists. So that will help to keep people out and to get people deported a lot quickly, and there won't have to be any kind of compulsory process or due process because once they are considered a enemy combatant under the military, they won't have to have a due process. We can just deport them out.
So how are you going to solve the border crisis?
Trump's already solving it now.
No, he's not. What are you going to do with all the immigrants that already invaded the country?
Trump is deporting.
Trump is not doing anything.
Right now.
Biden did more than Trump.
No, he didn't. And one thing that that people constantly say, which is totally incorrect, they say that Biden and Obama deported more aliens than Trump, but you have to remember they're letting in the aliens. Okay, Trump wouldn't allow anybody in. He had the remain in Mexico policy, so he wasn't allowing entry at all to begin with. So
he promised mass deportation.
Well, that's what he's doing right now.
No, the amount of people he deported, that does not include, that does not equal mass deportation. It's just deporting some.
Well, no,
it's not efficient.
No, it's only been 7 days. Or 8
How
days.
about that's what he promised.
Well, no, I mean, it's been 8 days. And also, he has to get...
Okay, how about his first term? Did he do what he promised?
He did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he did not.
Name one thing that Trump did.
Okay, first of all, the Hillary files that he promised to expose, he didn't.
Say that again?
The Hillary Clinton files that he promised to expose, he did not. Or prosecute her, sorry. He did not prosecute Hillary Clinton.
Well, yeah, he didn't do that. Okay, so
He
name something else.
specifically said during his campaign, "Oh, that we're gonna go after Hillary Clinton. Let's prosecute her." And then they didn't.
Okay, so name something else, because that.
Oh yeah, but they have name one thing. I not named one thing. The second thing I can tell you, he promised to deport at least 3 million people, immigrants, and he didn't. He only did 1.5 million allegedly. I don't believe that number either. But even if he has.
And so when did he?
He did half of what he promised.
When did he promise 3 million?
During his first term.
When?
What do you mean when?
Like, well, no, you gave us specific.
It doesn't matter when. He promised 3 million, and you know that.
Well, I mean, I want to check it out, but I don't.
Okay, check it out, and then let's discuss another time.
Yeah, I don't remember him giving a specific number like that.
Hey. Hi, girl. Hey.
Oh, Abby, I didn't know you were so anti-Trump. I mean, I knew you had mental health derangement syndromes, but I didn't know you hated Trump so much.
I don't hate Trump. Like, it's not that I hate him. I just think that you guys chose a person that lied during his first term, and then you choose a person that lied again. Like, why would you do that?
Well, he's not a dictator. He's not, your favorite hubby wubby dog, and he's Spooner's favorite guy, Adolf Hitler. He works within a system. You see how the difference works there?
I'm not, first of all, I'm not diagnosed, so don't even.
You're in love with a neo-Nazi.
Hold on, I'm talking autonomously about Trump.
Autonomously?
Yeah.
Think about that.
No, think about that. Can you just address why we should vote for somebody that lied to you during the first time?
What did he lie about?
Because you vote for a lesser evil, or?
I voted for a lesser evil.
Yeah, but that's crazy, because why would you vote for evil anyway?
Stay wherever fuck you are, in whatever fuck country you are. Just stay there. Don't worry about America anymore. You don't have to worry about this country. Uh-oh. The police are here. We gotta go.
America's a thriving country that affects it.
I know, and you want to come live in my cheap little $600 a month new studio so you can go get a job somewhere.
I mean, I like that he would make it more difficult, but it's still, like, I can still enter the country. I don't care.
Oh, you're gonna crawl through the border fence? You're gonna dig a hole, go under the fence? I understand. I'll pick you up in Arizona. See you soon. Maybe Christian can help pay for some gas.
Tell me he'll figure it out.
What's new with you, Allie? Your videos didn't do well on YouTube for some reason.
Very busy at work, but I'm good.
Good.
Yeah, everything's good.
But if you were to submit a complaint to the 1-800-complaint line, complaint.com, what would you complain about?
The person I'm training to take over my job is so dumb. So dumb. That's my complaint.
Why are you training someone to take over your job? Because you're moving back to the U.S.? Well, then why? Oh, well, I mean, I guess all you can do is have some compassion and kindness.
I do, and I'm kind and patient, but like getting really stupid. Whoa. What? Hello?
Hello?
He kept on asking where you were, and now he's acting like this.
Oh, you missed me?
Shut up, I'm taking a gas chamber.
Let's see that. You missed me. I missed
He
you.
kept on asking, where's Elle? Where's Elle? It's like, why? You can shout at her.
Right? Is this what I get after you missed me?
I I swear he didn't shut the fuck up about you. Where's Al? Where's Al? I don't want to be here. Al's not here.
Oh my god. Are you lying or is he really?
No, I swear he's been there. Ryan,
See?
Ryan.
I never said that. Fuck your mom.
The fact that you are like emotionally touched that an F word, N word is asking about you so he can call you a J word to bring you to the concentration camp gas chambers. I mean, you all need to have your fucking heads examined, all of you. I get it. Why am I even here? Why am I here? Hello?
Yeah, did you hear it, Ryan?
What, Ryan, what'd you say?
I can't. What?
Hey,
Hey, I didn't say anything.
how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Was the ask for Al, yes or no?
I don't know.
I don't want to fish memory.
Disgusting of a person that you like couldn't bear the thought of missing me. Pussy, you couldn't bear the thought of missing me. It disgusts you.
I never said that.
I miss you, Al.
Yeah, but I'm saying what I just said.
You know what? If you keep it up, I'm gonna fuck with Lou better than you.
Go for it.
I said less.
Go for it.
So I have some great news I want to share with everyone. I submitted an application to the White House to be in the official press pool as Adrian Dittman News, and I want to let you all know they've decided to. I'm speaking. I'm not finished. Jesus, I have a big news announcement. You're interrupting my victory.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, what is it?
Who is Adrian Dittman, this like character?
It's
It's
Elon.
someone.
It's Elon.
What does that mean though? I don't.
Do you know who Elon Musk is?
Yeah, I know Elon Musk.
Okay, he has an account on X called AdrianDittman.com, and every night he goes live from 7 to about midnight, and they talk about everything we are looking at in the news, everything we're
But what is
talking.
Adrian Dittman? Like, why that name?
It's his pen name. It's a made-up name. It's a German name, and so he went with it. But I bought AdrianDittman.com, and I've been filming him for 7-8 months now, talking every night. So if you go on YouTube and you type in Adrian Dittman, you're gonna see my work.
He doesn't have that many followers. How do you know it's really Elon Musk?
Because I've been listening to him for 8 months.
But does he say that he's Elon Musk?
No, he denies it. But in one post, he came out and he said, "Surprise, everybody! I'm Elon Musk."
Where? Where's that post?
I don't know. Doesn't matter, really. I've been doing this 8 months. I'm not going to compress 8 months into one sentence and you're going to say, "It is Elon Musk. Oh my God, I believe you. I believe you. I believe. I believe."
Also, on the flip side, if you have been doing this for 8 months, shouldn't it be hard for you to prove? Can you prove it to me?
Listen, go outside, look at the moon and the stars and the sun.
I've been outside all day.
Just look up into the sky and say, "Hisham Rabbana Shalom, is Elon Musk really Adrian Dittman? Is John Kitover crazy, or am I crazy and I don't believe it? Which one is it?" Edu Shakur said, "Shut the fuck up, Mexican gay oi." Oh wow, I like that. How you put the A and the O in there, goy or gay. Wow, that's great. So, are you excited about leaving Israel?
No, I'm really sad about it.
Well, you do know that you can go back anytime, right?
It's like a little more complicated than that, though, I think.
No, not really. The thing about geography is you can move somewhere and be like, "Ugh, I hate it here. I'm gonna move somewhere else. I'm gonna move back home. I'm gonna move
Yeah, but
back."
I think it's the best decision for my future. Like, I want to have kids near my parents.
Well, that's the thing is you never know what's going to change because if your husband makes it big, literally, you might
We just
move.
have like a summer house in Israel, yeah.
Yeah. So that's the thing. Nothing is forever. You know, that's the thing I learned about moving is like, you know, you got to follow the money, but you'll move wherever the money takes you. Really, that's the truth.
Not that shallow.
Not move per se. I mean, you can go somewhere temporarily. Everything is just temporary, is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I don't know. I also feel like I'm getting old and need to make these decisions. So
How old are you?
I'm 28.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you should try to get married and have kids before 30. Oh, our good friend TDS10 is in my other room called So-Called Republicans. Hello, TDS10. Is there anything you want to say to the people who believed all your lies and Trump derangement syndrome for so many years, you mental health midget? TDS10 came in for his dopamine feedback loop fill-up. He just came for a dopamine fill-up. Trump stole the election. Nobody wants you in the room, so you're relegated to coping.
What's your other room?
It's called So-Called Republicans.
You guys ever have the popper with chocolate inside?
Shouldn't you be doing yoga and drinking like mineral water? How are you gonna get married when you're fat?
I work out on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays.
3 days a week?
Sometimes Fridays I go for a run in the morning.
4 days? 3.5 days?
It's usually 4. I think that's good.
Really?
4 days a week?
6 days a week, fatty. Talk to Abby. She exercises like 1 day a week probably. Spread out over 7 days, 10 minutes a day. Isn't that right, Abby?
No, I'd rather do like 3 or 4 really good workouts 3 or 4 days a week.
Yeah. The thing, if you don't,
And then walk a lot.
do you stretch daily though?
No.
See, that's a thing. Is like, what is 10 minutes on the ground on a mat, you know, stretching? Like that's essential for your joints, for your hips, for your hamstrings.
Yeah, you're right. I really should start to do that.
Yeah, I know I'm right because I do it every day live on YouTube.
Live?
Yeah, I do. Many people don't know this, but I have a successful live stream nude yoga business on OnlyFans, and you know.
You said YouTube. Now you're lying to me?
No, I do yoga on YouTube all the time. I just did yoga this morning on YouTube.
Do you know Glow with Joe?
No. Flow with Joe? No. My sister follows some yoga people, but I don't follow any yoga people.
She's not yoga. She's more dance.
Oh.
I love her dance videos.
People love Zumba.
I love Zumba. My friend teaches Zumba, so I go to that sometimes.
Yeah. That's a great workout. When I've done Zumba, and when I'm done, I'm like, holy shit! I'm like fucking moving parts of my body.
Full
I
body
never
workout. Yeah.
moved. Yeah.
Full body workout.
Ten,
right? Else alive, or is it just me?
Oh, I'm alive. 10 is alive too. He's in the so-called Republicans room. He's loving this. Too bad he lost like a dirty dog. A loser. Trump right now is on the golf course dictating. We're gonna deport them all. We're gonna send them all back. We're gonna stop the vax. We're gonna stop the spend.
Netanyahu to visit him next week.
Huh?
Trump invited Netanyahu to visit him next week.
Oh, great. Great news. You hear that, 10? The head of the snake, the king of the Satan, Bibi Netanyahu, is going to come and meet with our king of the snake, the head of the Satan. Ah, such glorious things are coming to fruition. TDS 10.
Where is everyone? Why is someone muted?
Trump derangement syndrome. So what are you gonna miss most when you get back to the States? Is it the chicken shawarma? The beef
My
shawarma?
friend, I think. A social life.
Oh, yeah. Well, you can always just get the dopamine on Clubhouse. It's all just dopamine. Whether you're meeting with them in the real world at Kulialma and having a martini on a Friday, or just hopping on a Zoom call on a Saturday Shabbos and getting your dopamine that way.
You go from being serious to not serious.
Well, if you want to get married and have kids, I mean, that part of your life, your social life it transitions, and then you have a social life with maybe other mothers. And you do things with other moms, and then you do things in your neighborhood, or you're doing things with your family because social life can only take you so far. I mean, eventually it's just the same shit. And you're like, fuck, this is meaningless.
You sound like someone with no friends.
I've got fucking thousands of friends on Clownhouse. But I'll tell you the truth, like my friends in the real world, I like them a lot less than I like some of the people I don't like on Clownhouse. So what does that say about my friends? I'm just meditating over here. They removed me from the room. 10 was right. Nobody wants to hear me speak, 10. Just you. Will you be my friend, TDS 10? Come on, 10. I need a friend.
Low income school. And so, my question to you, because I want to make sure that's a question to you, sorry. And I'm going to shut up after this so you can talk. Does that not directly impact your ability to not just teach, but teach effectively? Because now instead of me teaching for your comprehension, I am teaching to secure the graduation rate for the school, so therefore we can secure the federal dollars for the school.
So to answer your question, Q, shortly, yes, it does. Because what they're doing is indirectly asking her to cheat, where it's like, you're cutting those corners without saying it. And I think a lot of people, that was a blueprint for a lot of school districts. Like I was saying earlier, the Atlanta public school system, that scandal. When that happened, because a lot of schools were doing it. And I'm not going to take over the stage with you, but I don't know who else might be, educated on the matter here. But something I did want to, when you was talking about your wife, and I know her frustration all too well, it's not my experience because, again, one of my biggest things, I've taken my time to graduate, and I've lived my life. I have my children, I traveled, we did a lot of things, and I waited until I was 30 to go into the classroom. I needed that maturity, because one of the things with education, aside from the stakeholders, which are known as the parents, and anybody who's invested or has a hand into the child, specifically's education, it's like a clique mentality, and it depends on, and it's not about by district, it is by your school, because if you don't have a team of people who have the same moral compass, in a sense, or align more morally, then you face those issues. I did want to recommend something for you to share with your wife. It's $4 on Amazon, and it's a book by Kylene Beers. It is called When Kids Can't Read, What Teachers Can't Do. That book.
Yeah.
Oh, you got the book? Okay.
Yeah. She had to do it. She actually cited it in one of her recent papers she had to turn in. And that's how I know it. That's the only reason I know it.
Voilà. On est proche du Maroc, on n'est pas loin. On n'est pas très loin de la frontière espagnole. D'ailleurs, on n'est pas loin même de la Suisse, ça va, on est assez raisonnable. Et ensuite, on a une longue frontière avec la Suisse. Donc, voilà.
Avant, j'ai visité l'île.
Ah, l'île, ouais, c'est bien, l'île. Moi, je suis allé aussi, j'ai un ami là-bas. Alors, c'est complètement autre chose, il fait beaucoup plus froid que chez nous. L'île, on est à la frontière.
My nigga. I'm not having no rinky dinky hole in the wall places. Trust me. Trust me. I'm just saying, I just gotta.
We're not getting nowhere though. We're not getting nowhere.
These losers, square ass niggas don't understand it, so they just like anything.
Y todo eso que estaba ahí, yo voy a poner eso en esa bolsa que yo puse esa vaina en la basura.
Ajá.
Oh, sí.
No, we listen to hold on. Let him finish. I'm sorry, so he's talking about.
En 40 días.
40 days and 40
40
nights.
días, 40 noches.
I knew it. See, 40 days and 40 nights. Knew he was gonna say when somebody said it. Oh, I'm like multilingual. I speak 5 languages.
Want to talk about Haiti, right? It was John Bookman. John Bookman was a Jamaican dude that taught the Haitians the magic that they used to beat the French. And I've been trying to get some more data around that because it's this weird little thing with Jamaicans and Haitians. It was more apparent when I was younger. It's not that strong now, but that's just something I got to look into. But we I think when it comes to just even the civil rights and shit, in the Caribbean we put in work for that. You get what I mean? And I don't think the Black Americans, I don't think they was necessarily drawing inspiration from revolutionaries in the Caribbean. But that's why we're relative, we're distant relatives.
Really?
But yeah, that's my bill. Everybody share a room though. Hey yo, Free, what's poppin'? You're a right on.
What's up, man? Nah, there's not back here. What can I see? The room is definitely since I'm here. Since I'm by go. But yeah, man.
Chapter 0 through 50. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. AA publication in classes C and D. Official for babes of the abyss. Imprimatur in Freighter AA. Liber 333. The Book of Lies, which is also falsely called Breaks. The wanderings or falsifications of the one thought of Freighter Perdurabo, which thought is itself untrue. Break, break, break at the foot of thy stones, O sea. I would that I could utter the thoughts that arise in me. Question mark. Exclamation point. Chapter 0. The chapter that is not a chapter. O. The anti-primal triad which is not God. Nothing is. Nothing becomes. Nothing is not. The first triad which is God. I am. I utter the word. I hear the word. The abyss. The word is broken up. There is knowledge. Knowledge is relation. These fragments are creation. The broken manifests light. The second triad, which is God. God the Father and Mother is concealed in generation. God is concealed in the whirling energy of nature. God is manifest in gathering, harmony, consideration, the mirror of the sun and of the heart. The third triad, bearing, preparing, wavering, flowing, flashing, stability, begetting. The 10th emanation, the world. Chapter 1, the Sabbath of the Goat. O, the heart of NOX, the night of Pan. urge death. Death begetting the supporters of O. To beget is to die. To die is to beget. Cast the seed into the field of night. Life and death are two names of A. Kill thyself. Neither of these alone is enough. Chapter 2. The Cry of the Hawk. Whoe'er hath the secret fourfold name, it is do what thou wilt. 4 words, not one, many, all. Thou child, thy name is holy, thy kingdom is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring us through temptation, deliver us from good and evil. That mine as thine be the crown of the kingdom, even now. Abrahadabra. These 10 words are for the name of the one. Chapter 3. The Oyster. The brothers of AA are one with the mother of the child. The many is as adorable to the one as the one is to the many. This is the love of these. Creation, parturition, is the bliss of the one. Coition, dissolution, is the bliss of the many. The all, thus interwoven of these, is bliss. Naught is beyond bliss. The man delights in uniting with the woman. The woman in parting from the child. The brothers of AA are women. The aspirants to AA are men. Chapter 4. Peaches. Soft and hollow, how thou dost overcome the hard and full. It dies, it gives itself. To thee is the fruit. Be thou the bride, thou shalt be the mother hereafter. To all impressions thus, let them not overcome thee, yet let them breed within thee. The least of the impressions, come to its perfection, is Pan. Receive 1,000 lovers, thou shalt bear but one child. This child shall be the heir of Fate the Father. Chapter 5. The Battle of the Ants. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. Chapter 6. Caviar. The word was uttered. The one exploded into 1,000 million worlds. Each world contained 1,000 million spheres. Each sphere contained 1,000 million planets. Each planet contained 1,000 million stars. Each star contained a many thousand million things. Of these the reasoner took 6, and, preening, said, This is the one and the all. These 6 the adept harmonized, and said, This is the heart of the one and the all. These 6 were destroyed by the master of the temple, and he spake not. The ash thereof was burnt up by the magus into the word. Of all this did the Obsessius know nothing. Chapter 7. The Dinosaurs. None are they whose number is 6, else were they 6 indeed. 7 are these 6 that live not in the city of the pyramids, under the night of Pan. There was Lao Tzu, there was Siddhartha, there was Krishna, there was Tahuti, there was Moshe, there was Dionysus, there was Mahmud. But the 7th men called Perdurabo, for enduring unto the end, at the end, was not to endure. Amen. Chapter 8. Steeped Horsehair. Mind is a disease of semen. All that a man is or may be is hidden therein. Bodily functions are parts of the machine, silent unless in disease. But mind, never at ease, creaketh I. This I persisteth not, posteth not through generations, changeth momently, finally is dead. Therefore is man only himself, when lost to himself in the charioting. Chapter 9. The Branks. Answer not, O silent one, for there is no wherefore, no because. The name of that is not known. The pronoun interprets, that is, misinterprets, it. Time and space are adverbs. Duality begat the conjunction. The conditioned is father of the preposition. The article also marketh division, but the interjection is the sound that endeth in silence. Destroy thereof the 8 parts of speech. The 9th is nigh unto truth. This also must be destroyed, before thou enterest into the silence. Chapter 10. Whittle Straws. The abyss of hallucination has law and reason, but in truth there is no bond between the toys of the gods. This reason and law is the bond of the great lie. Truth, 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 crieth the Lord of the abyss of hallucinations. There is no silence in that abyss, for all that men call silence is its speech. The abyss is also called hell, and the many. Its name is consciousness and the universe among men. But that which neither is silent nor speaks rejoices therein. Chapter 11. The Glowworm. Concerning the holy three and not, knew it, had it, wrought or could, are only to be understood by the master of the temple. They are above the abyss and contain all contradiction in themselves. Below them is a seeming duality of chaos and Babylon. These are called father and mother, but it is not so. They are called brother and sister, but it is not so. They are called husband and wife, but it is not so. The reflection of all is Pan. The night of Pan is the annihilation of the all. Cast down through the abyss is the light, the rosy cross, the rapture of union that destroys. That is the way. The rosy cross is the ambassador of Pan. How infinite is the distance from this to that, yet all is here and now, nor is there any there or then, for all that is, what is it, but a manifestation, that is a part, that is a falsehood, of that which is not. Yet that which is not neither is nor is not that which is. Identity is perfect, therefore the law of identity is but a lie. For there is no subject, and there is no predicate, nor is there the contradictory of either of these things. Holy, holy, holy are these truths that I utter, knowing them to be but falsehoods. Broken mirrors, troubled waters, hide me, O Our Lady, in thy womb, for I may not endure the rapture. In this utterance of falsehood upon falsehood, whose contradictories are also false, it seems as if that which I uttered not were true. Blessed, unutterably blessed, is the last of the illusions. Let me play the man and thrust it from me. Amen. Chapter 12. The Dragonflies. I-O is the cry of the lower, as O-I of the higher. In figures they are 1001. In letters they are joy. For when all is equilibrated, when all is beheld from without all, there is joy, joy, joy that is but one facet of a diamond, every other facet whereof is more joyful than joy itself. Chapter 13. Pilgrim Talk. O thou that settest upon the path, false is the phantom that thou seekest. When thou hast it, thou shalt know all bitterness, thy teeth fixed in the Sodom apple. Thus hast thou been lured along that path, whose terror else had driven thee far away. O thou that stridest upon the middle of the path, no phantoms mock thee, for the stride's sake thou stridest. Thus art thou lured along that path, whose fascination else had driven thee far away. O thou that drawest toward the end of the path, effort is no more. Faster and faster dost thou fall. Thy weariness is changed into ineffable rest, for there is no thou upon that path. Thou hast become the way. Chapter 14. Onion Peelings. The universe is the practical joke of the general, at the expense of the particular. Quoth Frater Perdurabo, and laughed. But those disciples nearest to him wept, seeing the universal sorrow. Those next to them laughed, seeing the universal joke. Below these certain disciples wept, then certain laughed, others next wept, others next laughed, next others wept, next others laughed. Last came those that wept, because they could not see the joke, and those that laughed, lest they should be thought not to see the joke, and thought it safe to act like Frater Perdurabo. But though Frater Perdurabo laughed openly, he also at the same time wept secretly, and in himself he neither laughed nor wept, nor did he mean what he said. Chapter 15. The Gun Barrel. Mighty and erect is this will of mine, this pyramid of fire whose summit is lost in heaven. Upon it have I burned the corpse of my desire. Mighty and erect is this phallus of my will. The seed thereof is that which I have borne within me from eternity, and it is lost within the body of Our Lady of the Stars. I am not I am but a hollow tube to bring down fire from heaven. Mighty and marvelous is this weakness, this heaven, which draweth me into her womb, this dome which hideth, which absorbeth me. This is the night wherein I am lost, the love through which I am no longer I. Chapter 16. The Stag Beetle. Death implies change and individuality. If thou be that which hath no person, which is beyond the changing, even beyond changelessness, what hast thou to do with death? The bird of individuality is ecstasy, so also is its death. In love the individuality is slain. Who loves not love? Love death therefore, and long eagerly for it. Die daily. Chapter 17. The Swan. There is a swan whose name is ecstasy. It wingeth from the deserts of the north. It wingeth through the blue. It wingeth over the fields of rice. At its coming they push forth the green. In all the universe this swan alone is motionless. It seems to move as the sun seems to move. Such is the weakness of our sight. O thou. Amen. Motion is relative. There is nothing that is still. Against this swan I shot an arrow. The white breast poured forth blood. Men smote me. Then, perceiving that I was but a pure fool, they let me pass. Thus, and not otherwise, I came to the temple of the Grail. Chapter 18. Dewdrops. Verily, love is death, and death is life to come. Man returneth not again, the stream floweth not uphill. The old life is no more. There is a new life that is not his. Yet that life is of his very essence. It is more he than all that he calls he. In the silence of a dewdrop is every tendency of his soul and of his mind and of his body. It is the quintessence and the elixir of his being. Therein are the forces that made him, and his father and his father's father before him. This is the dew of immortality. Let this go free, even as it will. Thou art not its master, but the vehicle of it. Chapter 19. The Leopard and the Deer. The spots of the leopard are the sunlight in the glade. Pursue thou the deer stealthily at thy pleasure. The dappling of the deer is the sunlight in the glade. Concealed from the leopard, do thou feed at thy pleasure. Resemble all that surroundeth thee, yet be thyself, and take thy pleasure among the living. This is that which is written, lurk, in the book of the law. Chapter 20. Samson. The universe is in equilibrium. Therefore he that is without it, though his force be but a feather, can overturn the universe. Be not caught within that web, O child of freedom. Be not entangled in the universal lie, O child of truth. Chapter 21. The Blind Webster. It is not necessary to understand. It is enough to adore. The God may be of clay. Adore him. He becomes God. We ignore what created us. We adore what we create. Let us create nothing but God. That which causes us to create is our true father and mother. We create in our own image, which is theirs. Let us create, therefore, without fear. For we can create nothing that is not God. Chapter 22. The Despot. The waiters of the best eating houses mock the whole world. They estimate every every client at his proper value. This I know certainly, because they always treat me with profound respect. Thus they have flattered me into praising them thus publicly. Yet it is true, and they have this insight because they serve, and because they can have no personal interest in the affairs of those whom they serve. An absolute monarch would be absolutely wise and good, but no man is strong enough to have no interest. Therefore, the best king would be pure chance. It is pure chance that rules the universe. Therefore, and only therefore, life is good. Chapter 23, Skidoo. What man is at ease is in. Get out. Wide is the world and cold. Get out. Thou hast become an initiate. Get out. But thou canst not get out by the way thou camest in. The way out is the way. Get out. For out is love and wisdom and power. Get out. If thou hast tea already, first get you tea, then get O, and so at last get out. Chapter 24, The Hawk and the Blind Worm. This book would translate beyond reason into the words of reason. Explain thou snow to them of Andamon. The slaves of reason call this book abuse of language. They are right. Language was made for men to eat and drink, make love, do barter, die. The wealth of a language consists in its abstracts. The poorest tongues have wealth of concretes. Therefore, have adepts praise silence. At least it does not mislead as speech does. Also, speech is a symptom of thought. Yet silence is but the negative side of truth. The positive side is beyond even silence. Nevertheless, one true God crieth really you, and the laughter of the death rattle is akin. Chapter 25, The Star Ruby. Facing east, in the center, draw deep, deep, deep thy breath, closing thy mouth with thy right forefinger, press against thy lower lip. Then, dashing down the hand with a great sweep back and out, expelling forcefully thy breath, cry, Apo Pantos Kakodemonos. With the same forefinger touch thy forehead, and say, Soy, thy member, and say, O Phale, thy right shoulder, and say, Iskoros, thy left shoulder, and say, Eucharistos. Then clasp thine hands, locking the fingers, and cry, I-A-O. Advance to the east. Imagine strongly a pentagram, or right in thy forehead. Drawing the hands to the eyes, fling it forth, making the sign of Horus, and roar, Chaos! Retire thine hand in the sign of Hor-Pa-Krat. Go round to the north and repeat, but scream, Babylon! Go round to the west and repeat, but say, Eros! Go round to the south and repeat, but bellow, Psyche! Completing the circle widdershins, retire to the center, and raise thy voice in the paean with these words, Iopan, with the sign of N-O-X. Extend the arms in the form of a tau, and say, low but clear, Promo Iungus, Opisomo Teletokai, Epi Dexias in noches, Eparistera demones, Flagei, Gar perimo ho aster ton pinte, Kai in the still ho aster ton hex, est key. Repeat the cross Kabbalistic as above, and end as thou didst begin. Chapter 26, The Elephant and the Tortoise. The absolute and the conditioned together make the one absolute. The second, who is the fourth, the demiurge, whom all nations of men call the first, is a lie grafted upon a lie multiplied by a lie. Fourfold is he, the elephant upon whom the universe is poised, but the carapace of the tortoise supports and covers all. This tortoise is sixfold, the holy hexagram. These 6 and 4 are 10. 10, the one manifested, that returns to the not unmanifest. stars. Would he eat, drink, and take his pleasure? There was none that did not instantly obey his bidding. In the whole system of 10 million times 10 million spheres, upon the 22 million planes, he had his desire. And with all this, he was but himself, alas. Chapter 28, The Pole Star. Love is all virtue, since the pleasure of love is but love, and the pain of love is but love. Love taketh no heed of that which is not, and of that which is. Absence exalteth love, and presence exalteth love. Love moveth from height to height of ecstasy, and faileth never. The wings of love droop not with time, nor slacken for life or for death. Love destroyeth self, uniting self with that which is not self, so that love breedeth all and none in one. Is it not so? No? Then thou art not lost in love. Speak not of love. Love always yieldeth. Love always hardeneth. May be. I write it, but to write her name. Chapter 29, The Southern Cross. Love, I love you. Night, night, cover us. Thou art night, O my love, and there are no stars but thine eyes. Dark night, sweet night, so warm and yet so fresh, so scented, yet so holy. Cover me, cover me. Let me be no more. Let me be thine. Let me be thou. Let me be neither thou nor I. Let there be love in night and night in love. N-O-X, the night of Pan, and Layla, the night before his threshold. Chapter 30, Jhana Dreams. Dreams are imperfections of sleep. Even so is consciousness the imperfection of waking. Dreams are impurities in the circulation of the blood. Even so is consciousness a disorder of life. Dreams are without proportion, without good sense, without truth. So also is consciousness. Awake from dream, the truth is known. Awake from waking, the truth is the unknown. Chapter 31, The Garret. It moves from motion into rest, and rest from rest into motion. These it does always, for time is not. So that it does neither of these things. It does that one thing which we must express by two things, neither of which possesses any rational meaning. Yet its doing, which is no doing, is simple and yet complex, is neither free nor necessary. For all these ideas express relation, and it, comprehending all relation in its simplicity, is out of all relation, even with itself. All this is true and false, and it is true and false to say that it is true and false. Strain forth thy intelligence, O man, O worthy one, O chosen of it, to apprehend the discourse of the master. For thus thy reason shall at last break down, as the fetter is struck from the slave's throat. Chapter 32, The Mountaineer. Consciousness is a symptom of disease. All that moves well moves without will. All skillfulness, all strain, all intention is contrary to ease. Practice 1,000 times and it becomes difficult. 1,000, and it becomes easy. 1,000 times 1,000, and it is no longer thou that doeth it, but it that doeth itself through thee. Nor until then is that which is done well done. Thus spoke Frater Pere Durapo, as he leapt from rock to rock of the moraine, without ever casting his eyes upon the ground. Chapter 33, Baphomet. A black two-headed eagle is God, even a black triangle is he. In his claw he beareth the sword, yea, a sharp sword is held therein. This eagle was burnt up in the great fire, yet not a feather is scorched. This eagle was swallowed up in the great sea, yet not a feather is wetted. So flieth he in the air, and lighteth upon the earth at his pleasure. So spake Iacobus Burgundus Molensis, the Grand Master of the Temple, and of the god that is ass-headed, did he dare not speak. Chapter 34, The Smoking Dog. Each act of man is the twist and double of a hair. Love and death are the greyhounds that course him. God bred the hounds and taketh his pleasure in the sport. This is the comedy of Pan, that man should think he hunteth, while those hounds hunt him. This is the tragedy of man. When facing love and death he turns to bay. He is no more hare, but boar. There are no other comedies or tragedies. Cease then to be the mockery of God. In savagery of love and death, live thou and die. Thus shall his laughter be thrilled through with ecstasy. Chapter 35. Venus of Milo. Life is as ugly and necessary as the female body. Death is as beautiful and necessary as the male body. The soul is beyond male and female, as it is beyond life and death. Even as the lingam and the yoni are but diverse developments of one organ, so also are life and death but two phases of one state. So also the absolute and the conditioned are but forms of that. What do I love? There is no form, no being, to which I do not give myself wholly up. Take me who will. Chapter 36. The Star Sapphire. Let the adept be armed with his magic rood, and provide him with his mystic rose. In the center, let him give the LVX signs, or, if he know them, if he will and dare do them, and can keep silent about them, the signs of NOX, being the signs of puer, vir, puella, mulier. Omit the sign IR. Then let him advance to the east, and make the holy hexagram, saying, Pater et Mater, unus Deus arita. Let him go round to the south, make the holy hexagram, and say, Mater et Filius, unus Deus arita. Let him go round to the west, make the holy hexagram, and say, Filius et Filia, unus Deus arita. Let him go round to the north, make the holy hexagram, and then say, Filia et Pater unus Deus arita. Let him then return to the center, and so to the center of all, making the rosy cross as he may know how, saying, Ararita, Ararita, Ararita. In this the sign shall be those of Set triumphant and of Baphomet. Also shall Set appear in the circle. Let him drink of the sacrament, and let him communicate the same. Then let him say, Omnia in duos, duo in unum, unus in nihil, haec nec quator, nec omnia, nec duo, nec unus, nec nihil sunt. Gloria Patri et Matri et Filio, et Filii et Spiritui Sancto. Externo et Spiritui Sancto. Interno ut erat est erit in saecula, saeculorum sex in uno per nomen septum, in uno erita. Let him then repeat the signs of LVX, but not the signs of NOX, for it is not he that shall arise in the sign of Isis rejoicing. Chapter 37. Dragons. Thought is the shadow of the eclipse of Luna. Samadhi is the shadow of the eclipse of Sol. The moon and the earth are the non-ego and the ego. The sun is that. Both eclipses are darkness. Both are exceedingly rare. The universe itself is light. Chapter 38. Lambskin. Cowan skidoo, tile. Swear to Hile all. This is the mystery. Life. Mind is the traitor. Slay mind. Let the corpse of mind lie unburied on the edge of the great sea. Death. This is the mystery. Tile. Cowan skidoo. Chapter 39. The Loopy. Distinguish not, but thyself extinguish. Hymog thou art, and hymog shall thou be. Chapter 41, Corned Beef Hash. In V is the great work perfect. Therefore, none is that pertaineth not to V. In any may he manifest, yet in one hath he chosen to manifest, and this one hath given his ring as a seal of authority to the work of the AA, through the colleagues of Frater Pair de Rabo. But this concerns themselves and their administration. It concerneth none below the grade of exempt adept, and such an one only by command. Also, since below the abyss reason is lord, let men seek by experiment, and not by questionings. Chapter 42, Dust Devils. In the wind of the mind arises the turbulence called I. It breaks. Down shower the barren thoughts. All life is choked. This desert is the abyss, wherein is the universe. The stars are but thistles in that waste. Yet this desert is but one spot accursed in the world of bliss. Now and again travelers cross the desert. They come from the great sea, and to the great sea they go. As they go, they spill water. One day they will irrigate the desert till it flower. See, 5 footprints of a camel. V. Chapter 43, Mulberry Tops. Black blood upon the altar, and the rustle of angel wings above. Black blood of the sweet fruit, the bruised, the violated bloom, that setteth the wheel a-spinning in the spire. Death is the veil of life, and life of death, for both are gods. This is that which is written, a feast for life, and a greater feast for death, in the book of the law. The blood is the life of the individual. Offer then blood. Chapter 44, The Mass of the Phoenix. The magician, his breast bare, stands before an altar, on which are his burin, bell, thurible, and 2 of the cakes of light. In the sign of the Enterer he reaches west across the altar, and cries, Hail, Ra, that goest in thy bark, into the caverns of the dark. He gives the sign of silence, and takes the bell and fire in his hands. East of the altar see me stand, with light and music in mine hand. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. 3, 3, 3, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 3, 3, 3, and places the fire in the thurible. I strike the bell, I light the flame, I utter the mysterious name, Abrahadabra. He strikes 11 times upon the bell. Now I begin to pray, thou child, holy thy name and undefiled. Thy reign is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring me through midnight to the sun. Save me from evil and from good. Take thy one crown of all the 10. Even now and here be mine. Amen. He puts the first cake in the fire of the thurible. I burn the incense cake, proclaim these adorations of thy name. He makes them as in liber legis, and strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burin, he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cake to the wound. I staunch the blood, the wafer soaks it up in the high priest invokes. He eats the second cake. This bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt. This is the law. Do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, and cries, Abrahadabra. I entereth in with woe and mirth, and now go forth and with thanksgiving, to do my pleasure on the earth, among the legions of the living. He goeth forth. Chapter 45, Chinese Music. Explain this happening. It must have a natural cause. It must have a supernatural cause. Let these 2 acids be set to grind corn. May, might, must, should, probably, may be, we may safely assume, ought, it is hardly questionable, almost certainly. 4 hacks, and let them be turned out to grass. Proof is only possible in mathematics, and mathematics is only a matter of arbitrary conventions. And yet doubt is a good servant, but a bad master, a perfect mistress, but a nagging wife. Why more certain it is that I only assert a limitation. I slept with faith and found a corpse in my arms on waking. I drank and danced all night with doubt and found her a virgin in the morning. Chapter 46, Buttons and Rosettes. The cause of sorrow is the desire of the one to the many, or of the many to the one. This also is the cause of joy. But the desire of one to another is all of sorrow. Its birth is hunger, and its death satiety. The desire of the moth for the star at least saves him satiety. Hunger thou, O man, for the infinite. Be insatiable even for the finite. Thus, at the end, shalt thou devour the finite, and become the infinite. Be thou more greedy than the shark, more full of yearning than the wind among the pines. The weary pilgrim struggles on, the satiated pilgrim stops. The road winds uphill. All law, all nature must be overcome. Do this by virtue of that in thyself, before which law and nature are but shadows. Chapter 47, Windmill Words. Asana gets rid of anatomy consciousness. Pranayama gets rid of physiology consciousness. Involuntary breaks. Yama and Nayama get rid of ethical consciousness. Voluntary breaks. Pratyahara gets rid of the objective. Dharana gets rid of the subjective. Dhyana gets rid of the ego. Samadhi gets rid of the soul impersonal. Asana destroys the static body, Nama. Pranayama destroys the dynamic body, Rupa. Yama destroys the emotions. Niyama destroys the passions, Vedana. Dharana destroys the perceptions, Sana. Dhyana destroys the tendencies, Sankhara. Samadhi destroys the consciousness, Vinanam. Omar Alathermidor destroys the digestion. The last of these facts is the one of which I am most certain. Chapter 38, Moan Wraths. The early bird catches the worm, and the 12-year-old prostitute attracts the ambassador. Neglect not the dawn meditation. The first plover's eggs fetch the highest prices. The flower of virginity is esteemed by the Pandar. Neglect not the dawn meditation. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. But late to watch and early to pray brings him across the abyss, they say. Neglect not the dawn meditation. Chapter 49, Warata Blossoms. 7 are the veils of the dancing girl in the harem of it. 7 are the names, and 7 are the lamps beside her bed. 7 eunuchs guard her with drawn swords. No man may come nigh unto her. In her wine cup are 7 streams of the blood of the 7 spirits of God. 7 are the heads of the beast, whereupon she rides. The head of an angel, the head of a saint, the head of a poet, the head of an adulterous woman, the head of a man of valor, the head of a satyr, and the head of a lion serpent. 7 letters hath her holiest name, and it is. Narrator's note. Crowley here illustrates the seal of a 7-pointed star. Beginning from the westmost point, each point of the star contains a letter, spelling the name of Babylon. In the center of the star is the Greek symbol for theta. Crosses extend from its western, northern, and eastern boundaries. To the left of the westmost cross is the number 77. To the left of the northmost cross is the number 7. To the right of the northmost cross is the number 7. To the right of the eastmost cross is the number 77. By itself, at the southernmost boundary of theta is the number 7. This is the seal upon the ring that is on the forefinger of it, and it is the seal upon the tombs of them whom she hath slain. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of our Lady. 0 through 50. The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley, chapters 51 through 91. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 51, Terrier Work. Doubt. Doubt thyself. Doubt even if thou doubtest thyself. Doubt all. Doubt even if thou doubtest all. It seems sometimes as if beneath all conscious doubt there lay some deepest certainty. Oh, kill it. Slay the snake. The horn of the doubt goat be exalted. Dive deeper, ever deeper, into the abyss of mind, until thou unearth the fox that. On hounds, yoinks, tally-ho, bring that to bay, then wind the mort. Chapter 52, The Bull Baiting. 411 books wrote I, in each did I expound the great work fully, from the beginning even unto the end thereof. Then at last came certain men unto me, saying, O Master, expound thou the great work unto us, O Master. And I held my peace. O generation of gossipers, who shall deliver you from the wrath that is fallen upon you? O babblers, prattlers, talkers, loquacious ones, tattlers, chewers of the red rag that inflameth apiece the Redeemer to fury. Learn first what is work, and the great work is not so far beyond. Chapter 53, The Douser. Once round the meadow, brother does the hazel twig dip. Twice round the meadow, brother does the hazel twig dip. Thrice round the paddock, highly, lowly, wily, holy, dip, dip, dip. Then neighed the horse in the paddock, and lo, its wings. For whoso findeth the spring beneath the earth, maketh the treaders of earth to course the heavens. This spring is threefold, of water, but also of steel, and of seasons. Also this paddock is the toad that hath the jewel between his eyes. Aum mani padmen hum, keep us from evil. Chapter 54, Eavesdroppings. 45 apprentice masons out of work. 15 fellow craftsmen out of work. 3 master masons out of work. All these sat on their haunches, waiting the report of the sojourner, for the word was lost. This is the report of the sojourners. The word was love, and its number is an 111. Then said each M.O., for its number is an 111. Each took the trowel from his lap, whose number is an 111. Each called moreover on the goddess Nina, for her number is an 111. Yet with all this went the work awry, for the word of the law is Thelema. Chapter 55, The Drooping Sunflower. The one thought vanished. All my mind was torn to rags. Nay, my head was mashed into wood pulp, and thereon the daily newspaper was printed. Thus wrote I, since my one love was torn from me. I cannot work. I cannot think. I seek distraction here. I seek distraction there. But this is all my truth, that I who love have lost, and how may I regain? I must have money to get to America. O mage, sage, gauge thy wage, or in the page of thine age is written rage. O my darling, we should not have spent 90 pounds in that 3 weeks in Paris. Slash the brakes on thine arms with a pole axe. Chapter 56, Trouble with Twins. Holy, 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 unto 555 times, holy be Our Lady of the Stars. Holy, 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 unto 156 times, holy be Our Lady that rideth upon the beast. Holy, 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 unto the number of times necessary and appropriate, be Our Lady Isis in her millions of names, all mother, genetrix, meretrix. Yet holier than all these to me is Layla, night and death. For her do I blaspheme alike the finite and the infinite. So wrote not Frater Perdurabo, but the imp Crowley in his name. For forgery, let him suffer penal servitude for 7 years, or at least let him do pranayama all the way home. Home? Nay, but to the house of he, the wise one, not mindful that all place is wrong. For not until the place is perfected by a T, saith he, placet. The rose uncrucified droppeth its petals. Without the rose, the cross is a dry stick. Worship then the rosy cross, and the mystery of two in one. And worship him that swore by his holy T, that one should not be one, except in so far as it is two. I am glad that Layla is afar. No doubt clouds love. Chapter 58. A Guy Howlings. Haggard am I, an hyena. I hunger and howl. Men think it laughter. Ha, ha, ha. There is nothing movable or immovable under the firmament of heaven, on which I may write the symbols of the secret of my soul. Yea, though I were lowered by ropes into the utmost caverns and vaults of eternity, there is no word to express even the first whisper of the initiator in mine ear. Yea, I abhor birth, ululating lamentations of night. Agony, agony, the light within me breathes veils, the song within be dumbness. God, in what prism may any man analyze my light? Immortal are the adepts, and yet they die. They die of shame unspeakable. They die as the gods die, for sorrow. Wilt thou endure unto the end, O Frater Perdurabo, O lamp in the abyss? Thou hast the keystone of the royal arch, yet the apprentices, instead of making bricks, put the straws in their hair, and think they are Jesus Christ. O sublime tragedy and comedy of the great work. Chapter 59. The Tailless Monkey. There is no help but hodgepodge in the skies, when Asticus sees crabs and lobsters rise. Man that has spine and hopes of heaven to be, lacks the amoeba's immortality. What protoplasm gains in mobile mirth is loss of the stability of earth. Matter and sense and mind have had their day. Nature presents the bill, and all must pay. If, as I am not, I were free to choose, how Buddhahood would battle with the booze. My certainty that destiny is good rests on its picking me for Buddhahood. Were I a drunkard, I should think I had good evidence that fate was bloody bad. Chapter 60. The Wound of Amfortas. The self-mastery of Percival became the self-masturbatory of the bourgeois. Virtus has become virtue. The qualities which have made a man, a race, a city, a caste, must be thrown off. Death is the penalty of failure. As it is written, in the hour of success sacrifice that which is dearest to thee, unto the infernal gods. The Englishman lives upon the excrement of his forefathers. All moral codes are worthless in themselves. Yet in every new code there is hope, provided always that the code is not changed because it is too hard, but because it is fulfilled. The dead dog floats with the stream. In Puritan France, the best women are harlots. In vicious England, the best women are virgins. If only the Archbishop of Canterbury were to go naked in the streets and beg his bread. The new Christ, like the old, is the friend of publicans and sinners, because his nature is ascetic. Oh, if every man did no matter what, provided that it is the one thing that he will not and cannot do. Chapter 61. The Fool's Knot. O fool, begetter of both I and not, resolve this knotty knot. O, I, this I and O, I owe, I ao, for I owe, I, to Nabana Zo. I pay, the dissolution of the house of God, for pay comes after O, after I-N that triumphs over Aleph in I that is O. Opus, the work, the opening of the eye, thou naughty boy, thou openest the eye of Horus, to the blind eye that weeps. The upright one in thine uprightness rejoiceth. Death to all fishes. Chapter 62. Twig. The phoenix hath a bell for sound, fire for sight, a knife for touch, 2 cakes, one for taste, the other for smell. He standeth before the altar of the universe at sunset, when earth life fades. He summons the universe, and crowns it with magic light to replace the sun of natural light. He prays unto, and give homage to, Ra Hor Kuit, God sends me the angels, Din and Doni. And man of spunk they urged would hardly choose to breakfast every day chez Leperouse. No, I replied, he would not do so, but think of this woe if Leperouse were shut. I eat these oysters and I drink this wine solely to drown this misery of mine. Yet the last height of consolation's cold, its pinnacle, is not to be consoled. And though I sleep with Jane and Eleanor, I feel no better than I did before. And Julian only fixes in my mind, even before feels better than behind. Your mercurial spirits be so kind as to enable me to raise the wine. Put me in Layla's arms again, the accursed, leaving me that, else Hal may do his worst. Doni and Din, perceiving me inspired, conceived their task was finished, they retired. I turned upon my friend and breaking bounds, borrowed a trifle of 200 pounds. Chapter 65. Sic Transient. At last I lifted up mine eyes and beheld, and lo, the flames of violet were become as tendrils of smoke, as mist at sunset upon the marshlands, and in the midst of the moon pool of silver was the lily of white and gold. In this lily is all honey, in this lily that flowereth at the midnight, in this lily is all perfume, in this lily is all music, and it enfolded me. Thus the disciples that watched found a dead body kneeling at the altar. Amen. Chapter 66. The Praying Mantis. Say, God is one. This I obeyed. For 1,001 times a night, for 1,000 nights and one, did I affirm the unity. But night only means Layla, and unity and God are not worth even her blemishes. Allah is only 66, but Layla counteth up to 7 and 70. Yea, the night shall cover all. The night shall cover all. Chapter 67. Sodom Apples. I have brought pleasant trifles and thus soothed my lack of Layla. Light is my wallet, and my heart is also light. And yet I know that the clouds will gather closer for the false clearing. The mirage will fade. Then will the desert be thirstier than before. O ye who dwell in the dark night of the soul, beware most of all of every herald of the dawn. O ye who dwell in the city of the pyramids, beneath the night of Pan, remember that ye shall see no more light, but that of the great fire that shall consume your dust to ashes. Chapter 68. Manna. At 4 o'clock there is hardly anybody in Rumpelmeyer's. I have my choice of place and service. The babble of the apes will begin soon enough. Pioneers, O pioneers, sat not Elijah under the juniper tree and wept? Was not Muhammad forsaken in Mecca, and Jesus in Gethsemane? These prophets were sad at heart, but the chocolate at Rumpelmeyer's is great, and the mousse noix is like Nephthys for perfection. Also, there are little meringues with cream and chestnut pulp, very velvety seductions. Sail I not towards Layla within 7 days? Be not sad at heart, O prophet, the babble of the apes will presently begin. Nay, rejoice exceedingly, for after all the babble of the apes, the silence of the night. Chapter 69. The way to succeed, and the way to suck eggs. This is the holy hexagram. Plunge from the height, O God, and interlock with man. Plunge from the height, O man, and interlock with beast. The red triangle is the descending tongue of grace. The blue triangle is the ascending tongue of prayer. This interchange, the double gift of tongues, the word of double power, abrahadabra, is the sign of the great work. For the great work is accomplished in silence. And behold, is not that word equal to Cheth, that is Cancer, whose sigil is 69. This work also eats up itself, accomplishes its own end, nourishes the worker, leaves no seed, is perfect in itself. Little children, love one another. Chapter 70. Broomstick Babblings. Frater Perdurabo is of the Sanhedrim of the Sabbath, say men. He is the old goat himself, say women. Therefore do all adore him. The more they detest him, the more do they adore him. Aye, let us offer the obscene kiss. Let us seek the mystery of the gnarled oak and of the glacier torrent. To him let us offer up our babes. Around him let us dance in the mad moonlight. But Frater Durabo is nothing but an eye. What eye none knoweth. Skip witches, hop toads, take your pleasure, for the play of the universe is the pleasure of Freighter Durabo. Chapter 71, King's College Chapel. For mind and body alike there is no purgative like pranayama, no purgative like pranayama. For mind and body alike, there is no purgative like pranayama, pranayama. Yea, for mind and body alike, there is no purgative, no purgative, no purgative. For mind and body alike, no purgative, purgative, like pranayama. No purgative for mind and body alike, like pranayama, like prana, pranayama. Amen. Chapter 72, Hashed Pheasant. Shemhamphorash, all hail divided name, utter it once, O mortal of Arash, the universe were swallowed up in flame, Shemhamphorash. Nor deem that thou amid the cosmic crash may find one thing of all those things the same, the world has gone to everlasting smash. No, if creation did possess an aim, it does not, it were only to make hash of that most high and that most holy game, Shemhamphorash. Chapter 73, The Devil, the Ostrich, and the Orphan Child. Death rides the camel of initiation. Thou humped and stiff-necked one that groanest in thine asana, death will relieve thee. Bite not, Zelator dear, but buy. 10 days didst thou go with water in thy belly? Thou shalt go 20 more, with a firebrand at thy rump. Aye, all thine aspiration is to death. Death is the crown of all thine aspiration. Triple is the cord of silver moonlight. It shall hang thee, O Holy One, O hanged man, O camel termination of the third person plural, for thy multiplicity, thou ghost of a non-ego. Could but thy mother behold thee, O thou Unt, the infinite snake Ananta that surroundeth the universe, is but the coffin worm. Chapter 74, Carey Street. When nothing became conscious, it made a bad bargain. This consciousness acquired individuality, a worse bargain. The hermit asked for love, worst bargain of all. And now he has let his girl go to America, to have success in life. Blank loss. Is there no end to this immortal ache that haunts me, sleeping or awake? If I had Layla, how could I forget? Time, age, and death, insufferable fret. Were I an hermit, how could I support the pain of consciousness, the curse of thought? Even were I that, there still were one sore spot, the abyss that stretches between that and not. Still, the first step is not so far away. The Mauretania sails on Saturday. Chapter 75, Plover's Eggs. Spring beans and strawberries are in. Goodbye to the oyster. If I really knew what I wanted, I could give up Layla, or give up everything for Layla. But what I want varies from hour to hour. This wavering is the root of all compromise, and so of all good sense. With this gift a man can spend his 70 years in peace. Now is this well or ill? Emphasize gift, then man, then spend, then 70 years, and lastly, peace, and change the intonations. Each time reverse the meaning. I would show you how, but for the moment, I prefer to think of Layla. Chapter 66, Phaeton. No, yes, perhaps. Oh, I. Why? No. Hail, all ye spavine, gelded, hamstrung horses. Ye shall surpass the planets in their courses. How? Not by speed, nor strength, nor power to stay, but by the silence that succeeds the nay. Chapter 77, The Sublime and Supreme Septenary, in its mature magical manifestation through matter, as it is written, and Ego also. Layla. Chapter 78, Wheel and Woe. The great wheel of Samsara, the wheel of the law, Dhamma, the wheel of the tarot, the wheel of the heavens, the wheel of life. All these wheels be one, from each other card, even in due order, from the fool to the 10 of coins. Then when thou knowest the wheel of destiny complete, mayest thou perceive that will which moved it first. There is no first or last, and lo, thou art passed through the abyss. Chapter 79, The Bald Bullier. Some men look into their minds, into their memories, and find naught but pain and shame. These then proclaim the good law unto mankind. These preach renunciation, virtue, cowardice in every form. These whine eternally, smug, toothless, hairless coot, debauch emasculated Buddha, come ye to me. I have a trick to make you silent, O ye foamers at the mouth. Nature is wasteful, but how well she can afford it. Nature is false, but I'm a bit of a liar myself. Nature is useless, but then how beautiful she is. Nature is cruel, but I too am a sadist. The game goes on. It may have been too rough for Buddha, but it's, if anything, too dull for me. Bien su negre, dans moi ténèbres encore. Chapter 80, Blackthorn. The price of existence is eternal warfare. Speaking as an Irishman, I prefer to say, the price of eternal warfare is existence, and melancholy as existence is, the price is well worth paying. Is there a government? Then I'm again it. To hell with the bloody English. Oh, Frederick Perdurabo, how unworthy are these sentiments. Do you want a clip on the jaw? Chapter 81, Louis Ling. I am not an anarchist in your sense of the word. Your brain is too dense for any known explosive to affect it. I am not an anarchist in your sense of the word. Fancy a policeman let loose on society. While there exists the Burgess, the hunting man, or any man with ideals less than Shelley's, and self-discipline less than Loyola's. In short, any man who falls far short of myself. I am against anarchy and for feudalism. Every emancipator has enslaved the free. Chapter 81, Borscht. Which moon that turnest all the streams to blood, I take this hazel rod and stand and swear, an oath beneath this blasted oaken bear, that rears its agony above the flood, whose swollen mask mutters an atheist prayer. What oath may stand the shock of this offense? There is no eye, no joy, no permanence. Which moon of blood eternal ebb and flow, of baffled birth and death still lurks a change, and all the leopards in thy woods that range, and all the vampires in their bows that glow, brooding on bloodthirst, these are not so strange, and fierce as life's unfailing shower these die, yet time rebears them through eternity. Hear then the oath which moon of blood, dread moon, let all thy striges and thy ghouls attend. He that endureth even to the end hath sworn that love's own corpse shall lie at noon, even in the coffin of its hopes, and spend all the force won by its old woe and stress, in now annihilating nothingness. This chapter is called Imperial Purple and a Punic War. Chapter 83, The Blind Pig. Many becomes two, two, one, naught. What comes to naught? What? Shall the adept give up his hermit life, and go eating and drinking and making merry? Aye, shall he not do so? He knows that the many is naught, and having naught, enjoys that naught even in the enjoyment of the many. For when naught becomes absolute naught, it becomes again the many, and this many and this naught are identical. They are not correlatives or phases of some one deeper absence of idea. They are not aspects of some further light. They are they. Beware, O my brother, lest this chapter deceive thee. Chapter 84, The Avalanche. Only through devotion to Frater Perdurabo may this book be understood. How much more then should he devote himself to Iowas, for the understanding of the holy book of Thelema? Yet must he labor underground eternally. The sun is not for him, nor the flowers, nor the voices of the birds, for he is passed beyond all these. Yea, verily, oft times he is weary. It is well that the weight of the karma of the infinite is with him. Therefore is he glad indeed, for he hath finished the work, and the reward concerneth him no whit. Chapter 85, More Bereave Me. I distrust any thoughts uttered by any man whose health is not robust. All other thoughts are surely symptoms of disease. Yet these are often beautiful, and may be true, within the circle of the conditions of the speaker. And yet again, do we not find that the most robust of men express no thoughts at all? They eat, drink, sleep, and copulate in silence. What better proof of the fact that all thought is dis-ease? We are Strasbourg geese. The tastiness of our talk comes from the disorder of our bodies. We like it. This only proves that our tastes also are depraved and debauched by our disease. Chapter 86. Tat. Ex nihilo. N-I-H-I-L. Feet. N. The fire that twisteth itself and burneth like a scorpion. I. The unsullied, ever-flowing water. H. The interpenetrating spirit, without and within. Is not its name abrahadabra? I. The unsullied, ever-flowing air. L. The green, fertile earth. Fierce are the fires of the universe, and on their daggers they hold aloft the bleeding heart of earth. Upon the earth lies water, sensuous and sleepy. Above the water hangs air, and above air, but also below fire, and in all, the fabric of all being woven on its invisible design is aether. Chapter 87. Mandarin meals. There is a dish of shark's fin and of sea slug, well set in birds' nests. Also there is a souffle most exquisite of chow chow. These did I devise, but I have never tasted anything to match the narrator's note. Crowley here illustrates a symbol consisting of a vertical Ouroboros superimposed over an inverted cross with two vertical bars, one to the left and one to the right of the central intersection, which she gave me before she went away. March 22nd, 1912, EV. Chapter 88. Gold Bricks. Teach us your secret, master, yap my yahoos. Then for the hardness of their hearts and for the softness of their heads, I taught them magic. But, alas, teach us your real secret, master, how to become invisible, how to acquire love, and know beyond all how to make gold. But how much gold will you give me for the secret of infinite riches? Then said the foremost and most foolish, Master, it is nothing, but here is 100,000 pounds. This did I deign to accept, and whispered in his ear this secret. A sucker is born every minute. Chapter 89. Unprofessional conduct. I am annoyed about the number 89. I shall avenge myself by writing nothing in this chapter. That, too, is wise. For since I am annoyed, I could not write even a reasonably decent line. Chapter 90. Starlight. Behold, I have lived many years, and I have traveled in every land that is under the dominion of the sun, and I have sailed the seas from pole to pole. Now do I lift up my voice and testify that all is vanity on earth, except the love of a good woman, and that good woman, Layla. And I testify that in heaven all is vanity, for I have journeyed oft and sojourned oft in every heaven, except the love of our Lady Babylon. And I testify that beyond heaven and earth is the love of our Lady Nuit. And seeing that I am old and well stricken in years, and that my natural forces fail, therefore do I rise up in my throne, and call upon the end. For I am youth eternal, and force infinite, and at the end is she that was Layla, and Babylon, and Nuit, being. Chapter 91. The Heikel. A-M-E-N. End of The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley. The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley. Chapter 0 through 50. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. AA publication in classes C and D. Official for Babes of the Abyss. Imprimatur N. Frater A.A. itself untrue. Break, break, break at the foot of thy stones, O sea. I would that I could utter the thoughts that arise in me. Question mark. Exclamation point. Chapter 0. The chapter that is not a chapter. Oh, the anti-primal triad which is not God. Nothing is, nothing becomes, nothing is not. The first triad which is God. I am. I utter the word. I hear the word. The abyss. The word is broken up. There is knowledge. Knowledge is relation. These fragments are creation. The broken manifests light. The second triad, which is God. God the Father and Mother is concealed in generation. God is concealed in the whirling energy of nature. God is manifest in gathering, harmony, consideration, the mirror of the sun and of the heart. The third triad, bearing, preparing, wavering, flowing, flashing, stability, begetting. The 10th emanation, the world. Chapter 1, the Sabbath of the Goat. O, the heart of Nox, the night of Pan. Pan, duality, energy, death. Death, begetting, the supporters of O. To beget is to die. To die is to beget. Cast the seed into the field of night. Life and death are two names of A. Kill thyself. Neither of these alone is enough. Chapter 2, the cry of the hawk. Hor hath a secret fourfold name. It is, do what thou wilt. 4 words, not one, many, all. Thou child, thy name is holy, thy kingdom is come, thy will is done. Here is the bread, here is the blood. Bring us through temptation, deliver us from good and evil. That mine as thine be the crown of the kingdom, even now. Abrahadabra. These 10 words are for the name of the one. Chapter 3, the oyster. The brothers of AA are one with the mother of the child. The many is as adorable to the one as the one is to the many. This is the love of these. Creation, parturition, is the bliss of the one. Coition, dissolution, is the bliss of the many. The all, thus interwoven of these, is bliss. Naught is beyond bliss. The man delights in uniting with the woman. The woman in parting from the child. The brothers of AA are women. The aspirants to AA are men. Chapter 4, Peaches. Soft and hollow, how thou dost overcome the hard and full. It dies, it gives itself. To thee is the fruit. Be thou the bride, thou shalt be the mother hereafter. To all impressions thus, let them not overcome thee, yet let them breed within thee. The least of the impressions, come to its perfection, is Pan. Receive 1,000 lovers, thou shalt bear but one child. This child shall be the heir of Fate the Father. Chapter 5, the battle of the ants. That is not which is. The only word is silence. The only meaning of that word is not. Thoughts are false. Fatherhood is unity disguised as duality. Peace implies war. Power implies war. Harmony implies war. Victory implies war. Glory implies war. Foundation implies war. Alas for the kingdom wherein all these are at war. Chapter 6, Caviar. The word was uttered. The one exploded into 1,000 million worlds. Each world contained 1,000 million spheres. Each sphere contained 1,000 million planets. Each planet contained 1,000 million stars. Each star contained a many thousand million things. Of these the reasoner took 6, and, preening, said, "This is the one and the all." These 6 the adept harmonized, and said, "This is the heart of the one and the all." These 6 were destroyed by the master of the temple, and he spake not. The ash thereof was burnt up by the magus into the word. Of all this did the Ipsissimus know nothing. Chapter 7. The Dinosaurs. None are they whose number is 6, else were they 6 indeed. 7 are these 6 that live not in the city of the pyramids, under the night of Pan. There was Lao Tzu, there was Siddhartha, there was Krishna, there was Tahuti, there was Moshe, there was Dionysus, there was Mahmud. But the 7th men called Perdurabo, for, enduring unto the end, at the end, was not to endure. Amen. Chapter 8. Steeped Horsehair. Mind is a disease of semen. All that a man is or may be is hidden therein. Bodily functions are parts of the machine, silent unless in disease. But mind, never at ease, creaketh eye. This eye persisteth not, posteth not through generations, changeth momently, finally is dead. Therefore is man only himself, when lost in himself in the charioting. Chapter 9. The Brinks. Being is the noun, form is the adjective, matter is the noun, motion is the verb. Wherefore hath being clothed itself with form? Wherefore hath matter manifested itself in motion? Answer not, O silent one, for there is no wherefore, no because. The name of that is not known. The pronoun interprets, that is, misinterprets, it. Time and space are adverbs. Duality begat the conjunction. The conditioned is father of the preposition. The article also marketh division. But the interjection is the sound that endeth in silence. Destroy thereof the 8 parts of speech. The 9th is nigh unto truth. This also must be destroyed, before thou enterest into the silence. Aum. Chapter 10. Whittlestraws. The abyss of hallucination has law and reason, but in truth there is no bond between the toys of the gods. This reason and law is the bond of the great lie. Truth, 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 crieth the Lord of the abyss of hallucinations. There is no silence in that abyss, for all that men call silence is its speech. The abyss is also called hell, and the many. Its name is consciousness and the universe among men. But that which neither is silent nor speaks rejoices therein. Chapter 11. The Glowworm. Concerning the holy 3 and not, knew it, had it, ra or kuit, are only to be understood by the master of the temple. They are above the abyss and contain all contradiction in themselves. Below them is a seeming duality of chaos and Babylon. These are called father and mother, but it is not so. They are called brother and sister, but it is not so. They are called husband and wife, but it is not so. The reflection of all is Pan. The night of Pan is the annihilation of the all. Cast down through the abyss is the light, the rosy cross, the rapture of union that destroys. That is the way. The rosy cross is the ambassador of Pan. How infinite is the distance from this to that, yet all is here and now, nor is there any there or then. For all that is, what is it but a manifestation? That is a part, that is a falsehood, of that which is not. Yet that which is not neither is nor is not that which is. Identity is perfect, therefore the law of identity is but a lie. For there is no subject, and there is no predicate, nor is there the contradictory of either of these things. Holy, holy, holy are these truths that I utter, knowing them to be but falsehoods. Broken mirrors, troubled waters, hide me, O Our Lady, in thy womb, for I may not endure the rapture. In this utterance of falsehood upon falsehood, whose contradictories are also false, it seems as if that which I uttered not were true. Blessed, unutterably blessed, is the last of the illusions. Let me play the man, and thrust it from me. Amen. Chapter 12. The Dragonflies. I-O is the cry of the lower, as O-I of the higher. In figures they are 1001. In letters they are joy. For when all is equilibrated, when all is beheld from without all, there is joy, joy, joy that is but one facet of a diamond, every other facet whereof is more joyful than joy itself. Chapter 13. Pilgrim Talk. O thou that settest upon the path, false is the phantom that thou seekest. When thou hast it, thou shalt know all bitterness, thy teeth fixed in the sodom apple. Thus hast thou been lured along that path, whose terror else had driven thee far away. O thou that stridest upon the middle of the path, no phantoms mock thee, for the stride's sake thou stridest. Thus art thou lured along that path, whose fascination else had driven thee far away. O thou that drawest toward the end of the path, effort is no more. Faster and faster dost thou fall. Thy weariness is changed into ineffable rest, for there is no thou upon that path. Thou hast become the way. Chapter 14. Onion Peelings. The universe is the practical joke of the general at the expense of the particular. Quoth Frater Père Durabo, and laughed. But those disciples nearest to him wept, seeing the universal sorrow. Those next to them laughed, seeing the universal joke. Below these certain disciples wept, then certain laughed. Others next wept. Others next laughed. Next others wept. Next others laughed. Last came those that wept, because they could not see the joke, and those that laughed, lest they should be thought not to see the joke, and thought it safe to act like Frater Père Durabo. But though Frater Père Durabo laughed openly, he also at the same time wept secretly, and in himself he neither laughed nor wept, nor did he mean what he said. Chapter 15. The Gun Barrel. Mighty and erect is this will of mine, this pyramid of fire whose summit is lost in heaven. Upon it have I burned the corpse of my desire. Mighty and erect is this phallus of my will. The seed thereof is that which I have borne within me from eternity, and it is lost within the body of Our Lady of the Stars. I am not I am but a hollow tube to bring down fire from heaven. Mighty and marvelous is this weakness, this heaven, which draweth me into her womb, this dome which hideth, which absorbeth me. This is the night wherein I am lost, the love through which I am no longer I. Chapter 16. The Stag Beetle. Death implies change and individuality. If thou be that which hath no person, which is beyond the changing, even beyond changelessness, what hast thou to do with death? The bird of individuality is ecstasy, so also is its death. In love the individuality is slain. Who loves not love? Love death therefore, and long eagerly for it. Die daily. Chapter 17. The Swan. There is a swan whose name is ecstasy. It wingeth from the deserts of the north. It wingeth through the blue. It wingeth over the fields of rice. At its coming they push forth the green. In all the universe this swan alone is motionless. It seems to move, as the sun seems to move. Such is the weakness of our sight. O fool, criest thou. Amen. Motion is relative. There is nothing that is still. Against this swan I shot an arrow. The white breast poured forth blood. Men smote me. Then, perceiving that I was but a pure fool, they let me pass. Thus, and not otherwise, I came to the temple of the Grail. Chapter 18. Dewdrops. Verily, love is death, and death is life to come. Man returneth not again. The stream floweth not uphill. The old life is no more. There is a new life that is not his. Yet that life is of his very essence. It is more he than all that he calls he. In the silence of a dewdrop is every tendency of his soul and of his mind and of his body. It is the quintessence and the elixir of his being. Therein are the forces that made him, and his father and his father's father before him. This is the dew of immortality. Let this go free, even as it will. Thou art not its master, but the vehicle of it. Chapter 19. The Leopard and the Deer. The spots of the leopard are the sunlight in the glade. Pursue thou the deer stealthily at thy pleasure. The dappling of the deer is the sunlight in the glade. Concealed from the leopard, do thou feed at thy pleasure. Resemble all that surroundeth thee, yet be thyself, and take thy pleasure among the living. This is that which is written, lurk, in the book of the law. Chapter 20. Samson. The universe is in equilibrium. Therefore he that is without it, though his force be but a feather, can overturn the universe. Be not caught within that web, O child of freedom. Be not entangled in the universal lie, O child of truth. Chapter 21. The Blind Webster. It is not necessary to understand. It is enough to adore. The God may be of clay. Adore him. He becomes God. We ignore what created us. We adore what we create. Let us create nothing but God. That which causes us to create is our true father and mother. We create in our own image, which is theirs. Let us create, therefore, without fear. For we can create nothing that is not God. Chapter 22. The Despot. The waiters of the best eating houses mock the whole world. They estimate every client at his proper value. This I know certainly, because they always treat me with profound respect. Thus they have flattered me into praising them thus publicly. Yet it is true, and they have this insight because they serve, and because they can have no personal interest in the affairs of those whom they serve. An absolute monarch would be absolutely wise and good, but no man is strong enough to have no interest. Therefore the best king would be pure chance. It is pure chance that rules the universe. Therefore, and only therefore, life is good. Chapter 23. Skidoo. What man is at ease in his inn? Get out. Wide is the world and cold. Get out. Thou hast become an initiate. Get out. But thou canst not get out by the way thou camest in. The way out is the way. Get out. For out is love and wisdom and power. Get out. If thou hast tea already, first get you tea, then get O, and so at last get out. Chapter 24. The Hawk and the Blind Worm. This book would translate beyond reason into the words of reason. Explain thou snow to them of Andaman. The slaves of reason call this book abuse of language. They are right. Language was made for men to eat and drink, make love, do barter, die. The wealth of a language consists in its abstracts. The poorest tongues have wealth of concretes. Therefore have adepts praise silence. At least it does not mislead as speech does. Also, speech is a symptom of thought. Yet silence is but the negative side of truth. The positive side is beyond even silence. Nevertheless, one true God crieth really you, and the laughter of the death battle is akin. Chapter 25. The Star Ruby. Facing east, in the center, draw deep, deep, deep thy breath. Closing thy mouth with thy right forefinger, press against thy lower lip. Then, dashing down the hand with a great sweep back and out, expelling forcefully thy breath, cry, Apo, Pantos, Kakodemonos. With the same forefinger touch thy forehead, and say, Soy, thy member, and say, O Phale, thy right shoulder, and say, Iskoros, thy left shoulder, and say, Eucharistos. Then clasp thine hands, locking the fingers, and cry, I-A-O. chorus and roar chaos. Retire thine hand in the sign of Hor-Pa-Krat. Go round to the north and repeat, but scream Babylon. Go round to the west and repeat, but say Eros. Go round to the south and repeat, but bellow Psyche. Completing the circle Widdershins, retire to the center and raise thy voice in the paean with these words, Iopan, with the sign of NOX. Extend the arms in the form of a tau and say, low but clear, Promo Iungus, Opisomo Teletakai, Epi Dexias in Noches, Eparistera Demones, Flagei, Gar Perimo Ho Aster Ton Pinte, Kai in the still Ho Aster Ton Hex, Estki. Repeat the cross Kabbalistic as above, and end as thou didst begin. Chapter 26, The Elephant and the Tortoise. The absolute and the conditioned together make the one absolute. The second, who is the fourth, the demiurge, whom all nations of men call the first, is a lie grafted upon a lie multiplied by a lie. Fourfold is he, the elephant upon whom the universe is poised, but the carapace of the tortoise supports and covers all. This tortoise is sixfold, the holy hexagram. These 6 and 4 are 10. 10, the one manifested, that returns to the not unmanifest. The Almighty, the All-Ruler, the All-Knower, the All-Father, adored by all men and by me abhorred. Be thou accursed, be thou abolished, be thou annihilated. Amen. Chapter 27, The Sorcerer. A sorcerer, by the power of his magic, had subdued all things to himself. Would he travel, he could fly through space more swiftly than the stars. Would he eat, drink, and take his pleasure? There was none that did not instantly obey his bidding. In the whole system of 10 million times 10 million spheres, upon the 22 million planes, he had his desire. And with all this, he was but himself, alas. Chapter 28, The Pole Star. Love is all virtue, since the pleasure of love is but love, and the pain of love is but love. Love taketh no heed of that which is not, and of that which is. Absence exalteth love, and presence exalteth love. Love moveth from height to height of ecstasy, and faileth never. The wings of love droop not with time, nor slacken for life or for death. Love destroyeth self, uniting self with that which is not self, so that love breedeth all and none in one. Is it not so? No? Then thou art not lost in love. Speak not of love. Love always yieldeth. Love always hardeneth. Maybe. I write it, but to write her name. Chapter 29, The Southern Cross. Love, I love you. Night, night, cover us. Thou art night, O my love, and there are no stars but thine eyes. Dark night, sweet night, so warm and yet so fresh, so scented, yet so holy. Cover me, cover me. Let me be no more. Let me be thine. Let me be thou. Let me be neither thou nor I. Let there be love and night and love. N-O-X, the night of Pan, and Layla, the night before his threshold. Chapter 30, Jhana Dreams. Dreams are imperfections of sleep. Even so is consciousness the imperfection of waking. Dreams are impurities in the circulation of the blood. Even so is consciousness a disorder of life. Dreams are without proportion, without good sense, without truth. So also is consciousness. Awake from dream, the truth is known. Awake from waking, the truth is the unknown. Chapter 31, The Garret. It moves from its simplicity, is out of all relation, even with itself. All this is true and false, and it is true and false to say that it is true and false. Strain forth thy intelligence, O man, O worthy one, O chosen of it, to apprehend the discourse of the Master. For thus thy reason shall at last break down, as the fetter is struck from the slave's throat. Chapter 32. The Mountaineer. Consciousness is a symptom of disease. All that moves well moves without will. All skillfulness, all strain, all intention is contrary to ease. Practice 1,000 times and it becomes difficult. 1,000,000 and it becomes easy. 1,000,000 times 1,000,000 and it is no longer thou that doeth it, but it that doeth itself through thee. Nor until then is that which is done well done. Thus spoke Frater Pere Durabo, as he leapt from rock to rock of the moraine, without ever casting his eyes upon the ground. Chapter 33. Baphomet. A black two-headed eagle is God, even a black triangle is he. In his claw he beareth the sword, yea, a sharp sword is held therein. This eagle was burnt up in the great fire, yet not a feather is scorched. This eagle was swallowed up in the great sea, yet not a feather is wetted. So flieth he in the air, and lighteth upon the earth at his pleasure. So spake Iacobus Burgundus Molensis, the Grand Master of the temple, and of the god that is ass-headed did he dare not speak. Chapter 34. The Smoking Dog. Each act of man is the twist and double of a hare. Love and death are the greyhounds that course him. God bred the hounds and taketh his pleasure in the sport. This is the comedy of Pan, that man should think he hunteth, while those hounds hunt him. This is the tragedy of man, when facing love and death he turns to bay. He is no more hare, but boar. There are no other comedies or tragedies. Cease then to be the mockery of God. In savagery of love and death, live thou and die. Thus shall his laughter be thrilled through with ecstasy. Chapter 35. Venus of Milo. Life is as ugly and necessary as the female body. Death is as beautiful and necessary as the male body. The soul is beyond male and female, as it is beyond life and death. Even as the lingam and the yoni are but diverse developments of one organ, so also are life and death but two phases of one state. So also the absolute and the conditioned are but forms of that. What do I love? There is no form, no being, to which I do not give myself wholly up. Take me who will. Chapter 36. The Star Sapphire. Let the adept be armed with his magic rood, and provide him with his mystic rose. In the center, let him give the LVX signs. Or, if he know them, if he will and dare do them, and can keep silent about them, the signs of NOX, being the signs of puer, vir, puella, mulier. Omit the sign IR. Then let him advance to the east, and make the holy hexagram, saying, Pater et Mater, unus Deus arita. Let him go round to the south, make the holy hexagram, and say, Mater et Filius, unus Deus arita. Let him go round to the west, make the holy hexagram, and say, Filius et Filia, unus Deus arita. Let him go round to the north, make the holy hexagram, and then say, Filia et Pater unus Deus arita. Let him then return to the center, and so to the center of all, making the rosy cross as he may know how, saying, Ararita, Ararita, Ararita. In this the sign shall be those of Set triumphant and of Baphomet. Also shall Set appear in the circle. Let him drink of the sacrament, and let him communicate the same. Then let him say, Omnia in duos, duo in unum, unus in nihil, haec nec quator, nec omnia, nec duo, nec unus, nec nihil sunt. Gloria Patri et Matri et Filio, et Filiae et Spiritui Sancto. Externo et spiritui secto, interno ut erat est erit in saecula, saeculorum sex in uno per nomen septum, in uno erita. Let him then repeat the signs of LVX, but not the signs of NOX, for it is not he that shall arise in the sign of Isis rejoicing. Chapter 37. Dragons. Thought is the shadow of the eclipse of Luna. Samadhi is the shadow of the eclipse of Sol. The moon and the earth are the non-ego and the ego. The sun is that. Both eclipses are darkness. Both are exceedingly rare. The universe itself is light. Chapter 38. Lambskin. Cowan skidoo, tile. Swear to Hile all. This is the mystery. Life. Mind is the traitor. Slay mind. Let the corpse of mind lie unburied on the edge of the great sea. Death. This is the mystery. Tile. Cowan skidoo. Chapter 39. The Luby. Only Lubies find excellence in these words. It is unthinkable that A is not A. To reverse this is but to revert to the normal. Yet by forcing the brain to accept propositions, of which one set is absurdity, the other truism, a new function of brain is established. Vague and mysterious and all indefinite are the contents of this new consciousness. Yet they are somehow vital. By use, they become luminous. Unreason becomes experience. This lifts the leaden-footed soul of the experience of that, of which reason is the blasphemy. But without the experience, these words are the lies of a Luby. Yet a Luby to thee, and a booby to me, a Balacius ruby to God may be. Chapter 40. The Hymog. A red rose absorbs all colors but red. Red is therefore the one color that is not. This law, reason, time, space, all limitation blinds us to the truth. All that we know of man, nature, God, is just that which they are not. It is that which they throw off as repugnant. The Hymog is only visible insofar as he is imperfect. Then are they all glorious who seem not to be glorious, as the Hymog is all glorious within? It may be so. How then distinguish the inglorious and perfect Hymog from the inglorious man of earth? Distinguish not. With thyself extinguish. Hymog thou art, and Hymog shall thou be. Chapter 41. Corned beef hash. In V is the great work perfect. Therefore, none is that pertaineth not to V. In any may he manifest, yet in one hath he chosen to manifest, and this one hath given his ring as a seal of authority to the work of the AA through the colleagues of Frater paired to Rabo. But this concerns themselves and their administration. It concerneth none below the grade of exempt adept, and such an one only by command. Also, since below the abyss reason is Lord, let men seek by experiment, and not by questionings. Chapter 42. Dust devils. In the wind of the mind arises the turbulence called I. It breaks. Down shower the barren thoughts. All life is choked. This desert is the abyss, wherein is the universe. The stars are but thistles in that waste. Yet this desert is but one spot accursed in the world of bliss. Now and again travelers cross the desert. They come from the great sea, and to the strikes again 11 times upon the bell. With the burn, he then makes upon his breast the proper sign. Behold this bleeding breast of mine, gashed with the sacramental sign. He puts the second cape to the wound. I staunch the blood, the wafer soaks, get up and the high priest invokes. He eats the second cape. This bread I eat, this oath I swear, as I inflame myself with prayer. There is no grace, there is no guilt, this is the law, do what thou wilt. He strikes 11 times upon the bell, and cries, Abrahadabra. I entereth in with woe and mirth, and now go forth and with thanksgiving, to do my pleasure on the earth, among the legions of the living. He goeth forth. Chapter 45. Chinese music. Explain this happening. It must have a natural cause. It must have a supernatural cause. Let these two acids be set to grind corn. May, might, must, should, probably, may be, we may safely assume, ought, it is hardly questionable, almost certainly. 4 hacks, and let them be turned out to grass. Proof is only possible in mathematics, and mathematics is only a matter of arbitrary conventions. And yet doubt is a good servant, but a bad master. A perfect mistress, but a nagging wife. White is the lash of the overseer. White is black, is the watchword of the slave. The master takes no heed. The Chinese cannot help thinking that the octave has 5 notes. The more necessary anything appears to my mind, the more certain it is that I only assert a limitation. I slept with faith, and found a corpse in my arms on waking. I drank and danced all night with doubt, and found her a virgin in the morning. Chapter 46. Buttons and rosettes. The cause of sorrow is the desire of the one to the many, or of the many to the one. This also is the cause of joy. But the desire of one to another is all of sorrow. Its birth is hunger, and its death satiety. The desire of the moth for the star at least saves him satiety. Hunger thou, O man, for the infinite. Be insatiable even for the finite. Thus, at the end, shalt thou devour the finite, and become the infinite. Be thou more greedy than the shark, more full of yearning than the wind among the pines. The weary pilgrim struggles on, the satiated pilgrim stops. The road winds uphill. All law, all nature must be overcome. Do this by virtue of that in thyself, before which law and nature are but shadows. Chapter 47. Windmill words. Asana gets rid of anatomy consciousness. Pranayama gets rid of physiology consciousness. Involuntary breaks. Yama and Nayama get rid of ethical consciousness. Voluntary breaks. Pratyahara gets rid of the objective. Dharana gets rid of the subjective. Dhyana gets rid of the ego. Samadhi gets rid of the soul and personal. Asana destroys the static body, nama. Pranayama destroys the dynamic body, rupa. Yama destroys the emotions. Niyama destroys the passions, vedana. Dharana destroys the perceptions, sana. Dhyana destroys the tendencies, sankhara. Samadhi destroys the consciousness, vinanam. Omar Thermidor destroys the digestion. The last of these facts is the one of which I am most certain. Chapter 38. Mome Wraths. The early bird catches the worm, and the 12-year-old prostitute attracts the ambassador. Neglect not the dawn meditation. The first plover's eggs fetch the highest prices. The flower of virginity is esteemed by the pandar. Neglect not the dawn meditation. Early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. But late to watch and early to pray brings him across the abyss, they say. Neglect not the dawn meditation. Chapter 49. Warata blossoms. 7 are the veils of the dancing girl, and the harem of it. 7 are the names, and 7 are the lamps beside her bed. 7 eunuchs guard her with drawn swords. No man may come nigh unto her. In her wine cup are 7 streams of the blood of the 7 spirits of God. 7 are the heads of the beast, whereupon she rides. The head of an angel, the head of a saint, the head of a poet, the head of an adulterous woman, the head of a man of valor, the head of a satyr, and the head of a of Babylon. In the center of the star is the Greek symbol for theta. Crosses extend from its western, northern, and eastern boundaries. To the left of the westmost cross is the number 77. To the left of the northmost cross is the number 7. To the right of the northmost cross is the number 7. To the right of the eastmost cross is the number 77. By itself, at the southernmost boundary of theta, is the number 7. This is the seal upon the ring that is on the forefinger of it, and it is the seal upon the tombs of them whom she hath slain. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of Our Lady, for it is the number of a woman, and her number is 156. Chapter 50. The Vigil of St. Hubert. In the forest, God met the stag beetle. Hold, worship me, quoth God, for I am all great, all good, all wise. The stars are but sparks from the forges of my smiths. Yea, verily, and amen, said the stag beetle. All this do I believe, and that devoutly. Then why do you not worship me? Because I am real, and you are only imaginary. But the leaves of the forest rustled with the laughter of the wind. Said wind and wood, they neither of them know anything. End of chapter 0 through 50. The Book of Lies by Aleister Crowley, chapters 51 through 91. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 51. Terrier Work. Doubt. Doubt thyself. Doubt even if thou doubtest thyself. Doubt all. Doubt even if thou doubtest all. It seems sometimes as if beneath all conscious doubt there lay some deepest certainty. Oh, kill it. Slay the snake. The horn of the doubt goat be exalted. Dive deeper, ever deeper, into the abyss of mind, until thou unearth the fox that. On, hounds, yoinks, tally-ho, bring that to bay, then wind the mort. Chapter 52. The Bull Baiting. 80 books wrote I. In each did I expound the great work fully, from the beginning even unto the end thereof. Then at last came certain men unto me, saying, O Master, expound thou the great work unto us, O Master. And I held my peace. O generation of gossipers, who shall deliver you from the wrath that is fallen upon you? O babblers, prattlers, talkers, loquacious ones, tattlers, chewers of the red rag that inflameth apiece the Redeemer to fury. Learn first what is work, and the great work is not so far beyond. Chapter 53. The Douser. Once round the meadow, brother does the hazel twig dip. Twice round the meadow, brother does the hazel twig dip. Thrice round the paddock, highly, lowly, wily, holy, dip, dip, dip. Then neighed the horse in the paddock, and lo, its wings. For whoso findeth the spring beneath the earth, maketh the treaders of earth to course the heavens. This spring is threefold, of water, but also of steel, and of seasons. Also of this paddock is the toad that hath the jewel between his eyes. Aum mani padmen keep us from evil. Paris. Slash the brakes on thine arms with a poleaxe. Chapter 56. Trouble with Twins. Holy, holy, holy. Unto 555 times, holy be Our Lady of the Stars. Holy, holy, holy. Unto 156 times, holy be Our Lady that rideth upon the beast. Holy, holy, holy. Unto the number of times necessary and appropriate, be Our Lady Isis and her millions of names, all Mother, Genetrix, Meretrix. Yet holier than all these to me is Bela, night and death. For her do I blaspheme alike the finite and the infinite. So wrote not Frater Perdurabo, but the imp Crowley in his name. For forgery, let him suffer penal servitude for 7 years, or at least let him do pranayama all the way home. Home?
do what we will, what we think we desire with technology, we are, as it were, blowing up our image of ourselves to enormous proportions. And many of us are beginning to realize that we don't like it. We discover ourselves to be beings that are hostile to the environment and that are bent on dominating it to the point of destruction. That we don't feel at home in the universe. We feel that our skin, at the very least, is a boundary between a palpitating, sensitive consciousness that's terrified of what's outside the skin and terrified of a good deal that's inside it, like bacteria and cancer cells, weak artery, cholesterol, whatever. So we have this strange thing that Lancelot White called the European dissociation, the feeling of oneself as a prisoner, involuntarily so, in a hostile world that does not give a damn about our youth. And therefore, when news comes from all about, whether it be from the Orient or whether it be from experiments with psychedelic drugs, when news comes that this feeling of our own existence may be a hallucination, people prick up their ears and would like to know, is there some other mode of consciousness which one can be in, which is not this alien? Because we feel, I think many of us, very, very strongly, that if there is such a place, we would like to be there. That, of course, entails difficulties, which we should go into. But this is the starting point of the fascination for yoga, for zazen, and also for the Taoist forms of meditation, which are much less known. But there arise problems about this when we are going to convey these disciplines to Western people. Because Western people who are interested in things of this kind are apt to be very interested. Whereas on the other hand, in cultures where things of this kind have been known for thousands of years, there is a tendency for them to become rotish, rather rotish. And therefore, the way of teaching these disciplines, which many Asian teachers use, are designed not for mature adults, but for relatively young people who are not interested in learning. In other words, when a kind of religion, let's take the case of Zen Buddhism, or in Chinese it is called Chan, when after some years pious people have followed these disciplines and learned to enjoy them, they have a way of telling their children that you ought to enjoy this too. See? And we would like you to go to the monastery. And furthermore, when there's the superstitious feeling that raising a son to be a monk or a priest redounds to one's own good merit in future life, the more sons you send into the priesthood, the better. It's the same in Catholic countries. It was the same among the British in the Anglican Church during the 18th century, when the first son of the family went to the law, because he had then a good chance of being a successful politician. The second son went into the army, and the third son went into the priesthood. And it was a matter of course. And they had no real interest in religion. They were not really curious. It was something they were studying out of filial duty to their parents. And especially in these days in Japan, when in order to inherit your father's temple, you have to go to the monastery and take the Zen training. It becomes a matter of some urgency. So you have a lot of unwilling young men, sometimes young women, ecclesiastical taskmasters, who are everywhere in the world exactly the same. I attended from the ages of 13 to 17 an ecclesiastical boys' boarding school in England. I can assure you I've had enough of it. We were very sternly disciplined in the same way as Zen monks are disciplined in Japan today. And it just strikes me as funny that I have what I call the 18-leg school of Zen, in which one sits in Zazen for an unnecessarily long time until one gets paralyzed. And then people come back from Japan or from anywhere and brag about how their legs hurt, as if it was some extremely esoteric discipline. And you know, they bang them about with boards on the shoulders, and like in England, they swipe them on the bottoms with canes. And it's all the same old story. And I think we need to go beyond this and develop a certain maturity towards the practice of meditation. It is not based on all this boys' boarding school. It is very difficult to make people who have been brought up in that system see the point. Because they say, well, we got it this way, and that's the way you have to go in order to do it. So we have discussed this matter, and we feel that there can be an approach which does not insult the dignity of interested Western adults. Or some people love to have their dignity insulted because they think it's good, because it's going to subdue their egoistic pride. Nothing is more egoistic than the project of subduing your egoistic pride. You can read it straight out of Johnson in the dialogue between Lao Tzu and Confucius. Or, you know, it's a topical dialogue. Johnson was a great humorist, and he used the most outrageous stories and examples to illustrate the points. And so he put into the mouth of Confucius all sorts of things that Confucius would never have dreamed of saying. But he also arranges a dialogue between Lao Tzu and Confucius in which Confucius gets the wrong end of the stick. Where Lao Tzu talks to him and asks him, what is your teaching? He says it is charity and duty to one's neighbor and absence of self. Well, he said, sir, you are causing great disruption in the empire. Is not your elimination of self a positive manifestation of self? You are like somebody beating a drum in search of truth. I mean, we would say, it is like the police about to raid a whorehouse with a siren, so that everybody hears them coming and runs away. You see? So in the same way, when you go after with a project to eliminate yourself, nothing could be more in the nature of spiritual drive. And you will work on it, and the more you work on it and get uptight and stiff, the more your spiritual bubble is. So in the Taoist doctrines, there is a principle called Wu Wei. And this means, Wu means none, or not, no, negation. Wei has a combination of meanings. It can mean action, making, but the best translation I've found for it is forcing. And so Wu Wei is the principle of not forcing in anything that you do. Now we know when we watch any performance of an artist, be it a dancer or an actor or a musician, we know immediately when the performance is forced. And we say it doesn't look true, it's too artificial, it doesn't seem to be natural. Many people who study the Taoist doctrines think that Wu Wei means do nothing, in the sense of laissez-faire, be lazy, always be passive. It doesn't mean that. There is a time for action when you study judo. You use muscle only at the right moment. when your opponent is hopelessly overextended and off balance, and you add a little muscle to it and you throw him across the room. But only then. You never use muscle at the wrong moment. Or as Shakespeare knew perfectly well, there is a tide in the affairs of men which, taken at its flood, leads on to fortune. And so, Wu Wei is based on knowledge of the tide. The drift of things. Get with it. Wu Wei is the art of sailing rather than the art of rowing. So, if you say, one of the most famous saints is superior virtue, has no intention to be virtuous, and thus is virtue. Inferior virtue cannot let go of virtuosity, and thus is not. So like with all systems, the real Wu Wei is not intentionally, and so is. But inferior Wu Wei so tries to be Wu Wei that it isn't. In other words, this is saying Wu Wei is not a matter of cultivated passivity or even of cultivated spontaneity, because there are people who think that they are released, that they have realized that they are the Tao, as all of us in fact are, or that you are, to put it into Vedanta terms, every one of us is the Brahman, the eternal self of the universe, beyond all description or classification or form. You say, okay, baby, I'm that. Now I'm going to have a ball. Well, what kind of a ball do they have? Well, what they do is they look up the rules on which society runs and do the opposite. Well, that's still running by the rules of society. And it's a mirror image in reverse. That's not spontaneity. You have to be able to realize that you don't know what you really do until you are very quiet. And it tells you. So, to quote Jesus, unless you become again as a child, you cannot enter the kingdom of heaven. And if you read the Bible, incidentally, it's a very dangerous book, as I'm going to be demonstrating to Playboy this December. But understand heaven in a very literal sense, space. See, we are in heaven now, because the earth is a spaceship, and heaven is space. What is called in Chinese Gung, Japanese Gu, the void. That's what is important. That we, most of us, don't know this. Even Shakespeare has one of his characters saying, "Oh, but this all too solid flesh would melt." But do you know you're much more space than you are anything else? If the ponderable, I won't say matter, the ponderable whatever in your bodies were condensed and all put together, it would be smaller than the point of the pin. And anyway, somebody once said, even a bishop is 80% water. We are airy nothings. So space is somehow very, very fundamental. We're going to this further, but you understand that heaven is space. And all those references in those nursery rhymes that we learn as children for the hymns about heaven. Or as we're talking about crystals, transparency, space. It comes down to space always. Space, which nobody can define, nobody can imagine, appears to be nothing, is the foundation of being. But you have to become again as a child to see that. Now you have to go back to your child. What were the fascinating things? What's out there? What's beyond the stars? How long does it go on? And Mama said, it goes on always and always and always. Child wonders. It's exciting. Like this is something that never ends. Then the child asks about time. How long ago is long ago? Well, the Bible says that in the beginning God created the heaven and the earth. Well, what did God do before he did that? Well, one person said he sat up thinking punishments in hell, people who ask silly questions. But still, that is only a joke. And the child thinks about it, going back. Never begin. So in the same way, you think about death. Go to sleep and never wake up. Never. Why, it would be as if you never had existed. Not only you, but everything else. Which is, of course, the way things were before you were born. You just done it backwards. You know, how about waking up after having never gone to sleep? That's quite a thought. There's something fishy about it. Ichthys, Jesus Christus, Dios Sophia. So we get a funny feeling when we think those questions really through. Very funny. Our children, you see, love to get into that funny feeling. Children do all kinds of weird things. They like to spin around as fast as possible so they don't suddenly go off the ground with tilted. You do this thing with their eyes. And they go, and make faces and test out their bodies in all sorts of funny ways. Because they know from the beginning that the world is real. Strange thing. Because everybody knows what it's all about. Only they won't admit it. Being brought up is being taught not to admit it. But you know very well what's going on. But in order to find out once more as an adult, you have to become again as a child. So what does that involve? Means, ladies and gentlemen, would you please check your ideas and opinions? All your philosophical and religious views, all your logic. Because I say check it at the door, if I suggest, else you can pick it up again when you go out. You can feel unsafe without it. I'm not trying to argue you out. I'm merely suggesting that your mistake is experiment, wherever it is. And view what is, as if you didn't even know how. Red is not red, blue is not blue. Hard is not hard, soft is not soft. Male is not male, female is not. There is just this doubt. It will not be possible to compel yourselves to this way of life. Because what there is for habit is going on. And as I talk to you, you will find yourselves thinking in a compulsive and habitual way. This is red, this is green, this is like shapes in the spray as the seed breaks on the rock. Now, please don't get agitated. So this is an anti-intellectual point of view. This is undermining valid logic and reason and so on. We'll bring all that back later when we need it. But just for the time being, let's simply close your eyes. What is it? What do you really and truly, honestly, give? Don't name it. Just as if it were music. That's Can you hear the clouds? Can you hear the music? Can you hear the listener? Where do the sounds come from? Ears alone, the palm of hands. That will tell you the truth. You may be talking to yourselves. Don't try to repress it, as I said, as disregard. That happens. It's like an addiction. Really just take that sound. Now that's the easiest way to begin into meditation. Most people. We're all different, of course, and there are different things for different people's preferences. But I find it simplest to illustrate it by hearing without comment, so that you can get into tune with what is. You can't really get out of tune, but you don't know that yet. Maybe something to do. The art of meditation is a way of getting into touch with reality. And the reason for it is that most civilized people are out of touch with reality because they confuse the world as it is with the world as they think about it, talk about it, and describe it. For on the one hand, there is the real world, and on the other, a whole system of symbols about that world which we have in our minds. These are very, very useful symbols. All civilization depends on them. But like all good things, they have their disadvantages. And the principal disadvantage of symbols is that we confuse them with reality, just as we confuse money with actual wealth. And our names about ourselves, our ideas of ourselves, our images of ourselves with ourselves. Now, of course, reality, from a philosopher's point of view, is a dangerous word. The philosopher will ask me, what do I mean by reality? Am I talking about the physical world of nature? Or am I talking about a spiritual world, or what? And to that I have a very simple answer. When we talk about the material world, that is actually a philosophical concept. So in the same way, if I say that reality is spiritual, that's also a philosophical concept. And reality itself is not the concept. Reality is and we won't give it a name. Now it's amazing what doesn't exist in the real world. For example, in the real world, there aren't any things, nor are there any events. That doesn't mean to say that the real world is a perfectly featureless blank. It means that it is a marvelous system of wiggles in which we describe things and events in the same way as we would project images on a Rorschach plot or pick out particular groups of stars in the sky and call them constellations, as if they were separate groups of stars. Well, they're groups of stars in the mind's eye, in our system of concepts. They are not out there as constellations already grouped in the sky. So in the same way, the difference between myself and all the rest of the universe is nothing more than an idea. It is not a real difference. And meditation is the way in which we come to feel our basic inseparability from the whole universe. And what that requires is that we shut up. That is to say, that we become interiorly silent and cease from the interminable chatter that goes on inside our skulls. Because you see, most of us think compulsively all the time. That is to say, we talk to ourselves. I remember when I was a boy, we had a common saying, talking to yourself is the first sign of madness. Now, obviously, if I talk all the time, I don't hear what anyone else has to say. And so in exactly the same way, if I think all the time, that is to say, if I talk to myself all the time, I don't have anything to think about except thoughts. And therefore, I'm living entirely in the world of symbols, and I'm never in relationship with reality. All right, now that's the first basic reason for meditation. But there is another sense, and this is going to be a little bit more difficult to understand, why we could say that meditation doesn't have a reason, or it doesn't have a purpose. And in this respect, it's unlike almost all other things that we do, except perhaps making music and dancing. Because when we make music, we don't do it in order to reach a certain point, such as the end of the composition. If that were the purpose of music, to get to the end of the piece, then obviously the fastest players would be the best. And so likewise, when we're dancing, we are not aiming to arrive at a particular place on the floor, as we would be if we were taking a journey. When we dance, the journey itself is the point. When we play music, the playing itself is the point. And exactly the same thing is true in meditation. Meditation is the discovery that the point of life is always arrived at in the immediate moment. And therefore, if you meditate for an ulterior motive, that is to say, to improve your mind, to improve your character, to be more efficient in life, you've got your eye on the future and you are not meditating. Because the future is a concept. It doesn't exist. As the proverb says, tomorrow never comes. There is no such thing as tomorrow. There never will be, because time is always now. And that's one of the things we discover when we stop talking to ourselves, stop thinking. We find there is only a present, only an eternal now. So it's funny then, isn't it, that one meditates for no reason at all, except we could say for the enjoyment of it. And here I will interpose the essential principle that meditation is supposed to be fun. It's not something you do as a grim duty. The trouble with religion, as we know it, is that it is so mixed up with grim duties. We do it because it's good for you. It's a kind of self-punishment. While meditation, when correctly done, has nothing to do with all that. It's a kind of digging the present. It's a kind of grooving with the eternal now. And brings us into a state of peace where we can understand that the point of life, the place where it's at, is simply here. Well, now, in the art of meditation, there are various props, supports. One thing that we're going to use as a means of stilling chatter in the mind is pure sound. And for that reason, it's useful to have a gong. This is a Japanese Buddhist gong made of bronze, shaped like a bowl. Or you can use your own one. Okay, this is called a santor. Hope you're having a lovely evening. This is my evening meditation. I think it's not performing as expected because I think I need to elevate it. Sometimes you gotta lift things up. Oh man, let me start on YouTube Live as well. Ooh, 142, 1.3 thousand people are watching me now. You see, Danny, if you prayed to Shem or Ganesh, you will, and your dreams do come true.
Never had one lesson. Okay, Craig, whoever you are, hope you enjoyed my sunset meditation. Okay, this is Earth in Moon Earth Meditation Yoga. Hope you enjoyed my yoga class. God bless. And again, it's Adrian Dittman, your best friend from X, Elon Musk. This has been my sunset meditation yoga. They're playing the space drum. They kicked me. They kicked me. I didn't even say anything yet. Jesus.
I saw it when I was in film school, and I made me want to make a movie.
That's exactly right.
Because it was done on on a no budget, right?
Correct. On a shoestring, yeah. Like
It was all concept.
apple pies, yeah. Yeah, there's no special effects or anything, it all works.
Yeah, it was great.
Sorry for the rabbit holes for the other.
I had a beer. Hang on, guys. I'll be right back. I gotta take this call.
It's not the anti-Semitic, it's not mock you.
It's Diego's fault.
I'm sorry, kidding. I don't really care.
Well, I'm not gonna yell at you. I mean, you're too beautiful to yell at. But I will say, both of you, I suppose. Maybe all four of you. Well, no, I mean, I'll compliment you all. You're all beautiful. It's interesting you mentioned shampoo. I've often told Diego he needs to try out Head and Shoulders to get out from underneath that dandruff problem. She's like any other young girl who, has using this app for short-term dopamine because she has terrible anxiety about her future. No, you have to realize that, I have a picture of Mashiach in my wallet. His name is Menachem Schneerson, and above the Mashiach it says, "You need not worry about your future." No, I'm just saying that he is a bringer of wisdom, and if you know the wisdom, you don't have to worry about your future. You got kicked out of another room today, and I was there to record the after reaction response. I know you really like that additional dopamine. It's like a yeah. No, it was some other room full of young, excited people.
I mentioned this in the morning, but I was watching Matt Gates on Bill Maher's podcast, and he told Bill Maher that political directors. Oh, you have to watch it. You have to watch it because he like. Hold on, yeah. Oh my God, you have to see Matt Gates. Like, he immediately told Bill Maher and Greg Popovich. He told Bill Maher that politically incorrect was a better show than real time. I'm doing it, so. Oh my, Bill Maher couldn't take it. He was like, "Are you saying I peaked 25 years ago?" I think they're kidding around.
No, they made
He was.
if you watch the whole thing, they end up complimenting each other. It's always a love fest. He gets stoned, and then he fawns over whoever he has, but he has to create some controversy.
Yeah. He fawns over some more than others, though.
Matt Gates, he said some weird things, like, when men get young pussy, like, he said things, that he would never say publicly, but he said things still, he's like a married man, he just got married or whatever, and he has an adopted son who's like 26, 25, 24. He's talking about how men will give everything they have and drop their wives, their children, their jobs if they get a taste of young pussy, and it's like, what? That's what he said. Well, it's true. Well, pussy can then steal, meaning that the dopamine rush from it is so high, no other drug can approach it, I suppose. But even then, it's like, I'm just like amazed. This is got to get married, got maybe there's something in his character or about those lawsuits that are, actually, maybe there's some truth in there. But he goes into detail with that with Marr, and Marr says, "I knew it was all fake," and he's like, you can read his body language and try to determine for yourself how you feel about the guy. But when he starts talking about young pussy, I was like, what? No, how old? 50? I didn't know his history. That was pretty interesting because he got into politics when he was 26 or something, and he was in office for 12 straight years. So he actually has an incredible amount of experience.
Yeah.
Matt Gates?
Yes.
He had a homosexual past.
No, he lives with a he would live with a 14-year-old boy when he was a big old man, and that boy still now is 26, but still lives with him.
Why?
He adopted him.
Why?
It's like a cabana boy. Waiting, why?
Well, wait. I thought the kid was maybe from like his marriage or something.
Imagine if you live with a 14-year-old girl. You're 26.
That's really weird. I didn't know that. But look at the Woody Allen thing with, adopting a child and marrying the child. Is there anything more fucking creepy and sick than that?
No, but I understand it.
You understand it from what? Like a hygienic, rich person perspective of controlling everything? Is that the way you understand it?
No, like one time, I went on this date with this older woman, and she asked me to, he said, why don't you take my daughter instead? That type of thing. In other words, like, there are in the old days, the family of the adults condoned it. It was okay. Right?
Yeah, I mean, we're very skewed in the way we view relationships today based on historical precedent. But nonetheless, the now is all important.
Yes. I heard you recently went out on a date with a she could be your daughter.
Yeah, well, nothing happened. I mean, we just had a nice time. She was a vapor and a TikToker. But yeah, she didn't even want to text me back either. I was a total gentleman. And I was a total gentleman because she lives close by. And even if she doesn't want to be. No, this was I had a one-time date. Oh, she was 21. Yeah, she's a redhead. Yeah, she was 21 because she was drinking. No, she didn't text me back. I don't care. She was I sent her a picture that my sister sent me of her dogs, and it was like the inauguration. And she wrote on there, like, the dogs are celebrating Trump. She texted me back. She's like, "Ew, your sister is a Trump supporter."
Man, hey, the thing is, Adrian, I remember when I sent you a whole bunch of pictures of some treasury, bills.
What? I didn't get any text messages from you.
You never got any treasury bills from me?
No, I haven't gotten a text message from you in a moment.
So you're saying you've never gotten a treasury bill from me?
No, you sent me $200 on Cash summer.
You want to talk about me? You want to talk shit? I don't talk shit a lot. But bro, you've been talking a lot of shit about me lately, John.
No, I haven't. I intentionally do not speak any shit about you. I don't say shit about you because I respect you and like you, and I got nothing to talk shit about. But I also don't want to make enemies on this end. Do about what? Miss him? You're projecting. I thought you were gonna say. Really?
He's really like, you know, like split between Diogenes and Jacobus.
Jacobus, oh my god. Pretty sure that's not schizophrenia. That would be dissociative identity disorder. Yeah, go ahead, please do. I think they might know what this is. This is where I was saying, where I was going to take it. I knew that's what it was gonna be. I knew it. Well, I was doing a show for Abby, so it really tickles her feather when I imitate Princessia.
She miss me.
No, but she hates Princessia.
Adrian, this is your 10-minute tour every room. It was like something just a few days ago.
Yeah, I remember saying.
Yeah, it was an invitation. It was
Oh no, you didn't get to the invitation part.
Hey, John, do you want to see me like shave my whole beard off? Like, you know, just give myself a little mustache?
No, actually keep it. I'll change my PTR to from what did I say, Henry and the Hendersons, or what was that one?
Harry.
Harry. You look like Harry from Harry and the Hendersons.
You know the only thing I recall from that movie is when he's trying to get. I don't get what Henderson. Why are y'all picking on me? You remember that movie when he's trying to get him into the car and he's throwing these hamburgers at him? He got knocked out, and the first time he got put in the back, and
stupid though. Like, what was the critique? Because I heard there were scenes where people were like, "What the fuck?"
It was like the rhinos in the water. That's what I heard.
Yeah, that's what I heard too.
Do you understand history? I looked into like.
Understand history? Denzel Washington in Rome running shit like a boss, like a G.
Listen. No. But you understand history and how people compare today's politics with U.S. politics with Roman Empire and all of that. And Denzel Washington was like the typical Obama. It was just like it's like last year I was playing this Timmy like a Trump role. It was the same the similarities in events and characters and all
Yeah,
that.
my question is, you think a nigger like that would actually be an arm in the Senate?
You think a nigga like that would have been a president?
Well, yeah, based on the way that white fragility works.
The guy's not even American. They made him president and he changed the world.
Do you realize that during BLM, white people were licking shoes for like years and talking about white guilt and like people went fucking crazy. And it was all communication hypnosis. None of it's real. It's all just fucking pushed down propaganda from the media. And thus the state, because now that they're gutting DEI, you can see how federal agencies, it's nothing but just fucking, oh, you suck dick, you dress as a woman, you're a black woman, then come on in, you got a job with us, you can stay forever. Yeah, I mean, Rear Admiral Levine is a perfect example of DEI, and I was talking to that Christian, what's his face, who ran for Congress in Arizona, talk to that guy. I mean, the whole thing was propaganda, and when you look back on it, I mean, even when people voted for Kamala or Trump, I went to the bar and I was talking, to people, and you could just tell, like, you voted Kamala, didn't you? Yeah, I voted for Kamala. It's like, yeah, I know, you don't have to be ashamed about it. You lost. You're already a loser. You're fully zapped up, triple boosted. Like, you're not wearing a dress. Where's your wig? Yeah, double zap, triple boosted. Like, you went full Fauci. I mean, do you realize people, even talking to Morel on here earlier, like, people were in love with Fauci. People felt like Fauci was the answer and they trusted everything he said. I mean, can't be further from the truth. I mean, you know it and I know it. Huh? I know.
Why did they argue?
Because he's so culpable and so nefarious, he had to pardon him because it was such a giant fucking operation. Talking about years and years of Fauci on Good Morning America, talking to Zuckerberg, like the propaganda that Fauci put out, it was incredible. He spent a lot of time creating videos. So did Melinda Gates, so did Bill Gates. In the very beginning, Melinda Gates, I'll never forget it, was teaching people how to wash their fucking hands on Good Morning America. I was like ready to fucking puke. And then an article comes out yesterday or 2 days ago that says Bill Gates' biggest regret in life was divorce.
I convinced Melinda left him because they were worried the Epstein list will come out and she will be part of it. So she left him. But Fauci didn't just spread propaganda. He literally created viruses and killed millions.
Yeah, but it's not just the V's, it's the Zabs, it's the boosters. That is what really finished off a lot of people. It wasn't just, in the beginning, I talked to Morel about this.
HIV, are you kidding me?
Oh, that one
He
too.
was behind the spread of that shit.
I know, but not just the spread of it, but the cure was just as bad as the disease. And that's why the Zab is the virus and the virus is the Zab. Like, they go hand in hand. But the devastation of the injections far outweighs the dangers of the military biological terror weapon they release upon the population. The Zabs are the real terror weapon. That's the big. I really do believe it is a depop. Like they depopped because the birth rates have fallen from like 1.8 to 1.5 to 1.1. Planned Parenthood doesn't even perform abortions anymore because there's nobody to abort. Kennedy is about to get confirmed, so that's huge. Yeah, I think Morrell said he's the president. He's so good that it is going to be devastating. Well, this guy I know, I was at the bar with a bunch of like people that I knew from high school and whatnot. And this guy at the bar, who I knew from high school, good-looking guy, cool guy. He wanted to test me in the same way. So he sat down, folded his legs, he took a drink from his beer. He said, "Go ahead, smart guy. Tell me one fucking thing that's true." Guess what I said?
Your mom was a hoe.
No, I said all communication is hypnosis, and his fucking head exploded. He fell out of the chair. I'm not smart. I just have read some books that have pointed some things out which I believe are obvious when you think about them. I'm not smart because I have become stupid. That's the whole point of becoming stupid. You become smart. Exactly. Stop thinking and your problems. Yeah, I mean, I could take a picture of my driver's license. I've grown out a beard that long, and the most amazing thing that didn't happen was I didn't stop getting laid. In fact, I was making love to many beautiful women. The beard was no problem. You couldn't believe it. I looked homeless. And then one night I'm at the bar, and this black chick walks up to me. She whispers in my ear, "I will fuck you tonight. You got that rat tail on your face." And I was like, "Oh my God, what the fuck?" I was like, "Lord Jesus, I'm cutting it tomorrow." No, that's a true story.
It's where you cut the back of your hair and you let the back in the middle like grow long, and like you have a buzz cut around the bottom of the back, but the middle of it in the back it gets grown long like a mullet, and then they call it a rat tail. Dude, I had a rat tail. And the fact that you call it out a rat tail, like nobody even knows what a fucking rat tail is. They don't even know who fucking Splinter was, if you heard Donatello.
Yeah, Princessa, you're laughing, but who is Splinter and who is Donatello? Really? Okay, well, name two other Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Oh my God. Okay, well, have you seen Casablanca?
Who was the last one? There was four.
What was the reporter's name? Okay, well, it sounds to me like you understand the principles of thermodynamics. Jesus, fucking professor over here.
I gotta know who was
Chinese and not Chinese.
Japanese, like, bird cage, and, like, he had his master was a man, his butcher was a rat. His butcher was literally always a rat. And he got exposed to the immortal goo that made him stop wearing
Princessia, did you see the photo of?
Would you like me to talk with a prominent Smith tablet and say, Mr. John, Mr. Ed, I would like to come and, like, screw the articles off the bottom of, your break loose and be able to make it, like, sequently for this upcoming spring season. And we'll put new sails and I'll like, refashion some new things in your Grey Goose.
Princessia.
I know it's only 22 foot, but I think you can.
You know what somebody said about you recently, Doc? And I gotta agree with them. They were like, boy, Doc really likes to debate. I was like, you're fucking right. This guy really does love the debate. No, I mean this guy is a chatterbox like you've never met before. This guy loves talking.
Coming from you?
The problem is John's like, how do I control this amount of dopamine, in my own, serotonin?
Princessia, I was going to ask you, did you see the video or the picture of the 250,000 Palestinians on the beach beginning the march back north? Back north.
They better be going to Egypt in the south. What the fuck?
No, I think a lot of the housing infrastructure is still there in the northern part.
The whole thing is a glass parking lot at this point.
No, Zach Ruda was just there. He said a lot of it is standing and totally unaffected.
What do you think Rafa looks like right now?
Listen, I like this tweet.
What do you think Rafa looks like right now in the
Fucking just a bunch of concrete powder.
It's a fucking glass parking lot, son.
Adrian, I like this tweet. So, this young Palestinian says, Palestinians are making their way back to their homes in northern Gaza, and it feels like this is truly it. The beginning of Palestinians exercising a right long denied to us. The Palestinian right of return. It has finally begun. This is the day our grandparents waited for, dreamed of, but never lived to see. Israel has lost and will continue to lose. For Israelis, there will be no return to Kitover, no revival of Netzarim, and no Eretz. Those dreams are gone, and what comes next is the dismantling of your apartheid ethno-state.
Ethno-state? What the fuck?
Diego may agree with you, but he just wants to get into that fat ass. Let's be honest.
Dude, I wouldn't want to have that fat ass because it'd probably give me a heart attack, so I'm good.
But you go jogging every day, Doc. You got to be careful on those long jogs. I'm sure you're working out every day, Doctor.
Dude, well, I mean, I gotta run, but yeah, it probably is more of a jogging.
Anyways, that's Princessia. I mean, I don't even want to break that whole statement down because there's a lot in there, but I'm just saying that was an incredible picture, seeing those many people, on the road to Damascus.
Yeah, why are there no pictures of that from the Jews? Well, Well, I mean, there's a bunch of the fucking, like, Damascus pigs from when ISIS, thrown al-Assad. And that bitch is a plum.
Did you really expect me to
I'm
believe?
eating some Palestinian food right now.
You really? Oh my God, I gotta admit, there is a Palestinian restaurant near me that opened up, and I'm like, man, I'm glad you guys are going through hell because your food is fucking amazing. If that war didn't happen, this restaurant would never have opened over here. Thank God, we're going to Shalom.
I didn't even know I like to eat dog.
I'm eating chicken shawarma every day. They know me by name, and they're like, welcome back. They're like, you're our #1 customer.
Maklube. Do you know what maklube is?
Yeah, it's like a salad, right?
No, maklube means upside down. It's like a dish that you cook and then you flip it upside down at the end, and it has different vegetables in it.
Like
Yeah,
pineapple, are you talking about like pineapple cake?
And then you eat it with salad and other things.
What is it?
Pineapple cake.
So you can say either maklube or maklube. Maklube or maklube. Either way works. Yeah.
You can eat blind chicken.
I can show you a picture.
I love your pussy.
Doc, shut up, I'm gonna kick you out.
Ich möchte dein Großfleisch. Me? Dude, I was in Germany for.
Thank you, Angel. I try not to like use my body powers now.
Ich möchte, dass du deine Klappe hältst.
Is that German? Okay, Adrian, it's all yours now. You have no competition.
No, I mean, I thought Doc was killing it. I was laughing my ass off. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, they're going back, which I'm like amazed at to begin with. So, like, but what are they going back to? I don't understand that photo and logistically where they're going to what? I mean, do they have?
Keep a good dog down.
I get it, but
You know, there's been beautiful videos that I've seen of people going back to their houses. Not completely destroyed, but pretty destroyed, and they're just making it work. They're rebuilding it. They're renovating. I've seen quite a few videos of that.
I want to send them money.
Oh, but I think Bitcoin, right? Isn't that the answer?
money, they should be paying you all the propaganda you and Princessia have been putting out the past 6 months. Princessia, don't you know some billionaire in Qatar who can cut you guys a check for all the hard work you've done?
I know a Saudi prince.
I know a Nigerian prince.
Yeah, there's only 60,000 Saudi princes. I mean, what does that say? Is he like part of the upper echelon princedom, or is
Yeah,
he?
he's on the royal court. He's the grandson of King Faisal.
Wow.
Yeah, he's got 8,000 grandsons.
And he gave me his information. Yeah.
He wanted to take a taste, huh?
He didn't, but he was very, I don't think so, but like, I mean, he flirted weirdly here and there, but like over messages, but no, he was very respectful.
You remind me of the princess from Aladdin.
Jasmine.
I think that must be that Disney motif of the princess, particularly like, I don't know, that's actually Persian, not Egyptian, correct?
I don't think they are in Egypt in Aladdin.
Oh, it's Arab.
Oh, it is Arab, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it's supposed to be like that Sultan Knights motif. Yeah.
Well, that's an Arab word.
Right, but what I'm saying is I was confusing it with like a Persian kind of myth. Anyways, just saying.
What does it mean to rock the Casbah time?
It's a song, but I don't know who the band is, right? Is it? It's not Jack Black, is it? Who the fuck is it?
It's the Flash.
It's the Flash?
Clash.
Oh, okay. I don't really know them that well, but I do know that lyric. Rock the Casbah, rock the. Is it a British band?
Yeah.
Rock the Casbah, rock. What is that? Is that a Persian thing, Casbah or something?
Yeah, remember when he goes, "This is not kosher."
So what's the history of persons being Jewish? Like, is that when did that happen? You know, there's lots of them. I just thought of.
Well, they were in captivity under Cyrus in ancient Babylon and then in Persia. So their diaspora. They also see esoteric Judaism has many aspects which are similar to Zoroastrianism, and so if you study esoteric Judaism, you'd be like, whoa, this is Egyptian mysticism, this is like Jewish mysticism, from the temple or whatever, and then the success. Anyways, it's comprehensive. It's not specifically like Hebrew. It's like an amalgamation of where they were in captivity, meaning they borrowed and took from wherever they went.
Prince of Persia.
Interesting. Okay. So Cyrus had captured them and enslaved them.
And Trump is Cyrus.
Trump is Cyrus.
I don't know if it's Cyrus. What is it again? They were in Babylonian captivity, and then what's the other one? There's another captivity.
Cyrus is the savior of the Jews, but he's not a Jew himself.
See, the Jews, wherever they went, they bring goodwill. So the king naturally likes them because everybody in their court is political and annoying and toxic. But a Jew will bring wisdom and delight to the king, so they get put into positions of power wherever they go because they have Torah, aka wisdom, aka love and goodwill.
Naturally. Their goodwill manifests on their noses, on the front of their faces, and in the hunching and rubbing of their hands. It's a addition of goodwill. And snickering, of course. Let's not forget the snickering.
Are you snickering right now, Adrian?
No. Snickering. Ever notice how a Snicker bar? How much was a Snicker bar when you were a kid, and a package of peanut M&Ms when you were a kid? How much?
I don't remember. I was a pretty poor kid.
You don't remember the price of a package of peanut M&Ms?
No, I can't recall that particular product.
You may need to go see a psychiatrist to get some type of brain boosting supplement, because that means maybe.
That's so funny because
I don't remember.
You don't remember the price of a package of peanut M&Ms? It's like the most standard fucking item ever created.
I remember you could buy. A can of Coke for less than $1.
Well, how much was it then?
In some places, I could get a can of Coke as low as 35, 40 cents.
Yeah, but what was the average usually? Everything has always been 50 cents. That's my point. Is a package of peanut M&Ms and a Snickers bar was always 50 cents. So since 1989.
A packet of gum was 25 cents. Or was it 10 cents? I forget.
No, it was
like
definitely
spearmint gum.
50. Definitely 25. Well, yeah, maybe they did have like the 4 pieces for the dime, but that's still old as hell too. But anyways, my point is inflation is definitely fucking like 250% over 20 years at least. I mean, if it's 5% a year.
All these turds tell me that their houses and their stock prices, like today, Mike was saying, "Oh, my stock picks have gone up like tremendously." And it's like, yeah, but less than the price of inflation, so they really haven't. You've been losing money.
I know. But then he'll go into productivity. If you are earning money, you keep up with inflation. And he's not wrong, but at the same time, I mean, there's a reason why people don't post photos of themselves. And, I don't. Anyways, just saying.
When are you going to get to plan B?
Well, I was dating this Indian chick, and I did my deed as a man, and then the next day she called an Uber and had Plan B delivered, and I was like, don't do this. I was like, think about it at least for 24 hours. I'm like, you might not even be pregnant. Do you have any idea how fucking sick you're gonna get and how much? But let alone, like, you can't even say this, but the progesterone or whatever the chemical is in Plan B, apparently, like once you take that, it lowers your F level to the point where you can't have children in the future from deciding to take, the letter that comes after Plan A.
Is that true?
Yeah, and you can't actually talk about it on YouTube because it's labeled medical misinformation or a violation thereof.
All right, I wasn't talking about that Plan B. You know that, right?
I'm just telling you, I got to Plan B recently at 8 in the morning with an Uber driver.
Jesus.
But then she dumped me like a couple days later. She's like, I saw your Instagrams, and there is no way I could be with you because if my parents saw, your Instagrams, they'd be like, you're crazy. Why are you with this guy? And I'd be like, well, I understand. It's totally up to you. You got to go with your gut instinct. And she's like, yes, this relationship will not work out. I was like, ugh, damn.
Hey, wait, can you up the accent a little bit?
I could, yeah. On the first date, before we made love, she said, just FYI, I don't suck dick. I said, not even once a year, even if it's my birthday? And she's like, maybe.
Keep you wanting. That's what girls do. They reel you in like a fish.
PTR for my kind of Plan B.
Was it like a Smith & Wesson 357 AR-15?
I thought, Angel, you were going to say that you were going to post a picture of Baron.
Oh my god.
How old is Baron? Because I was going to say that's kind of weird, Angela. Oh, good. I was like, he's got to be legal.
I was just complimenting him.
You were saying he was sexy.
Was sexy. I was a young, good-looking guy. I would say he looks sexy. Doesn't mean I'm attracted to him. Ew, no, I'm not a pedophile.
So,
Man,
did you?
Angel, he looks like a little kid.
He's like 6'8".
His face is still like a Barbie doll.
Well, who do you?
Yours is too.
He has a big nose. What? He's getting a big nose,
He looks like a Roman emperor.
Yeah.
Do you think?
He
Who do you?
literally looks like if he was in a stadium with like a little wreath around his head, and he did a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Like,
Who do you think?
Like
Who do you think was more handsome at that age, him or his dad?
He is.
Yeah, Baron.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
dude.
Well, yeah,
Is
his
that
mom is
mom
that.
too?
Yeah, his mom definitely fucking kicked those jeans way up.
But where did the nose come from? Because she doesn't have a big nose.
Have you heard the rumor that she was one of?
Yeah, that's what someone said when I was talking about this. They were like, yeah, lots of surgery.
Oh, or maybe she probably got a nose job done.
I don't think those go on. Slavic women don't have huge noses.
That's true, though. Yeah, that's true.
But maybe his nose isn't big, is it?
It's aquiline, as they call it.
Kids go through that stage, though. Like, during teenage years, their noses get bigger. And then once their faces develop to match it, then they're fine.
He's gonna, he's gonna fill in his face. Like, my ears used to look really big when I was younger, and then now, like, my face grew into it. So
You got fat. That's what you're saying.
Thank you. PTR, John, what do you think about that?
I don't know. I was just looking at my double chin today. Yeah, Travis Bickle.
Look at this. Look at the change in the ear size.
Robert
De Niro
on the left and
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was Scorsese on the right.
Look at
Holy
the ears
shit.
and the nose change.
Well, let's see.
Jesus Christ.
Whoa. Dude, that is not a real photo on the left. That is not a real photo.
No.
That chin is not his chin.
It's way too small.
Yeah, dude, that is a fact. That you're so funny though. That's very funny. But those are not accurate pictures.
Look at that
Those
chin.
dimensions are not accurate. That chin is not his chin from that movie. Just go look at the movie, dude. That chin, everything there is been enlarged. Everything, even the nose, sounds a narrow. Yeah, everything is fake on both photos. The nose on the left, the nose on the right, the ear on the right, the chin on the left. Yeah, these are both. Look at the guy. Look at De Niro on the right. He looks more like Martin Scorsese than he does Robert De Niro.
Look who's here, Rabbi. He's a billionaire now thanks to Trump because Bitcoin is over $1,000. Rabbi, send me some Bitcoin.
That's right.
Yeah,
Look, Adrian, it's time to do a meditation. It's time to a deep hypnosis.
this is Alan, aka Fake Rabbi.
Fake rabbi, yeah, I'm fake rabbi. But I am a rabbi.
Oh, you're not the real rabbi. You're the fake rabbi.
That's
Are you
right.
the black rabbi?
Oh no, I'm not that one.
You're not that one either? Are you rabbi?
This is a new one. This is Alan's 500th account. He's the only Clown House users who has had more accounts than me. Meet Rabbi. And he doesn't even say anything. I don't even understand why you've had to have a new account like every fucking day and you don't even talk. You don't say anything controversial. How the fuck do your accounts get, nuked? I don't understand it.
Well, I just want to say, we're going to be releasing a Roger Mayhem video. So everybody stick around.
I have to go, folks.
Roger Mayhem video.
Adios.
Right. He just came to say that he's going to be releasing a Roger Mayhem video? I guess, Adrian, that was for you?
Yeah, I've been creating rooms called the Roger Mayhem movie, and he's always
Right.
been attending.
Angel, did you find McLuba?
Yeah, I've been looking at like videos how to make it.
Does it look good to you?
It looks so good. When you mentioned that, I remembered I had seen one because I saved different cooking videos to cook them, to make them.
Yeah.
So I remember, but I didn't know what it was, and I couldn't find it when you mentioned it. I was like, oh my god, what's the name? So I looked it up. Yeah.
Nice.
So I can see the marriage is going so great, Angela. You must be such a happy bride.
What makes you think I'm not?
I don't know, it's a
I
shit
played
test.
the lottery. Let's see if I win. If I win, I'm gonna send you all the money. Okay?
What did you play? Like an actual ticket?
Can you send me 200,000?
Yeah. If I win the jackpot, I'll send you $100,000.
Love it.
Yeah, right. She'll fucking disappear faster than she farts. I did come on this app one time and tell people I won the lotto. It was pretty funny, the responses. And the way that I was treating people. I thought that was hilarious. Because people really did believe me. I mean, that's the funniest thing is if you tell a lie, people believe it, because people don't just question everything they hear. So it is funny to tell people you won the lottery on this app, and you should see how that affects their dopamine. They get so excited.
What else did I miss on Clubhouse or Cloud House, as you call it, Edmund?
There's always squabbles, and actually, that guy Alan, He's been in a lot of like rebroadcast rooms where I'm like live streaming rooms into other rooms that I created, and there has been a lot of dramatic moments. And it's very funny to see how mods try to contain, explosive anger and what they say. And I don't know, I just love, like, I don't know, like observing and recording human behavior. And this app has a lot of African Americans on it.
What's the point of observing? I mean, observing, recording, observing, either way, if you're not going to do anything with it. Like, you record and you never go back to it.
I know. From an anthropological perspective, to like record Native American ADOS, or essentially African Americans, what they're talking about, how they talk to each other, what their anger is in general. I mean, this is the most toxic app ever imaginable. It is like a black talk therapy app. It's technically blacked. That's what this app is. It's blacked. It's insane. Like, this app is crazy because you can, and if you're out from outside of this country, you must think this country is all like that. If this app is your exposure, I know people are more exposed to American culture through media and movies, but like when you come on this app, you're just like, what the fuck happened? And plus, people make the point that most of the blacked on this app are probably on welfare because they're here so much. Clearly, they're not fucking working. So they already have socialism. They already have a minimum basic income. I mean, Anne, she's like the only white person on this app, and she's like a work from home mom. I mean, I don't think she works either. So I think you can definitely tell who the fuck works and who the fuck doesn't on this fucking app. And Princessi and Angela, goddamn, I mean, it must be a nice life you two have. You're fucking fully retired. It's amazing. Congratulations to you both. Now, Ryan, I get the feeling he's working because he's not talking most of the time during the daytime.
I won't comment on that.
Essentially, you ladies have what's called pretty privilege, and I think it's time you admit it and fess up to the fact that you're both lazy princesses, and you use your pretty privilege to acquire wealth and power and not work. I mean, let's be honest. Let's hear about all the hard work you've two have done in your life. Be honest. Go ahead. Tell us about your vast career of hard work. Let's hear about it. Let's hear about all the studying you did. Let's hear about all the long hours you put in every week for the company, and you rised up in the ranks through diligence, hard work ethic, intelligence. Let's hear about it. I'll wait.
Terrible CIA if you don't know. I believe in patriarchy. Thank you.
You believe in feudalism? You would say that, wouldn't you? But chances are, you. What do you think feudalism is? It's a patriarchy. You've never heard of feudalism?
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, you're missing a big swath of human history. Let me introduce you to it. It's called feudal system. There's a king, there's a queen, there's the peasants, there's the peons, there's the upper class. There's no middle class in a feudal system. There is the poor, and then there is the upper echelon, which surrounds the king and his kingdom.
I like that. I want to be the queen there.
Yeah, that's patriarchy. That's fantastic. But see, we are living in a matriarchy system until, Trump won. I mean, the whole system, and we were about to go into Kamalism, which was going to be a matriarchal system. It's true. You know how we dodged not just a bullet, we dodged a fucking nuclear A-bomb in this country. That woman would have ripped the guts out of this country. She would have put the nail in its coffin. It was all downhill from there. All downhill. Ugh, I was listening to recordings. I can play for you recordings from people on this app saying, her name is Kamala. Kamala, say it and get used to it, bitch. Like the most toxic, sick people you could ever imagine.
Someone from India told me it's Kamala. No, Kamala. Kamala. Kamala Devi Harris. Kamala.
See, if you are an accelerationist and you believe that imploding America as fast as possible is the optimal way to restore order to the country, you would have voted for Kamala. And it would have been a huge disaster, but she could have literally gutted the country to such an extent where there really would have been like an actual revolutionary civil war against the U.S. government. Because if the censorship regime continued in the way that it had prior to where Elon Musk bought X and everybody had to get zapped and boosted, otherwise you would have been starved out, like that would have been the actual war event. I mean, I would have gone to war. I would have sacrificed my life to fight that. You know, I would rather die a Zav-free person than be forced to take, Fauci and Bill Gates's and Pfizer's patented product manufactured out of India. That's just me. It was a black woman who saved my life in the military. So I will be forever thankful to black women.
How did she save your life? What did she do?
Oh, she woke me up. She let me know that. Yeah, she woke me up. She let me know that I was walking into a trap, and because of her incompetency and the fact that she was a DEI hire, I knew immediately not to participate and not to die for her. That's how she saved my life, by being herself. I'm waiting for Elon to go live so I can get out. Sorry, I know I'm really burning you
I
out.
wanted to ask you and what's his name, Hanson. So I posted on my YouTube an unlisted video of Al Jazeera's documentary with English subtitles because I wanted to link it in a PDF document that
Copyright infringement?
Yeah, how did they,
Yeah.
what algorithm picks it up if it's unlisted?
It doesn't matter, listed, unlisted, it still goes through the same filter.
Okay, but it says that it was reported by Al Jazeera, and I'm like,
Yeah, automatically. Okay. It's automated.
I need to know how because I know I have one strike on my account, and I did go to copyright school.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've been to copyright school, right?
Have you been to the medical misinformation policy training and testing school yet? You can't talk about the ZAV. You still can't talk about the ZAV.
Yes. Really have that training?
They do. I posted a video about it, and I was like, "Is this why they took my account down?" Because I posted a video of the Depop ZAV training.
I owed an apology since you accused me.
Yeah. I do. I've been meaning. I haven't talked to you in a while, but I was actually meaning to apologize to you and say it wasn't you. I don't know exactly why it was taken down, but I don't think it was you. I don't know the reason why.
But it's so funny because it told me, do you want to go to copyright school? And I was like intrigued by copyright school, so I answered.
It's funny. If you talk to the black on this app, they'll be like, "I got my motherfucking Google certification, but I still can't get no fucking job." It's like everybody's talking about getting certs and change. I think who the fuck was telling me that they're going to? Oh, do you know Oilfield Rich on this app? He works in the oil industry. He's always in the rooms. He's like
Allegedly.
No, he really is on this app a lot. But the point is, he told me he was getting his certs so he could become an AI tester and make $300,000 a year. And I'm like, yikes! I'm like, whoa. Some people really have no fucking clue. Like, good luck.
Why don't you do this, Adrian? Why don't you take the videos that you upload to YouTube or your live videos or however it is, whatever you do.
I don't upload
Feed it into AI, have AI analyze it for you, and do more with it that way.
Yeah, somebody said to use AI to create tons of cuts, and have it and then put out those videos. I would love to do all that stuff, but I mean, doing what I'm doing, I'm like fully flowing and doing as much as I can doing. I'm doing.
Have you monetized yet?
No, the accounts are growing. I mean, they're growing, but like it seems like if I were to actually do the forward calculation, it could take me still like years to possibly get monetized at the
But
growth
I
that
didn't know
I'm
how what's his name got because he's copywriting.
I know, isn't that kind of well? See, that must be the LGBTQ privilege pass he gets, just like how you girls get the
No,
pretty
I
privilege
think he
pass.
actually got. I think what happened with him is he did get the violation, and then he got in contact with them, and they allowed him.
So he's a special editor for them for free, and he gets the
Whatever,
cheap,
yeah, they say, yeah.
Good for him, though. I mean, he's in my feed. I subscribe to him, and I see his stuff all the time. And it's just like it's the dumbest rat hood shit you could ever imagine. But I get it that people do get their dopamine feedback loop from watching, blacked fights. So that's what they do.
Yeah.
I recorded a fight in the streets of Las Vegas one time, and it went viral and had a couple 100,000 views. And then some company contacted me and wanted to buy the license to the video, and but it was like a rev share thing. And I was like, I'm not gonna. And you didn't get paid out for like a year or two. I was like, this is the dumbest deal I've ever seen in my life. I was like, just fuck off.
Well, I need to take a commercial break, so give me 1 second.
How do you say toilet in Arabic?
Jora.
Jora. Welcome to your Jora break.
That's actually how the Palestinians say it. I don't know how other people say it. Okay.
Did they say shit went to the Jora?
Ready?
What?
Shout out to our dandruff king and queen, wherever you. I want to do a shout out to our dandruff king and queen, wherever you two are. I hope you get out from underneath that dandruff problem.
You like that, don't you? Because it's like it makes you think that
I
like.
have to get my commercial break in.
Oh, I
You
see.
know what's funny is I randomly went to your YouTube and I was just like listening to it while I was doing things, and it came up and I was like, I was laughing so hard. So then I went to your what's it called?
There must be like a.
Your recording and recorded it.
There's got to be like a telekinesis thing. Like, you know how people say, like, before they get home.
No, bro, you and I don't have that. Sorry.
No. It's not you and me. I mean, I was talking to Abby at the time, and we were like, I bet you Nora's watching, and then you're fucking watching.
But Adrian, it wasn't. It was a 10-minute Torah. Like Abby wasn't even talking in that. It was a 10-minute Torah reading with Elle, the cute girl Elle, and Zach. Like it's not what you're talking about Abby, because she wasn't even talking. You have your days wrong. It was on the 23rd. Yeah.
Well,
But I don't know
anyways.
if you can see if I'm watching, so I watch without being logged in, so you can't tell if it's me. I don't care. I'm not gonna just let you see if I'm watching. I don't know if it shows. I don't know how it works.
Well, yeah, it shows your profile name when you're watching. But if I don't know your profile name, like how the fuck would I know it's you?
What's my profile name? Because I've watched it on my profile name.
I have no fucking idea. I don't know because I don't like keep track of the people that watch the live stream.
But every time, like I hadn't gotten on your thing for a while, but before I would like jump in. Every time I went in, you were talking some BS about me. You and your fans.
I know that's because we had that Diego account is back. I can't access it, but it's still on the platform with the Diego PTR. Well, I think it was called Diego something. I don't know, but let me see. Because I'm sure there's actually a lot of content on that profile. Let me see.
So did the YouTube account get taken down? The one that you've been
Diego Art. It's still here.
years?
704 friends. Diego Jewish derangement syndrome. Dr. Diego's dandruff and earwax. The Jews. Jewish derangement syndrome therapy. The cult of Diego. Dandruff and earwax. Diego dreams, remote viewing trans, Trump goals USA 2025.
Adrian, you have an obsession with them.
No, it was a content.
It's more like an envy. More like an envy.
It's not envy. It was totally because of your stupid Anne Frank comment about an innocent young child who was brutally murdered, and you're laughing about her fucking eye color. You're making fun of Anne Frank, and you're doing it all the time. You pissed me off.
Adrian, I was asked to PTR a photo, and as I was looking at photos, there were colorized photos of her. One of them had blue eyes.
Listen, it doesn't matter. I already did the magic spell, and Anne Frank, is you're actually the reincarnation of Anne Frank. I just gotta tell you
It was
that.
actually interesting. Yesterday at the gym, I was at the gym yesterday. Yesterday at the gym, I was. Yeah, I have to go.
What day is it?
Yeah, I know. And so I was like looking at the TV, and it was this documentary about Anne Frank. I was like, what the heck? Like, why is Anne Frank on TV?
Abby said that she would. Oh my God! Abby today said that she was watching an Anne Frank documentary and she started laughing, and the person she was with was like, "Why are you laughing? That's so rude." She's like, "It's from something else. I'm so sorry." I wonder if you two were watching the same documentary.
No, it was like a commercial for a documentary, and I wasn't actually watching it.
See, you don't hate Abby. You don't hate Abby, right?
I don't.
She hates you though, and that's what I can't understand. Like how the fuck do you live your life with hate with some random person on a fucking social audio chat app? And I'm just like, keep trying to convince her. I'm just like, there's something wrong with you. Like, she's like, no, I fucking hate Arabs. I'm just like, wow. I mean, Ryan, you were in the room today, and then you guys kicked me. But anyways.
I didn't kick you.
Well, Abby kicked me. Or
But you don't blame her about me, right?
Blame her about you?
Yeah, we always hear about you, girl.
I don't know what I understand. What do you mean? No, there's only
I
beef.
Really bad.
I think there's only real beef between.
Bad service. My mom left her phone. Adrian, it's just so much nicer to focus on the people you love. That's what I was talking to a friend today, and I was explaining that to her.
Oh yeah.
I agree. It's just nicer,
100%.
Yeah, so I like to put my energy in people I love, what I love, etc. But Clubhouse has been, like, I've learned a lot from it. Like, I've learned, because I did let this app affect me before, and the things that people did and do, but whatever. Somebody made a new house with me, like 2 days ago. I don't even know who it is.
Well, there is
I
that.
don't even know. People sent me screenshots of it. And I was like, and they were like sending me screenshots. They're like, who's this? I was like, I don't know, fan. I'm like, I don't know. It's not too bad, so I'm probably gonna run to the gym because it's like 46 degrees, and I ran to the gym the other day and it was 17 degrees, so I can definitely do 46. So I'll run to the gym to get a workout. It's like 8 o'clock.
Why don't you just drive? It's kind of dangerous to go running,
I like to do my cardio by, like, it's not far.
Is it safe in your area?
I mean, there was somebody murdered not too far on the other side of where I live. Not like here, on the other side of where I go to the gym. I don't go to that side of the road. I go to the, like, fancier side, if that makes sense.
Oh.
Like, it's the wealthier. Like, one side is really wealthy, and the other side is really poor. So my gym is in the really wealthy area, not in the really poor area. Yeah. But I mean, if it's my time to go, Adrian, it's my time to go, right?
You gotta work out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna. Let me see if Elon is live yet. As soon as I love like going to the gym.
So, like, is that not considered copyright? Because now, like, they won't get a second strike. Like, you recording Elon Musk or Adrian Dimmon.
No, there's no copyright on it. It's open source.
Okay. So is there any way I can fight back the strike about Al Jazeera and tell them, hey, it was nobody was like viewing it?
Oh, if it's no. Because if you did it with a green screen and you did it in the background, that's transformative, and therefore it falls under fair use. But because
no,
you
Adrian,
just
all I did is this girl. All I did was this girl took the was sending this information to, so I uploaded it to my YouTube under unlisted. That's all I did. This took another video that somebody made of Al Jazeera with English subtitles. 56 minutes. I uploaded it to my YouTube, but I posted it as unlisted, and then bam, it went down within like 5 minutes.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do. Just take.
I have to wait 90 days.
Yeah, just open a new account if you want, and get a burner phone.
I have other YouTube accounts, but this is the YouTube account that I got access to. Like, it's my original YouTube, so I like it.
Well, yeah, there's nothing you can do. You committed copyright violation.
Okay. I mean, I didn't lose it. I still have 2 more strikes to go.
Yeah. I mean, I have had multiple accounts get deleted. It's always been the Zav thing.
But Adrian, when are you gonna get married and have children? And like, what if like all of these videos or like whatever your videos and all this stuff does deter somebody from wanting to be with you?
Then I'll be all alone. I'll die happy.
I mean, like, it seems like you and Nargis bonded really well. Have you thought about trying to ask her out?
I would if she lived in Chicago.
You can't go to where she is. It's just, like America. It's not.
No, I know she probably lives in. She's rich. She probably lives in that little enclave where I met Diego.
Okay, so why can't you go where you met
I
Diego?
would, but I mean, listen. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
You're very well behaved down there.
Yeah, she's awesome chick. She sounds great.
I love Nargis. I've known her longer than you've known her, but yeah, why don't you?
Oh, is this a clubhouse contest for who's the coolest? Jesus, are you like still in high school or something?
I'm sorry, yeah, but anyway, go on. So, I feel like that would be something beneficial for you from Clubhouse other than combos.
Listen, I don't think you understand. I don't know why. Listen, if a woman thinks that it's weird that I create videos, and I'm a video creator, content creator, producer, director, whatever, if she, listen, the whole point is, if you are going to sit there and analyze me on my videos, as opposed to being with me in the real time, which is now, instead of the Silicon Screen world. No, when I talk to a girl that I want to take out on a date, I specifically leave my studio so she's not captured on audio, at least not too long. But then, yeah, I mean, it's, it does become one of those things where it's like, today we were talking about narcissism, and I looked it up, and narcissism is the inability to return affection. And
Who was talking about narcissism today?
it was in the morning in a room. We were talking about narcissism, and I created a room called Narcissists Talking About Narcissism.
Gotcha, because I actually analyzed that conversation on with AI and ChatGPT, and it was pretty cool.
What did it say?
Let me go to my sources. Let's see, because I did a lot of analysis. Let me see. So do you want the summary of the conversation or do you want the, what is it, Danny?
My bad, my husband just said, you're a narcissist to me.
Oh, okay, so this is.
See, that's what narcissists say. They project their own narcissism on you.
Okay, Adrian, let's get the summary of an earlier conversation. It's not the whole conversation because I didn't record all of it, but I wasn't thinking far ahead to do that ahead of time. But then I was like, I think I need to start recording. So this is the summary, though I also have a transcript. And it says the video features a philosophical dialogue that explores the interplay between religion and narcissism, particularly in the context of different cultures, especially Judaism and Islam. The participants engage in a debate over the implication of collectivism within cultures and how it may contribute to narcissistic traits. Did you want to say something, Mr. Adrian?
No, I was just going on mute, sorry.
They examine the notion of being, quote, chosen within religious context, how this lead to feelings of superiority and exclusion. The The discussion also touches on historical interpretations and theological differences between Judaism and Christianity, including the significance of the New Covenant. The conversation shifts towards recent technological advancement in artificial intelligence, discussing the implications of new developments by companies like, I can't say that word, and the competitive landscape of AI technology, with specific reference to a new company, Cerebrus Systems, which is working on revolutionary chip design for AI processing. Highlights: interconnection of philosophy and religion. The conversation emphasizes how philosophical discussions often intersect with religious beliefs, indicating that understanding one without the other can be insufficient. Collectivism and narcissism. The participants discussed how cultures exhibiting collectivism might foster narcissistic traits with a focus on Jewish and Islamic cultures. The chosen people concept. The idea of being the chosen ones is debated as potentially leading to narcissism, with implications of how adherents of different faiths perceive themselves and others. Historical context and religion. The discussion highlights the importance of historical context and understanding the evolution of religious beliefs and practices, particularly concerning relationship between Judaism and Christianity. Do you want to keep going or do you want me to stop? Because that was just
Is there a summary?
Yeah, this is a summary. But then it keeps going. But then I then took this and put it into my ChatGPT. Let me open my ChatGPT and spoke with it more directly in relation to, well, one of them actually I lost it because it said that I asked it incorrectly, so I had to put it in a PDF. So I fed the summary and the transcript to ChatGPT, and then I asked, I'd like for you to analyze this conversation as objectively as possible, please. And the ChatGPT said, the uploaded file titled Collectivism, Religiosity, and Narcissism appears to analyze a recorded discussion that merges philosophical and religious and technological themes. Here's an objective summary of its content. Blah, 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 blah. And then I said, look at the transcript portion of the document, not the summary portion. And then it did another one for me. And then I said to it, is it fair to say that Islam breeds narcissists as one of the
fucking Gaza are weird, by the way, because, like, what are you trying to do there? Are you trying to signal that they need to stop reproducing? I mean...
Okay, listen to this.
Excuse me, hang on there. Hang on, what are you doing? Okay, anyways, right, set it over there, and then they used to basically, like, float bombs. Like, what the fuck? That's
This
insane.
is Eli's talking about
This is
Gaza.
real. I can't believe that this is actually real.
I was like, what the fuck? That's wild, dude.
Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing.
This is Adrian, aka Elon.
Yes.
It's not amazing that bombs are being strapped to fucking blown up condoms. Of course, no, that's not amazing. But it's just funny that that's an actual story we can call real for as long as people don't get hurt. You know, because it is exactly a problem. By the way, Lord Miles is here. What's up, dude? Boy, this guy's about to say some crazy shit.
Yeah, I'm not saying some crazy stuff.
So what have you been doing?
Well, I got a member of the Taliban fired the other week with a condom.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You know how it happened. So, I had a bunch of tourists coming to Afghanistan with me. As you do, you know, it all happens to us. And they brought like a few gifts for the Taliban, and some guy must have fiddled, you know, messed up some of the gift packets. And then one package got given to some random Taliban guy. Turns out he's the bodyguard of the head of foreign intelligence, you know, really high up Taliban guy. And he gets this gift package, and then he gives some of it to the head of foreign intelligence as a gift, think he's being a real kind guy. One of them is like this pocket pussy type of thing, and then one of them is like a condom, because the pocket pussy contains like a condom inside. It's like this egg you could untwist.
It's a sex egg.
Intelligence posted it on his WhatsApp story, asked him what it is, and of course he got a few responses, and he was very embarrassed. So apparently when he went
he didn't know what it was.
Threw the sex toy at the member of the Taliban, sent him to like the worst province possible for like a few weeks, and he's contemplating on allowing him back into the ranks. So yeah, you know, just on dumb stories we've all had. How you doing, Adrian? Anyway.
I don't know what to say. This is the craziest thing. This is something that literally cannot be made up. That is wild. I'm doing pretty good, actually. A lot better than before. This is fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I had a little bit of falling out with someone in DMs over like whether or not gamers use the word cooked more than people in tech. My point was, gamers use it more in terms of them being mainstreamed, as in like a lot of them are using it, but there's just many more gamers than there are people in tech. Although people in tech, I think by definition, use the word a lot more than gamers do. Because what happens when somebody tries to deploy some code?
So he also, FYI, he records everything. And every podcast he's ever done on X, he's recorded. And he doesn't disclose. No, he doesn't have replays. Nope.
Hackers have more hacker houses.
Okay, so then how do you know he's recording?
He admitted it yesterday. He said everything has always been recorded. The whole thing.
They died like a long, long time ago.
Yeah, I miss those days.
Now we just try to fuck with deep seek AI. That's what we're trying to do now. That's what we need to meet up for physically, because measure your computer setup and such. Yeah, but man, that's crazy. I heard you were in Turkey before. Like, what are you doing? You're like out and about. Like,
it's very unfortunate. We're just trying to evade Greece right now. I'm trying to formulate something. Now, joke aside, I got a hair transplant, and looks like I messed up a little bit because my head looks like a giant egg. So yeah.
Oh, you're gonna learn the hard way. Fuck around and find out.
It's to England because when you have passport control, they go look at me, and they go look at my face.
This guy got a bad hair transplant. Another point for the bald man.
Someone hit you with a car. You're deformed now. You're retarded. And I'm going, you know what? Maybe, but it's still me. And then it's gonna be a whole deal. And then they'll go, wait, you've just been 9 times to Afghanistan this year. What's up with that, bud? Tell me about that. That sounds interesting. Do tell, and I'll just kind of, die inside. So if I go missing, Adrian, you get to keep my accounts. You get to keep my ad revenue.
This guy's name is Lord.
Yeah, it's all good. Just remember me, guys.
Lord Miles official. Real_Lord_Miles. Lord Miles is the last great British explorer who goes to the most extreme places on Earth.
By the way, Blaze, do you see Auda in the audience by any chance, or Meta, or any of these?
I do not.
I want to let up 2 people specifically that I'm expecting. I want to let Auda up, and I want to let Meta up, because we're going to have a bit of an AI discussion. I didn't think that Miles was going to turn on Miles today.
No, he's banned my accounts. He's blocked my accounts. Because I have a burner account in the room right now that he doesn't know is my recording account.
I'm not going to comment on how that coincides with you.
But he only brings up, very specific people. He doesn't want people coming up and, giving him gotcha moments by, like, he had Laura Loomer and Nick Fuentes on there, and somebody said the N-word, and he flipped out. He had like a panic attack.
The Taliban doesn't kill this guy. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I wonder why I'm single. It's kind of like
Clubhouse.
Yeah, he would not be able to. He was on Clubhouse originally, and he left.
He's a very, very smart guy. He's probably more artistic than I am, but in a way that he's like managed it a little bit more, and that he's like focused on one specific niche. Very intelligent dude. Meta, what's up, dude?
Hey, how are you guys doing? I don't think anyone's described me that way before,
How
but
much
thank
do
you.
you weigh?
I'll take this compliment.
225.
Absolutely, man. This is the person that, I get mad with people when I argue. Like, I get mad when I argue with people beyond a certain point where, like, logic is missing. This guy outcompetes the missing logic by simply using his own logic to add to someone else's who may be missing, which is honestly wild. I can't do that. I cannot do that. That's what he does. He's a very nice person to have a debate with, but if you hate yourself, you're really gonna not like this guy. I use as an example Tesla Q here, of course I'm citing that. Many people will know from the early days what we did. But yeah, he's great. He's great.
Yeah, do you know if Auda's
I should be, yeah. I'm still like expecting it. He's probably doing something. He's probably got some stuff going on in real life also. Yeah. He's usually dropping bangers.
Yeah, this Doge thing is a banger. it's taking over everything.
$1 billion a day or something. They want to increase it to 3 over time. That's really cool.
Mm-hmm. Saving money on everything, including, of course, sending condoms to Gaza. Like, we're not doing that anymore.
No more condoms for Gaza, Princessia.
Yeah, because we're Catholic. We don't believe in that.
Yeah.
Catholic.
The level of bad journalism that is on display right now
whether it comes to like politics, Doge, or the AI coverage that we're going to talk about soon, I think it's just it's surprising how low the bar has become. Like I think there are social media accounts that are better at editorial review than a lot of the press at the moment.
True, it's very telling of the times. Also, what's very interesting is the White House will be allowing in people who are not just journalists, but like actual citizen journalists, to report as well, to be part of the press briefing effectively, which is really, really cool. That is really a sign of the times. It's a good thing that that's happening at an official level, because before we didn't have this at an official level. The only people who were allowed in were legacy media journalists. Now actual citizen journalists get to go there and get to contribute. That is amazing.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, the fact that they like fixed seats for different news people is kind of weird. It would be interesting if it was more like a lottery or something along those lines.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you can say Tucker Carlson and a bunch of others who clearly get coverage online. Anyway, it'll be interesting to see, but I wouldn't hold my breath just because if you look at say.com and the way that the conversation and the questions have gone, for when say.com first started taking investor questions, they were much better than the institutional questions, but now they're really bad, right? Like they've every Tesla earnings call, they're just like, when is the next car coming out? And then the response is always, we don't make product announcements here, and they just burn a question.
Exactly. Yeah, it's gone pretty bad. I've listened to a few earnings calls. I've since stopped because I'm like, you know what? It doesn't matter to me as much. I just need to basically focus on where it's going to go in 5 years, and that should be fine, right? You have the Robovan thing coming out. You have Optimus that is in the works. You got the little robot taxi. That's all you really need to know. Whatever progress is being achieved there, they'll let you know in terms of the data, and everything else is just kind of not there. And the YouTubers that listen to this and various other content creators are going to extract the points of value. So it's actually kind of sad that I think the people who have more or less, infiltrated the say.com questionnaire are people who are just there to troll for no reason. It's not even troll, it's just being stupid. It's unfortunate. It really devalued the quality of the Tesla call overall, which is not a problem. It's not a fault of Tesla or anything, really. It's just the fault of the people that infiltrate and ask questions that don't matter. What is next? What is the next? They're gonna have to. Oh yeah, it's gonna be nice a couple months. Is that out of there?
No, I think the next earnings call is today or tomorrow.
Yes. Nice.
The fucking CEO doesn't even know when his own earnings call is.
I actually haven't looked at what the questions are on. Say, I'll go take a look and make a judgment. Hold on.
Cool. If you're able to if the judgment is good and it's gonna be something that's worth talking about.
Okay, I'm gonna hop out of here, Princessy. Have a great night. Have a good workout. Talk to you soon.
We could just break things down after the call or during it as well. We could just kind of have a conversation about that. Very nice. Anyways, for those of you in the space, please quote post the space with join the conversation so more people can in fact see that we are here. Still waiting for one of our own Auda to come up to have a nice AI discussion. Yeah. Give it an eye out, yeah.
Miles disconnected, looks like, but yeah.
Right. If he tries to come up again, of course let him up, but if he's disconnected, he's disconnected probably because he's got a jet. Everybody's got something to do.
Yeah, you can also bring up some of the questions Auda sent me, and we could talk. Sure. It would be more fun with them here, of course.
Yeah, of course. I think we'll give them 10 minutes more, and then we'll go ahead.
I forget who it was, but you remember the guy who wrote the book on why Transformers were not the future and we're wasting billions of dollars making chips to go into space? You had him in the space a while ago.
That was Gary Marcus, I believe. Yes, that's Gary Marcus.
That's it. I wonder if he's spoken on this, because, you could argue, if you're going to argue you're waiting for the next big thing, and DeepSeek was the next big thing, it's still Transformer-based.
That's true. It's very interesting when you look at what DeepSeek is. It's just basically existing stuff put together, but efficiently optimized for compute that other models were not really optimized for. Now, of course, they were to remove the Chinese propaganda, then everything would be great. But like, it's a really capable model. I really, really like it, especially for coding. Like, I don't use it for data analysis because I think it's like fundamentally not really built for that. You could use it if you want to, but for programming, it actually outperforms Claude in my opinion, which is really, really good.
Yeah, thanks for taking it off. This is a very interesting claim. So the first question is, what makes it like a novel thing? Is it just that it's like Anthropic and it's a competing model, and it's nice to see that there are now 4 entrants in the race or 5 entrants in the race as opposed to 2 or 3? Or is it that it is like a step function change from what we were doing and what everybody else was doing?
So is it unique? Is it unique? I think it's unique in that its optimization is for stuff that otherwise it wasn't really done before. But I will also say it's kind of cool because it gives proof of concept to the idea of releasing open source material, like information open source, right? Because you had a bunch of studies that came out, plus you have the models, the weights, and everything. So I think that actually gives validity to, oh, hey, you can actually work on your own thing, and oh, hey, by the way, open source is actually useful. It's really cool.
How is it open source?
You mean like what it's based on? Was open source stuff?
They didn't actually open source anything. So while they released it in the MIT license, and they gave out the weights, and they gave out code that can run the weights, the weights are kind of a like opaque file, right? It's just like a giant file of binary numbers, like floating point numbers that load in a matrix, and then you run the model, right? The value is actually in how those numbers get put together. So if you think about like open source software like Linux or anything else, when you want to make a modification, you can actually make a modification. As an example, today, Jack Dorsey actually open sourced something, Goose, and that's actually open source. So you can actually run a script locally on your machine. It uses an AI model locally. It allows you to automate things. It's kind of like Macromaker or like, those recorders and all those kinds of things that you could, run on your machine. And if you don't like what it's doing, or if you want to like tinker with the UI, you can go ahead and do it. If you want to fork it, you can make your own version. That's what open source is. So I think the ethos of open source is being co-opted for marketing purposes because I don't see what's open about this other than the fact that you can use it.
This is true. This I actually agree with you on. It's just that what it's based on is open source. See, the open source benefited and then it led to the creation of something like this. But there's nothing open source about the thing itself that we can learn. So I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm actually agreeing with that. It's just that what it was based on is open source. So they kind of just took it in.
Yeah, but they also didn't open source the large model. They only open sourced the distilled version, which is the weights.
So basically they've depended on open source itself, but none of what they've made is actually open sourced.
Exactly.
Wild.
Right, so that's the downside of an MIT license. It's not perpetuative. Whereas a GNU license, it's right. If you use anything with that license, you have to open source everything. But of course, then people stop using those products because many corporations want to use open source but not contribute to open source.
Just like what happened here.
Yeah, and it's also really hard to enforce open source. Blockchain may be useful there. Potentially, I'm not going to get into that. Or it's necessarily to get distributed. As you know, where my position is on that. But there's no really an easy way. There's no easy way to enforce open source is respected when you have a perpetuity requirement, and you can't even enforce the credits to be visible somewhere, because oftentimes you use software these days and there's not like a credit screen or anything like that, and if it is, it's really deeply hidden. Oh no, we're talking about your favorite subject, by the way, open source AI.
True. Oh yeah. Sorry I'm late. I have this thing called a life that needed things to take care of.
I too have a life, but I'm better at organizing.
Is that a what? I said, are you hallucinating? What's going on?
That is incredible. It's funny, like a couple spaces ago, you bragged about like being able to optimize your life properly to the point where you don't have that much work. And now that happened.
That wasn't on a space. That was on in private.
Really? Oh wow. I can't believe I happened to jumble them all together. I swear he mentioned this in public. I would have imagined that was public.
I did not know.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Yeah, maybe it was just because we're in a Discord and someone else was in there, because I distinctly have filed it under public something.
Nah, no.
Alright, good. Okay.
Alright, should we dive into DeepSeek?
Yes. Sure.
First off, Auda, what's your opinion on? Did you look at the cost and the exclusions that they have in the DeepSeek paper?
Are you talking about cost for inference, or are you talking about cost for training that they said they had?
What they claimed as their cost for training.
I think they said something like 5 or 6 million. I didn't have a look at the paper, but
okay.
I'm gonna
post the. Okay.
No, I said I just used it, and it's running pretty well.
Are you using the distilled version, the one that runs locally, or are you using the app?
I'm using it on Poe. Do you know Poe?
No.
It's Quora's bullshit version. So Quora effectively runs a service called Poe. And you can basically use a variety of AIs all in one app.
Oh, you can theoretically just use LMSys and then contribute as well, right?
Yeah, but I think I would rather use like the best one for the job.
Fair enough. you don't want to contribute to the A/B test. Fair enough. I posted the paragraph if you want to just read that. I think it's very important that rather than reading the news, everybody look at the source material. And the last sentence, I can read it out.
I think you said in your in the thing you wrote that they basically said that this is the cost, assuming we get this price for the
video. It's much worse. So the last sentence is, note that the aforementioned costs include only official training of DeepSeek v3, excluding the costs associated with prior research and ablation experiments on architectures, algorithms, or data. And the last part, I think people don't understand how big of a deal it is. So like if I just put on like I'm gonna put a devil's advocate hat here. I don't think they were being nefarious to this extent, right? But maybe. If you say ablating data is not included in the cost, one of the things you can do is, if I'm just trying to be like as extreme as possible.
You have people basically labeling data for basically no money right now.
Yeah, but basically what they say is if you take all the data and let's say we started with 1 million pieces of data, right? And they do say they start with over 1 million tokens, and they don't say how many tokens they actually ended up with post-ablation. They have over 1 trillion tokens. So you start with over 1 trillion tokens, and let's say 50% of those tokens, you observe that when you run your backprop, the weights on the neurons don't change by much. And then you just say, okay, I'm just going to delete that piece of data from my training, and then I'm going to test and see if everything works. You can do that pass, and then you can do that again and again and again, and eventually what's going to happen is you're going to end up with only a set of data where if you remove any one item, the model regresses, right? So it's really cool. You've gotten a very, very nice data set. However, the cost to get to that data set being ignored means it's like saying my computer only costs as much as it does when I started up. It just magically appeared. So my computer is actually free. So I wrote a program, and because computers are free, I only have to take into account the electrical cost of running that program.
Yeah, so it's not taking into consideration the human cost and the number of human hours it took to basically label that data and then delete anything that was unnecessary.
Yeah, and so in GRPO, it doesn't use humans, to be fair, so that is novel.
right? They do have a novel approach to find pieces of data that can be removed. But I would argue that the first time you train, that data costs you something. Removing it and then testing whether or not it was needed costs you something. And you don't do this in a single pass. You have multiple iterations. And another piece of evidence is in the same paper, they say it took them 2 months to pre-train. So if it took 2 months to pre-train, what were they doing in those 2 months? And by the way, that's just running the program, just running the code. And they don't include that in their cost either. So 2 months of hardware being used, they won't say how much hardware they used. That's nefarious in my opinion.
Right, that makes sense.
And then the final piece here is, not including architectures. That makes sense, right? You're doing R&D, you're trying to figure out which architectures work and which ones don't work. But when they don't include algorithms, why did they break that out? Is it because they think of knowledge distillation as an algorithm? What exactly are they saying when they're saying they're not including
This is why
algorithms?
This is why the open source community kind of says we don't have any major open source models, because just like dropping fucking weights isn't really open source. You can't really call something open source unless you can create it from scratch just by looking at what's made available.
Yeah, the ability to reproduce and modify is very important. Because you could theoretically make this model from scratch by copy pasting it, but you can't do it from scratch really.
Yeah.
And they also didn't release the training data, right? And that's been the biggest critique in the open source model space is, well, if you're going to open anything up, open up the data and the process.
They're not going to do that though, because all data is copyrighted.
Yeah, and I honestly, so speaking to the way the market has reacted on this and the way the press has looked at this, it's so confusing because if anything, what it's showing me, and I think what people should take away from this is, it's very powerful how fast AI is developing and how quickly there's going to be a lot of applications that can use AI because the cost of using a model is going down, which we've talked about in this space multiple times, right? 10x reductions every year is currently the trend. However, if you have an app that you make, there's a reason why you choose to use AWS today or any other cloud provider versus running your own private server. And the reason is because they can always run it for cheaper, more cost effective. They can rent the machine out to other people. And it can scale. Yeah, and when you get something popular, you don't have to go out and get the hardware and do it yourself. It's just kind of already there. So cloud services provide so much advantage that there's no reason why people would not use cloud. And then the flip side is when people say, oh, well, my data, I don't want to share my data. And all that data is usually on the cloud. So whatever cloud provider you already trust with your data has access to the very data you don't want them to have access to when training AI. It's confusing.
I think a lot of these services, though, a lot of the data is behind encryption. It's kind of encrypted. So they don't fully have access to everything, even if it is on their services.
Right, and if you train a model for customers and you fine-tune something, theoretically you can still encrypt the fine-tuned model, right?
How would you go about encrypting the fine-tuned model?
So OpenAI,
just not giving the server access to the model, and then you need to put in a password to decrypt it and then re-encrypt it, or is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it's basically the same way you encrypt virtual machines on AWS or any other service, and OpenAI has talked about this, Apple talked about this, Google's talked about this. The way you would go about it is when you bring up a virtual machine, that is encrypted, and then on the virtual machine, everything is unencrypted. It operates, and then when you shut the virtual machine down, it's re-encrypted. Therefore, only you have access to the thing that is being trained for you. Now, it is being operated for you on your behalf by someone else, but they can't spool it up without your key.
Right.
Unless they store your key. There's always, one-time, there's time-based encryption. There's a lot of other things you can do to mitigate around that too.
takes for it to be started up. LLMs, I mean. Right?
Yes, a long lead time, yeah.
Yeah, before you can even run it. So if you have that, isn't it going to be much slower?
Yes, if you have to do fine tuning. But what's very interesting about the direction that everybody's going now with long context windows is, let me see if I can paint this picture. Traditionally, you needed your specific data that you wanted to fine tune into a model to be actually trained into the model, right? But more and more now you have long context, and in that context you can do something called few shot learning, where you give lots of examples, you provide the data in that token window itself, and in a system message or in a mini GPT or a gem or whatever you want to call it, and that is passed as initiation state to the first interaction with the model. Then all subsequent interactions already have that context preloaded into that instance, if you will. It's kind of like getting the Mr. Mises box and having a textbook ready that the Mr. Mises is told to read, and then continue to have your conversation, and then when it's done with its task, it dies. And when you hit the Mr. Mises box again, it pops up and it reads the textbook, and it continues. It's going to feel as if every time you press the button, you're getting a Mr. Mises that has intimate knowledge about what's in that textbook. It can be personal, private information on that. But it's not like it's a Mr. Mises box. They don't have the textbook. They can't access your data.
Do we kind of like the memories thing that OpenAI has, ChatGPT?
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, so personalization, memory, the fact that the textbooks are the only part that need to be kept private, not the Mr. Mises itself.
I see.
Yeah, so it's very interesting how this has gone about, right? So like, if you look at the core innovations in the paper, which there is one that is very promising, right? The GRPO one. The rest of them are just applications of known things, and then funny accounting, and the lack of like scrutiny by any press, hedge funds, people who are trading clearly on this news. I don't know. It points to a weird bug in our markets, right? Like people buy this, they don't know.
This kind of assumes that all of those GPUs are being bought just for training. They're also being bought for inference.
Correct. In fact, more and more are going to be bought for inference at this point.
Yeah. Unless we specifically get NPUs, I think, right? Or what were they called again? I forgot.
They're
like
called different things by different companies.
Grok.
Yeah, there's
No,
Grok,
like
they're ASICs.
Yeah.
So you have matrix multipliers, which I think is the best name from Apple. You have TPUs, you have Grok Q, not K, which was the transformer specific chip, which is really sad that they didn't really have the money to make it. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, exactly.
Still can't go to sleep, Abby?
Why didn't they get the money?
I haven't really heard
Huh?
of them having raised all the money they needed to get out there and compete.
I'm
with
listening to Elon's podcast about DeepSeek.
Oh, Grok.
Okay,
You want to listen to it?
Yes.
innovate, hold on,
They're not
we're
gonna be able
almost
to
on the.
compete with TSMC. What the fuck?
Okay, go ahead.
Maybe they could if. Well, okay, they won't be able to compete with TSMC. They may be able to compete with NVIDIA, but not TSMC. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Sorry. I can't even hear myself there. I was gonna try. I don't know how to do 2 nanometers.
I don't know. We had Scoble on a few months ago, and he said that he actually interviewed the CEO of Grok, and he actually said that we have no plans of competing with NVIDIA on our training. We only plan on doing it on inference.
That's fair. That's fair. Training requires versatility. Inference does not, right? So the final output is always a transformer. The process is the only thing that's being changed rapidly right now. So if you made chips that were really, really good for PPO, and then suddenly GRPO became popular, all those chips wouldn't be useful. That's not entirely true. everybody's competing, but ironically, everybody's buying from TSMC to get the basics. Yeah, and everybody says slightly different designs. Yeah.
I want like a chip I can buy, like a graphics card, similar to like a graphics card that's just for fucking AI, or I can run like a that's not quantized at all on it.
Why don't you want? So models aren't quantized anymore. I see this pop up a lot. I don't know how this got very viral lately. Nobody quantizes models anymore. They're just, you don't really need high precision, it turns out. You're better off having twice as many parameters at 8-bit or 16-bit than having 16 or 32-bit.
Yeah, but
You
they
can think
still
of it like,
quantize. Well, no, the people still quantize it to their own PCs if they don't have enough.
oh, yeah, that's why to retrofit it. That's what I mean. Yeah.
You take like a 16 and turn it down to like an 8 or
Yeah, I mean, this is like the big advantage of if it was truly open sourced, then you could retrain it for any targeted chipset, right? And that's not what we are today. But if you look at, Mojo and some of the other things that are happening right now, like Mojo's targeting the idea that you can write anything in Python and cross-compile to any other chipset. That's very, very promising. Unfortunately, we're not getting the source code, so it doesn't do you any good.
yeah, Mojo's not open source, so you can't really trust it.
No, the language isn't open source. You're correct. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think people learn from Java that you kind of want to have an open source language. That's very important.
I mean, the kernels are open source. There's a lot of parts of it that are open source, right? But yeah.
I know, but I think after what happened with Java and Oracle basically coming out for companies for like shitloads of money for no reason whatsoever, just because they're like, oh, you're using Java, so you ought to pay us $1 billion. After that whole fiasco, I think companies have just decided let's just only use open source languages going forward.
Yeah. I think you can't tie your destiny to somebody no longer giving you software updates on a language after there are security vulnerabilities that are detected in it. That's completely fair. I don't know. Is there anything else you want to talk about on the DeepSeek topic, or do you want to ask? How do you want to take it from here, Adrian?
I think I really like the fact that they opened up DeepSeek, right? Even if it's not open source, or even if you can't even technically call it open weight, I do really like the fact that they released it because it's more open than anything else we've seen so far from the major companies.
It's not as open as Llama, right? Llama's what?
The problem is Llama is complete ass. It's like a generation behind all the time.
Fair. That's fair.
In fact, I read like a post that said that like Llama's main advantage is that it was the best open model, or I guess semi-open model, and now DeepSeek has completely destroyed that.
Yeah.
So now Llama has to step up their game.
I always wonder, who do you think is going to, like, other than like the niche people who like compile their own Linux kernels for their machines, who's actually going to end up using it?
Who are you insulting? Yeah, I sometimes do that actually. But yeah, other than those those people who what?
Saying other than people who like are extreme nerds and compile their own kernels and make their own software, like from scratch because they have trust issues, maybe,
Or the or the Davis rep.
Yeah. Other than the extreme folks, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, how many people are actually using an open source model? Because using an open source model, okay, let me put it in two ways. How many people are using an open source model that they host themselves?
Very few. But I get your point. But I don't think that's what's important about open source models. I think the fact that there is going to be competition between different companies to host the same model and potentially offer advantages is going to be the real innovation.
Got it. So you think like Hugging Face, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, open source models are so prevalent already, and that'll allow you to use the open source model with your data as opposed to having to use a proprietary model with your data.
Exactly, and maybe those companies can actually fine-tune them to their own purposes.
That's very fair. It's like, I see your point. So you're arguing the cat's already out of the bag. It'd be really nice if there was a nice Linux kernel equivalent that everybody could base off of. And then we can progress as a society. Yeah, I agree with you. On that point, I agree. It would be nice because you can kind of see it like right now, PPO is like everybody knows how to do it. There's no advantage there. So for everyone to just make it easy for new competitors to just start from there, it would be interesting from like allowing more competitors into the space perspective. I think unfortunately we have to accept that models are already out there, right? So there's no putting the cat back in the bag. You might as well run as fast as you can.
Yeah. It also allows the entire community to be focused on individual models, right? So let's say we come up with like an open source model that's like truly open, right? We have the data set, we have everything. Any new innovation that's made to LLMs going forward or any other type of AI that we do in the future can be added to that, and you're basically having the collective effort of all of humanity on one project, as opposed to being split up into separate projects.
So it's a bit challenging. So let me see if I can use an analogy. I've used this before. If you think of like software engineering, like software 1.0, binary compilation as a salad, and software 2.0, AI construction as a soup, it helps reason about why what you're asking for doesn't make as much sense. So in this analogy, when you're building code, you're adding things. You're always appending things, right? So you have a salad, you add more ingredients, If the salad doesn't taste good, let's say you put some raw cherries in there, you can just cherry pick them out, and suddenly you have a salad that's edible again, right? You don't have to start from scratch.
It gets bloated. Yes. It gets bloated sometimes.
Right.
It's better to start from scratch.
So what happens with the soup is, in this particular scenario, we're going to make up some rules. You're making a soup, and you've put too much salt in there. And I know people have, family recipes for how to remove the salt without messing up the soup. For now, ignore those such family recipes. If you put too much salt in the soup, there's no way to